This is Audible.
Blackstone Audio presents Friday by Robert A. Heinlein, read by Hillary Huber. This book is for Anne, Barbie, Betsy, Bubbles, Carolyn, Catherine, Deanne, Diane, Eleanor, Gay, Jean, Joan, Judy Lynn, Karen, Kathleen, Marilyn, Nichelle, Patricia, Pepper, Polly, Roberta, Tamia, Rebel, Ursula, Verna, Vivian, Vonda, Yumiko, and always, semper toujours, for Ginny. R.A.H. 1. As I left the Kenya beanstalk capsule, he was right on my heels. He followed me through the door leading to Customs, Health, and Immigration. As the door contracted behind him, I killed him. I've never liked riding the beanstalk. My distaste was full-blown even before the disaster to the Quito skyhook. A cable that goes up into the sky with nothing to hold it up smells too much of magic. But the only other way to reach L5 takes too long and costs too much. My orders and expense account did not cover it. So I had been edgy even before I left the shuttle from L5 at Stationary Station to board the beanstalk capsule. But damn it, being edgy isn't reason to kill a man. I had intended only to put him out for a few hours. The subconscious has its own logic. I grabbed him before he hit the deck and dragged him quickly toward a rank of bonded, bomb-proof lockers, hurrying to avoid staining the floor. Shoved his thumb against the latch, pushed him inside as I grabbed his pouch, found his Diners Club card, slid it into the slot, salvaged his IDs and cash, and chucked the pouch in with the cadaver as the armor slid down and clanged home. I turned away. A public eye was floating above and beyond me. No reason to jump out of my boots. 9 times out of 10, an eye is cruising at random, unmonitored, and its 12-hour loop may or may not be scanned by a human before it is scrubbed. The 10th time, a peace officer may be monitoring it closely. Or she may be scratching herself and thinking about what she did last night. So I ignored it and kept on toward the exit end of the corridor. That pesky eye should have followed me as I was the only mass in that passageway radiating at 37 degrees. But it tarried, 3 seconds at least, scanning that locker before again fastening on me. I was estimating which of 3 possible courses of action was safest when that maverick piece of my brain took over and my hands executed a 4th. My pocket pen became a laser beam and killed that public eye. Killed it dead as I held the beam at full power until the eye dropped to the deck. Not only blinded, but with anti-grav shorted out, and its memory scrubbed. I hoped. I used my Shadow's credit card again, working the locker's latch with my pen to avoid disturbing his thumbprint. It took a heavy shove with my boot to force the eye into that crowded locker. Then I hurried. It was time to be someone else. Like most ports of entry, Beanstalk, Kenya has travelers' amenities on both sides of the barrier. Instead of going through inspection, I found the washrooms and paid cash to use a bath dressing room. 27 minutes later, I not only had had a bath, but also had acquired different hair, different clothes, another face. What takes 3 hours to put on will come off in 15 minutes of soap and hot water. I was not eager to show my real face, but I had to get rid of the persona I had used on this mission. What part of it had not washed down the drain now went into the shredder. Jumpsuit, boots, pouch, fingerprints, contact lenses, passport. The passport I now carried used my right name, well, one of my names, a stereograph of my bare face, and had a very sincere L5 transient stamp in it. Before shredding the personal items I had taken off the corpse, I looked through them and paused. His credit cards and IDs showed 4 identities. Where were his other 3 passports? Probably somewhere on the dead meat in that locker. I had not given it a proper search. No time. I'd simply grabbed what he carried in his pouch. Go back and look? If I kept trotting back and opening a locker full of still warm corpse, someone was bound to notice. By taking his cards and passport, I'd hoped to postpone identifying the body, and thereby give myself more time to get clear, but... Wait a moment. Yes. Passport and Diners Club card were both for Adolph Belson. American Express extended credit to Albert Beaumont, and the Bank of Hong Kong took care of Arthur Bookman, while MasterCard provided for Archibald Buchanan. I reconstructed the crime. Beaumont, Bookman, Buchanan had just thumbed the latch of the locker when Belson sapped him from behind, shoved him into the locker, used his own Diners Club card to lock it, and left hastily. Yes, an excellent theory. And now to muddy the waters still more. Those ideas and credit cards went back of my own in my wallet. Belson's passport I concealed about my person. I could not stand a skin search, but there are ways to avoid a skin search, including, but not limited to, bribery, influence, corruption, misdirection, and razzle-dazzle. As I came out of the washroom, passengers from the next capsule were trickling in and queuing up at Customs, Health, and Immigration. I joined a queue. The CHI officer remarked on how very light my jump bag was and asked about the state of the up-high black market. I gave him my best stupid look, the one on my passport picture. About then, he found the correct amount of squeeze tucked into my passport and dropped the matter. I asked him for the best hotel and the best restaurant. He said that he wasn't supposed to make recommendations, but he thought well of the Nairobi Hilton. As for food, if I could afford it, the fat man across from the Hilton had the best food in Africa. He hoped that I would enjoy my stay in Kenya. I thanked him. A few minutes later, I was down the mountain and in the city, and regretting it. Kenya Station is over 5 kilometers high. The air is always thin and cold. Nairobi is higher than Denver, nearly as high as Ciudad de Mexico, but it is only a fraction of the height of Mount Kenya, and it is just a loud shout from the equator. The air felt thick and too warm to breathe. Almost at once, my clothes were soggy with sweat. I could feel my feet starting to swell, and besides, they ached from full G. I don't like off-Earth assignments, but getting back from one is worse. I called on mind control training to help me not notice my discomfort. Garbage. If my mind control master had spent less time squatting in Lotus and more time in Kenya, his instruction might have been more useful. I forgot it and concentrated on the problem: how to get out of this sauna bath quickly. The lobby of the Hilton was pleasantly cool. Best of all, it held a fully automated travel bureau. I went in, found an empty booth, sat down in front of the terminal. At once, the attendant showed up. "May I help you?" I told her I thought I could manage. The keyboard looked familiar. It was an ordinary Kensington 400. She persisted. "I'd be glad to punch it for you. I don't have anyone waiting." She looked about 16, a sweet face, a pleasant voice, and a manner that convinced me that she really did take pleasure in being helpful. What I wanted least was someone helping me while I did things with credit cards that weren't mine, so I slipped her a medium-sized tip while telling her that I really did prefer to punch it myself, but I would shout if I got into difficulties. She protested that I did not have to tip her, but she did not insist on giving it back, and went away. Adolph Belson took the tube to Cairo, then semi-ballistic to Hong Kong, where he had reserved a room at the Peninsula, all courtesy of Diners Club. Albert Beaumont was on vacation. He took safari jets to Timbuktu, where American Express had placed him for 2 weeks at the luxury Shangri-La on the shore of the Sahara Sea. The Bank of Hong Kong paid Arthur Bookman's way to Buenos Aires. Archibald Buchanan visited his native Edinburgh, travel prepaid by MasterCard. Since he could do it all by tube, with one transfer at Cairo and automated switching at Copenhagen, he should be at his ancestral home in 2 hours. I then used the travel computer to make a number of inquiries, but no reservations, no purchases, and temporary memory only. Satisfied, I left the booth, asked the dimpled attendant whether or not the subway entrance I saw in the lobby would let me reach the Fat Man restaurant. She told me what turns to make, so I went down into the subway and caught the tube for Mombasa, again paying cash. Mombasa is only 30 minutes, 450 kilometers from Nairobi, but it is at sea level, which makes Nairobi's climate seem heavenly. I got out as quickly as I could arrange it. So, 27 hours later, I was in the Illinois province of the Chicago Imperium. A long time, you might say, for a great circle arc of only 13,000 kilometers. But I didn't travel Great Circle, and I did not go through a customs barrier or an immigration checkpoint. Nor did I use a credit card, even a borrowed one. And I managed to grab 7 hours of sleep in the Alaska Free State. I hadn't had any sound sleep since leaving L5 Space City 2 days earlier. How? Trade secret. I may never need that route again, but someone in my line of work will need it. Besides, as my boss says, with all governments everywhere tightening down on everything wherever they can, with their computers and their public eyes and 99 other sorts of electronic surveillance, there is a moral obligation on each free person to fight back wherever possible. Keep underground railways open, keep shades drawn, give misinformation to computers. Computers are literal-minded and stupid. Electronic records aren't really records. So it is good to be alert to opportunities to foul up the system. If you can't evade attacks, pay a little too much to confuse their computers, transpose digits, and so on. The key to traveling half around a planet without leaving tracks is pay cash. Never credit, never anything that goes into a computer. And a bribe is never a bribe. Any such transfer of valuta must save face for the recipient. No matter how lavishly overpaid, civil servants everywhere are convinced that they are horribly underpaid. But all public employees have larceny in their hearts, or they wouldn't be feeding at the public trough. These two facts are all you need. But be careful. A public employee, having no self-respect, needs and demands a show of public respect. I always pandered to this need, and the trip had been without incident. I didn't count the fact that the Nairobi Hilton blew up and burned a few minutes after I took the tube for Mombasa. It would have seemed downright paranoid to think that it had anything to do with me. I did get rid of 4 credit cards and a passport just after I heard about it, but I had intended to take that precaution anyhow. If the opposition wanted to cancel me, possible but unlikely, it would be swatting a fly with an axe to destroy a multi-million-crown property and kill or injure hundreds or thousands of others just to get me. Unprofessional. As may be, here I was at last in the Imperium. Another mission completed with only minor baubles. I exited at Lincoln Meadows while musing that I had garnered enough brownie points to wheedle the boss out of a few weeks R&R in New Zealand. My family, a 7S group, was in Christchurch. I had not seen them in months. High time. But in the meantime, I relished the cool, clean air and the rustic beauty of Illinois. It was not South Island, but it was the next best thing. They say these meadows used to be covered with dingy factories. Seems hard to believe. Today, the only building in sight from the station was the Avis livery stable across the street. At the hitching rail outside the station were 2 Avis rent-a-rigs, as well as the usual buggies and farm wagons. I was about to pick up one of the Avis nags when I recognized a rig just pulling in. a beautiful matched pair of bays hitched to a Lockheed Landau. "Uncle Jim! Over here, it's me!" The coachman touched his whip to the brim of his top hat, then brought his team to a halt so that the Landau was at the steps where I waited. He climbed down and took off his hat. "It's good to have you home, Miss Friday." I gave him a quick hug, which he endured patiently. Uncle Jim Prufit harbored strong notions of propriety. They say he was convicted of advocating papism. Some said that he was actually caught bare-handed celebrating Mass. Others said nonsense. He was infiltrating for the company and took a fall to protect others. Me? I don't know that much about politics, but I suppose a priest would have formal manners, whether he was a real one or a member of our trade. I could be wrong. I don't think I've ever seen a priest. As he handed me in, making me feel like a lady, I asked, "How did you happen to be here?" "The master sent me to meet you, miss." "He did? But I didn't let him know when I would arrive." I tried to think who, on my backtrack, could have been part of Boss's data net. "Sometimes I think the boss has a crystal ball." "It do seem like it, don't it?" Jim clucked to Gog and Magog, and we headed for the farm. I settled back and relaxed, listening to the homey, cheerful clomp-clomp of horses' hooves on dirt. I woke up as Jim turned into our gate and was wide awake by the time he pulled under the porte-cochere. I jumped down without waiting to be a lady and turned to thank Jim. They hit me from both sides. Dear old Uncle Jim did not warn me. He simply watched while they took me. 2. My own stupid fault. I was taught in basic that no place is ever totally safe, and that any place you habitually return to is your top danger spot, the place most likely for booby trap, ambush, stakeout. But apparently I had learned this only as a parrot wrote. As an old pro, I had ignored it, so it bit me. This rule is analogous to the fact that the person most likely to murder you is some member of your own family. And that grim statistic is ignored, too. It has to be. Live in fear of your own family? Better to be dead. My worst stupidity was to ignore a loud, clear, specific warning, not just a general principle. How had dear old Uncle Jim managed to meet my capsule, on the right day and almost to the minute? Crystal ball? Boss is smarter than the rest of us, but he does not use magic. I may be wrong, but I'm positive. If Boss had supernatural powers, he would not need the rest of us. I had not reported my movements to Boss. I didn't even tell him when I left L5. This is doctrine. He does not encourage us to check in every time we move, as he knows that a leak can be fatal. Even I didn't know that I was going to take that particular capsule until I took it. I had ordered breakfast in Hotel Seward's coffee shop, stood up without eating it, dropped some money on the counter. 3 minutes later, I was sealed into an express capsule. So how? Obviously, chopping off that tail at Kenya Beanstalk Station had not eliminated all tails on me. Either there had been a backup tail on the spot, or Mr. Belson, Beaumont, Bookman, Buchanan had been missed at once and replaced quickly. Possibly they had been with me all along, or perhaps what had happened to Belson had made them cautious about stepping on my heels. Or last night's sleep may have given them time to catch me. Which variant was immaterial. Shortly after I climbed into that capsule in Alaska, someone had phoned a message somewhat like this. Firefly to Dragonfly. Mosquito left here express capsule, International Corridor 9 minutes ago. Anchorage Traffic Control shows capsule program to sidetrack and open Lincoln Meadows, your time, 11:03. Or some such chatter. Some unfriendly had seen me enter that capsule and had phoned ahead. Otherwise, sweet old Jim would not have been able to meet me. Logic. Hindsight is wonderful. It shows you how you busted your skull. after you've busted it. But I made them pay for their drinks. If I had been smart, I would have surrendered once I saw that I was hopelessly outnumbered. But I'm not smart. I've already proved that. Better yet, I would have run like hell when Jim told me the boss had sent him, instead of climbing in and taking a nap for God's sake. I recall killing only one of them, possibly two. But why did they insist on doing it the hard way? They could have waited until I was inside and gassed me, or used a sleepy dart, or even a sticky rope. They had to take me alive. That was clear. Didn't they know that a field agent with my training when attacked goes automatically into overdrive? Maybe I'm not the only stupid. But why waste time by raping me? This whole operation had amateurish touches. No professional group used either beating or rape before interrogation today. There is no profit in it. Any professional is trained to cope with either or both. For rape, she, or he, I hear it's worse for males, can either detach the mind and wait for it to be over, or, advanced training, emulate the ancient Chinese adage. Or, in place of method A or B, or combined with B if the agent's histrionic ability is up to it, the victim can treat rape as an opportunity to gain an edge over her captors. I'm no great shakes as an actress, but I try, and while it has never enabled me to turn the tables on unfriendlies, at least once it kept me alive. This time, Method C did not affect the outcome, but did cause a little healthy dissension. 4 of them, my estimate from touch and body odors, had me in one of the upstairs bedrooms. It may have been my own room, but I could not be certain, as I had been unconscious for a while and was now dressed, solely, in adhesive tape over my eyes. They had me on a mattress on the floor, a gangbang with minor sadism, which I ignored, being very busy with Method C. In my mind, I called them Straw Boss, seemed to be in charge, Rocks, they called him that, rocks in his head probably, Shorty, take that either way, and the other one, as he did not have distinctive characteristics. I worked on all of them, method acting, of course, reluctant, have to be forced, then gradually your passion overcomes you. You just can't help yourself. Any man will believe that routine. They are suckers for it. But I worked especially hard on Straw Boss, as I hoped to achieve the status of teacher's pet or some such. Straw Boss wasn't so bad. Methods B and C combine nicely. But I worked hardest on Rocks, because with him it had to be C combined with A. His breath was so foul. He wasn't too clean in other ways, too. It took great effort to ignore it and make my responses flattering to his macho ego. After he became flaccid, he said, "Mac, we're wasting our time. This slut enjoys it." "So get out of the way and give the kid another chance. He's ready." "Not yet. I'm going to slap her around. Make her take us seriously." He let me have a big one, left side of my face. I yelped. "Cut that out!" Straw Boss's voice. "Who says so? Mac, you're getting too big for your britches." "I say so." It was a new voice, very loud, amplified, from the sound system speaker in the ceiling, no doubt. "Rocky, Mac is your squad leader, you know that. Mac, send Rocky to me. I want a word with him." "Major, I was just trying to help." "You heard the man, Rocks," Straw Boss said quietly. "Grab your pants and get moving." Suddenly the man's weight was no longer on me, and his stinking breath was no longer in my face. Happiness is relative. The voice in the ceiling spoke again. "Mac, is it true that Miss Friday simply enjoys the little ceremony we arranged for her?" "It's possible, Major," Straw Boss said slowly. "She does act like it." "How about it, Friday? Is this the way you get your kicks?" I didn't answer his question. Instead, I discussed him and his family in detail, with the special attention to his mother and sister. If I had told him the truth, that Straw Boss would be rather pleasant under other circumstances, that Shorty and the other man did not matter one way or another, but that Rox was an utter slob whom I would cancel at the first opportunity, it would have blown Method C. "The same to you, sweetie," the voice answered cheerfully. "I hate to disappoint you, but I'm a creche baby. Not even a wife, much less a mother or sister. Mac, put the cuffs on her and throw a blanket over her, but don't give her a shot. I'll be talking to her later." Amateur. My boss would never have alerted a prisoner to expect interrogation. "Hey, creche baby." "Yes, dear." I accused him of a vice not requiring a mother or a sister, but anatomically possible, so I'm told, for some males. The voice answered, "Every night, hun. It's very soothing." So mark one up for the major. I decided that, with training, he could have been a pro. Nevertheless, he was a bloody amateur, and I didn't respect him. He had wasted one, maybe two of his ables, caused me unnecessarily to suffer bruises, contusions, and multiple personal indignities, even heartbreaking ones had I been an untrained female, and had wasted 2 hours or more. If my boss had been doing it, the prisoner would have spilled his or her guts at once and spent those 2 hours spouting her fullest memoirs into a recorder. Straw Boss even took the trouble to police me, led me into the bathroom and waited quietly while I peed without making a production of it. And that was amateurish, too. As a useful technique of the cumulative sort, in interrogating an amateur, not a pro, is to force him or her to break toilet training. If she has been protected from the harsher things in life, or if he suffers from excessive amour-propre, as most males do, it is at least as effective as pain, and potentiates either with pain or with other humiliations. I don't think Mac knew this. I figured him for basically a decent soul, despite his taste for... No, aside from his taste for a bit of rape, a taste common to most males, according to the Kinseys. Somebody had put the mattress back on the bed. Mac guided me to it, told me to lie on my back with my arms out. Then he cuffed me to the legs of the bed, using 2 pairs. They weren't the peace officer type, but special ones, velvet-lined, the sort of junk used by idiots for SM games. I wondered who the pervert was. The major? Mac made sure that they were secure but not too tight, then gently spread a blanket over me. I would not have been surprised had he kissed me goodnight, but he did not. He left quietly. Had he kissed me, would Method C call for returning it in full? Or turning my face and trying to refuse it? A nice question. Method C is based on, I just can't help myself, and requires precise judgment as to when and how much enthusiasm to show. If the rapist suspects the victim of faking, she has lost the ploy. I had just decided, somewhat regretfully, that this hypothetical kiss should have been refused, when I fell asleep. I was not allowed enough sleep. I was exhausted from all the things that had happened to me, and had sunk into deep sleep, soggy with it, when I was roused by a slap. Not Mac. Rox, of course. Not as hard as he had hit me earlier, but totally unnecessary. It seemed to me that he blamed me for whatever disciplining he had received from the major, and I promised myself that, when time came to cancel him, I would do it slowly. I heard Shorty say, "Max said not to hit her." "I didn't hit her. That was just a love tap to wake her up. Shut up and mind your own business. Stand clear and keep your gun on her." "On her, you idiot, not on me." They took me down into the basement and into one of our own interrogation chambers. Shorty and Rox left. I think that Shorty left, and I know that Rox did. His stink went away. And an interrogation team took over. I don't know who or how many, as not one of them ever said a word. The only voice was the one I thought of as the Major. It seemed to be coming through a speaker. "Good morning, Miss Friday." "Morning?" It seemed unlikely. "Howdy, Crush Baby." "I'm glad that you are in fine fettle, dear, as this session is likely to prove long and tiring, even unpleasant. I want to know all about you, love." "Fire away. What will you have first?" "Tell me about this trip you just made. Every tiny detail. And outline this organization you belong to. I might as well tell you that we already know a great deal about it, so if you lie, I will know it. Not even a little white fib, dear, for I will know it, and what happens then I will regret, but you will regret it far more." "Oh, I won't lie to you. Is a recorder running? This'll take a long time." "A recorder is running." "Okay." For 3 hours, I spilled my guts. This was according to doctrine. My boss knows that 99 out of 100 will crack under sufficient pain, that almost that percentage will crack under long interrogation combined with nothing more than raw fatigue. But only Buddha himself can resist certain drugs. Since he does not expect miracles and hates to waste agents, standard doctrine is, if they grab you, sing. So he makes sure that a field operative never knows anything critical. A courier never knows what she is carrying. I know nothing about policy. I don't know my boss's name. I'm not sure whether we are a government agency or an arm of one of the multinationals. I do know where the farm is, but so do many other people. And it was, very well defended. Other places I have visited only via closed, authorized power vehicles. An APV took me, for example, to a practice area that may be the far end of the farm. Or not. "Major, how did you crack this place? It was pretty strongly defended." I asked the questions, bright eyes. Let's have that part again about how you were followed out of the beanstalk capsule. After a long time of this, when I had told all I knew and was repeating myself, the Major stopped me. "Dear, you tell a very convincing story, and I don't believe more than every third word. Let's start Procedure B." Somebody grabbed my left arm, and a needle went in. Babble juice. I hope these frimping amateurs weren't as clumsy with it as they were in some other ways. You can get very dead in a hurry with an overdose. "Major, I'd better sit down." "Put her in a chair." Somebody did so. For the next 1,000 years, I did my best to tell exactly the same story, no matter how bleary I felt. At some point, I fell off the chair. They didn't stick me back onto it, but stretched me on the cold concrete instead. I went on babbling. Some silly time later, I was given some other shot. It made my teeth ache, and my eyeballs felt hot, but it snapped me awake. "Miss Friday?" "Yes, sir?" "Are you awake now?" "I think so." "My dear, I think you have been most carefully indoctrinated under hypnosis to tell the same story under drugs that you tell so well without drugs. It's too bad, as I must now use another method. Can you stand up?" "I think so. I can try." "Stand her up. Don't let her fall." Some two, did so. I wasn't steady, but they held me. Start Procedure C, Item 5. Someone stomped a heavy boot on my bare toes. I screamed. Look, you, if you are ever questioned under pain, do scream. The Iron Man routine just makes them worse, and it worse. Take it from one who's been there. Scream your head off and crack as fast as possible. I am not going to give details of what happened during the following endless time. If you have any imagination, it would nauseate you, and to tell it makes me want to throw up. I did several times. I passed out, too. But they kept reviving me, and the voice kept on asking questions. Apparently, the time came when reviving didn't work, for the next thing I knew I was back in bed. The same bed, I suppose, and again handcuffed to it. I hurt all over. That voice again, right above my head. Miss Friday. What the hell do you want? Nothing. If it's any consolation to you, dear girl, you're the only subject I have ever questioned that I could not get the truth out of eventually. Go soothe yourself. Good night, dear. The bloody amateur. Every word I had said to him was the naked truth. 3. Someone came in and gave me another hypodermic shot. Presently the pain went away and I slept. I think I slept a long time. I either had confused dreams or half-awake periods, or both. Some of it had to be dreams. Dogs do talk, many of them, but they don't lecture on the rights of living artifacts, do they? Sounds of a ruckus and people running up and down may have been real, but it felt like a nightmare because I tried to get out of bed and discovered that I couldn't lift my head, much less get up and join the fun. There came a time when I decided that I really was awake, because cuffs no longer bothered my wrists, and sticky tape was no longer across my eyes. But I didn't jump up or even open my eyes. I knew that the first few seconds after I opened my eyes might be the best, and possibly the only chance I would have to escape. I twitched muscles without moving. Everything seemed to be under control, although I was more than a little sore here and there and several other places. Clothes? Forget them. Not only did I have no idea where my clothes might be, but also there is no time to stop to dress when you are running for your life. Now to plan. There didn't seem to be anyone in this room. Was anyone on the floor? Hold still and listen. If and when I was fairly sure I was alone on this floor, get noiselessly out of bed and up the stairs like a mouse, on past the third floor into the attic, and hide. Wait for dark. Out an attic gable, down the roof and the back wall, and into the woods. If I reached the woods back of the house, they would never catch me. But until I did, I would be an easy target. The chances? 1 in 9. Perhaps 1 in 7 if I got really cranked up. The weakest spot in a poor plan was the high probability of being spotted before I was clear of the house. Because if I was spotted, when I was spotted, I would not only have to kill, but I would have to be utterly quiet in doing so. Because the alternative was to wait until they terminated me, which would be shortly after the Major decided that there was no more to be squeezed out of me. Clumsy as these goons were, they were not so stupid, or the Major was not so stupid, as to let a witness who had been tortured and raped stay alive. I stretched my ears in all directions and listened. Nothing was stirring, not even a mouse. No point in waiting. Every moment I delayed brought that much closer the time when someone would be stirring. I opened my eyes. Awake, I see. Good. Boss? Where am I? What a time-ridden cliché. Friday, you can do better than that. Back up and try again. I looked around me. A bedroom, possibly a hospital room. No windows, no glare lighting. A characteristic grave-like silence enhanced rather than broken by the softest of ventilation sighing. I looked back at Boss. He was a welcome sight. Same old unstylish eye patch. Why wouldn't he take time to have that eye regenerated? His canes were leaning against a table, in reach. He was wearing his usual sloppy raw silk suit, a cut that looked like badly tailored pajamas. I was awfully glad to see him. I still want to know where I am, and how, and why. Somewhere underground, surely, but where? Underground, surely, quite a few meters. Where, you will be told when you need to know, or at least how to get to and from. That was the shortcoming of our farm. A pleasant place, but too many people knew its location. Why is obvious. How can wait. Report. Boss, you're the most exasperating man I have ever met. Long practice. Report. And your father met your mother at a swing ding, and he didn't take off his hat? They met at a Baptist Sunday school picnic, and both of them believed in the tooth fairy. Report. Dirty ears. Snot. The trip to L5 was without incident. I found Mr. Mortensen and delivered to him the contents of my trick belly button. Routine was interrupted by a most unusual factor. The space city was experiencing an epidemic of respiratory disorder, etiology unknown, and I contracted it. Mr. Mortensen was most kind. He kept me at home, and his wives nursed me with great skill and tender, loving care. Boss, I want them compensated. Noted. Continue. I was out of my silly head most of the time. That is why I ran a week behind schedule. But once I felt like traveling, I was able to leave at once, as Mr. Mortensen told me that I was already carrying the item he had for you. How, boss? My navel pouch again? Yes and no. That's a hell of an answer. Your artificial pochette was used. I thought so. Despite the fact that there aren't supposed to be any nerve endings there, I can feel something. Pressure, maybe, when it's loaded. I pressed on my belly around my navel and tightened my belly muscles. Hey, it's empty. You unloaded it? No, our antagonists did so. Then I failed. Oh, God, boss, this is awful. No, he said gently. You succeeded. In the face of great danger and monumental obstacles, you succeeded perfectly. I did? Ever had the Victoria Cross pinned on you? Boss, cut the double talk and draw me a diagram. I will. But maybe I had better draw a diagram first. I have a possum pouch, created by plastic surgery, behind my belly button. It isn't large, but you can crowd one whale of a lot of microfilm into a space of about 1 cubic centimeter. You can't see it because the sphincter valve that serves it holds the navel scar closed. My belly button looks normal. Unbiased judges tell me that I have a pretty belly and a sightly navel, which, in some important ways, is better than having a pretty face, which I don't have. The sphincter is synthetic silicone elastomer that holds the navel tight at all times, even if I am unconscious. This is necessary, as there are no nerves there to give voluntary control of contraction and relaxation, such as is possible with the anal, vaginal, and, for some people, throat sphincters. To load the pouch, use a dab of KY jelly or other non-petroleum lubricant, and push it in by thumb. No sharp corners, please. To unload it, I take the fingers of both hands and pull the artificial sphincter open as much as I can. Then press hard with my abdominal muscles, and it pops right out. The art of smuggling things in the human body has a long history. The classic ways are in the mouth, in the nasal sinuses, in the stomach, the gut, the rectum, vagina, bladder, eye socket of a missing eye, ear canal, and exotic and not very useful methods, including tattoos sometimes covered with hair. Every one of the classic ways is known to every customs officer and every special agent, public or private, the world round, Luna, space cities, other planets, and anywhere men have reached. So forget them. The only classic method that can still beat a pro is the purloined letter. But the purloined letter is high art indeed, and, even when used perfectly, it should be planted on an innocent who can't give it away under drugs. Take a look at the next 1,000 belly buttons you encounter socially. Now that my pouch has been compromised, it is possible that 1 or 2 will conceal surgically in placed hideaways like mine. You can expect a spate of them soon, so no more will be emplaced, as any novelty in smuggling becomes useless once the word gets around. In the meantime, customs officers are going to be poking rude fingers into belly buttons. I hope a lot of those officers get poked in the eye by angry victims. Navels tend to be sensitive and ticklish. Friday. The weak point of that pochette in you has always been that any skilled interrogation, or clumsy or rough interrogation using drugs, could force you to mention its existence. Must have been after they shot me with babble juice. I don't recall mentioning it. Probably. Or word may have come to them through other channels, as several people know of it. You, me, 3 nurses, 2 surgeons, 1 anesthesiologist, possibly others. Too many. No matter how our antagonists knew, they did remove what you were carrying there. But don't look glum. What they received was a very long list reduced to microfilm of all the restaurants listed in a 1928 telephone book of the former city of New York. No doubt there is a computer somewhere working on this list right now, attempting to break the code concealed in it, which will take a long time, as there is no code concealed in it. A dummy load. Sense-free. And for this, I have to chase all the way to L5, eat scummy food, get sick on the beanstalk, and be buggered about by brutal bastards? Sorry about the last Friday, but do you think I would risk the life of my most skillful agent on a useless mission? See why I work for the arrogant bastard? Flattery will get you anywhere. Sorry, sir. Check your appendectomy scar. Huh? I reached under the sheet and felt it, then flipped the sheet back and looked at it. What the hell? The incision was less than 2 centimeters, and straight through the scar. No muscle tissue was disturbed. The item was withdrawn about 24 hours ago by reopening the same incision. With the accelerated repair methods that were used on you, I'm told that in 2 more days you will not be able to find the new scar in the old. But I'm very glad that the Mortensons took such good care of you, as I am sure that the artificial symptoms induced in you to cover what had to be done to you were not pleasant. By the way, there really is a catarrhal fever epidemic there. Fortuitous window dressing. Boss paused. I stubbornly refused to ask him what I was carrying. He would not have told me anyhow. Shortly he added, "You were telling me about your trip home." The trip down was without incident. Boss, the next time you send me into space, I want to go first class, in an anti-grav ship, not via that silly Indian rope trick. Engineering analysis shows that a skyhook is safer than any ship. The Keto cable was lost through sabotage, not material failure. Stingy. I don't intend to bind the mouths of the kine. You may use antigrav from here on if circumstances and timing permit. This time, there were reasons to use the Kenya beanstalk. Maybe so, but someone tailed me out of the beanstalk capsule. As soon as we were alone, I killed him. I paused. Someday, I am going to cause his face to register surprise. I retackled the subject diagonally. Boss, I need a refresher course with some careful reorientation. Really? To what end? My kill reflex is too fast. I don't discriminate. That bloke hadn't done anything to rate killing. Surely he was tailing me, but I should either have shaken him there in Nairobi, or at most knocked him cold and placed him on ice while I went elsewhere. We'll discuss your possible need later. Continue. I told him about the public eye and the Belson's quadruple identity, and how I had sent them to the 4 winds. Then I outlined my trip home. He checked me. You did not mention the destruction of that hotel in Nairobi. Huh? But boss, that had nothing to do with me. I was halfway to Mombasa. My dear Friday, you are too modest. A large number of people and a huge amount of money have gone into trying to keep you from completing your mission, including a last-ditch attempt at our former farm. You may assume, as least hypothesis, that the bombing of the Hilton had as its sole purpose killing you. Boss, apparently you knew that it would be this rough. Couldn't you have warned me? Would you have been more alert, more resolute had I filled your mind with vague warnings of unknown dangers? Woman, you made no mistakes." "Hell, I didn't. Uncle Jim met my capsule when he should not have known the time I would arrive. That should have set off every alarm in my head. The instant I laid eyes on him, I should have dived back down the hole and taken any capsule anywhere." "Whereupon it would have been extremely difficult for us to achieve rendezvous, which would have aborted your mission as thoroughly as losing what you carried. My child, if affairs had gone smoothly, Jim would have met you at my behest. You underestimate my intelligence net, as well as the effort we put into trying to watch over you. But I did not send Jim to get you because at that moment I was running. Hobbling, to be precise. Hurrying. Trying to escape. I assume that Jim took the ETA message himself, from our man, or that of our antagonist, or possibly from both." "Boss, if I had known it at the time, I would have fed Jim to his horses. I was fond of him. When the time comes, I want to cancel him myself. He's mine." "Friday, in our profession it is undesirable to hold grudges." "I don't hold many, but Uncle Jim is special. And there is another case I want to handle myself, but I'll argue with you later. Say, is it true that Uncle Jim used to be a Papist priest?" Boss almost looked surprised.
"Where did you hear that nonsense?"
"Around and about. Gossip."
"Human. All too human. Gossip is a vice. Let me settle it. Prufit was a con man. I met him in prison, where he did something for me, important enough that I made a place for him in our organization. My mistake, my inexcusable mistake, as a con man never stops being a con man. He can't. But I suffered from a will to believe, a defect of character that I thought I had rooted out. I was mistaken. Continue, please."
I told Boss how they had grabbed me. 5 of them, I think. Possibly only 4.
6, I believe.
Descriptions? None, Boss. I was too busy. Well, 1. I had one sharp look at him just as I killed him. About 175 tall, weight around 75 or 6, age near 35, blondish, smooth shaver, Slavic. But he was the only one my eye photographed, because he held still. Involuntarily, as his neck snapped.
"Was the other one you killed blonde or brunette?"
"Belson? Brunette."
"No, at the farm. Never mind. You killed 2 and injured 3 before they piled enough bodies on you to hold you down by sheer weight. A credit to your instructor, let me add. In escaping, we had not been able to thin them down enough to keep them from taking you. But, in my opinion, you won the battle in which we recaptured you, by your having earlier taken out so many of their effectives. Even though you were chained up and unconscious at the time, you won the final fracas. Go on, please."
"That about wraps it up, Boss. A gang rape next, followed by interrogation, direct, then under drugs, then under pain."
"I'm sorry about the rape, Friday. The usual bonuses. You'll find them enhanced, as I judge the circumstances to have been unusually offensive."
"Oh, not that bad. I'm hardly a twittering virgin. I can recall social occasions that were almost as unpleasant. Except one man. I don't know his face, but I can identify him. I want him. I want him as badly as I want Uncle Jim. Worse, maybe, as I want to punish him a bit before I let him die."
"I can only repeat what I said earlier. For us, personal grudges are a mistake. They reduce survival probability."
"I'll risk it for this bucko. Boss, I don't hold the rape qua rape against him. They were ordered to rape me under the silly theory that it would soften me up for interrogation. But the scum should bathe, and he should have his teeth fixed, and he should brush them and use a mouthwash. And somebody must tell him that it is not polite to slap a woman with whom he has copulated. I don't know his face, but I know his voice, and his odor, and his build, and his nickname. Rocks, or Rocky."
"Jeremy Rockford."
"Huh, you know him? Where is he?"
I once knew him, and I recently had one clear look at him, enough to be sure. Requiescat in pace.
Really? Oh, hell. I hope he didn't die quietly.
He did not die quietly, Friday. I have not told you all that I know.
You never do.
Because I wanted your report first. Their assault on the farm succeeded because Jim Prufit had cut all power just before they hit us. This left us nothing but hand weapons for the few who wear arms at the farm, only bare hands for most of us. I ordered evacuation, and most of us escaped through a tunnel prepared and concealed when the house was rebuilt. I am sorry and proud to say that 3 of our best, the 3 who were armed when we were hit, elected to play Horatius at the bridge. I knew that they died, as I kept the tunnel open until I could tell by the sounds that it had been entered by the raiders. Then I blasted it. It took some hours to round up enough people and to mount our counterattack, especially in arranging for enough authorized power vehicles. While we conceivably could have attacked on foot, we had to have at least 1 APV as ambulance for you.
How did you know I was alive?
The same way I knew that the escape tunnel had been entered, and not by our rear guard. Remote pickups. Friday. Everything that was done to you and by you, everything you said and was said to you was monitored and recorded. I was unable to monitor in person, busy preparing the counterattack, but the essential parts were played for me as time permitted. Let me add that I am proud of you. By knowing which pickups recorded what, we knew where they were holding you. The fact that you were cuffed, how many were in the house, where they were, when they settled down, and who stayed awake. By relay to the command APV, I knew the situation in the house right to the moment of attack. We hit. They hit, I mean. Our people hit. I don't lead attacks hobbling on these 2 sticks. I wield the baton. Our people hit the house, were inside, the designated 4 picked you up, one armed only with a bolt cutter. And all were out in 3 minutes 11 seconds. Then we set fire to it.
Boss, your lovely farmhouse?
When a ship is sinking, one does not worry about the dining room linens. We can never use the farm again. Burning the house destroyed many awkward records, and many secret and quasi-secret items of equipment. But most compelling, burning the house gave us a quick clean-up of the parties who had compromised its secrets. Our cordon was in place before we used incendiaries. Then each one was shot as he attempted to come out. That was when I saw your acquaintance, Jeremy Rockford. He was burned in the leg as he came out the east door. He stumbled back in, changed his mind and tried again to escape, fell, and was trapped. From the sounds he made, I can assure you that he did not die quietly.
Ugh. Boss, when I said that I wanted to punish him before I killed him, I didn't mean anything as horrible as burning him to death.
Had he not behaved like a horse running back into a burning barn, he would have died as the others did, quickly, from laser beam, shot on sight, for we took no prisoners.
Not even for interrogation?
Not correct doctrine, I so stipulate. But Friday, my dear, you are unaware of the emotional atmosphere. All had heard the tapes, at least of the rape and of your 3rd interrogation, the torture. Our lads and lassies would not have taken prisoners even if I had so ordered, but I did not attempt to. I want you to know that you are held in high esteem by your colleagues, including the many who have never met you, and whom you are unlikely ever to meet.
Boss reached for his canes, struggled to his feet.
I'm 7 minutes over the time your physician told me I could visit. We'll talk tomorrow. You are to rest now. A nurse will be in to put you to sleep. Sleep and get well.
I had a few minutes to myself. I spent them in a warm glow. High esteem. When you have never belonged and can never really belong, words like that mean everything. They warmed me so much that I didn't mind not being human. 4. Someday I'm going to win an argument with Boss. But don't hold your breath. There were days when I did not lose arguments with him. The days he did not visit me. It started with a difference of opinion over how long I was going to have to remain in therapy. I felt ready to go home or back to duty, either one, after 4 days. While I didn't want to get into a dockside fight just yet, I could take light duty. Or a trip to New Zealand, my first choice. All my hurts were repairing. They hadn't been all that much. Lots of burns, 4 broken ribs, simple fractures, left tibia and fibula, multiple compound fractures of the bones of my right foot and 3 toes of my left, a hairline skull fracture without complications, and, messy but least disabling, somebody had sawed off my right nipple. The last item and the burns and the broken toes were all that I recalled. The others must have happened while I was distracted by other matters. Boss said, "Friday, you know that it will take at least 6 weeks to regenerate that missing nipple. But plastic surgery for a simple cosmetic job would heal in a week. Dr. Krasny told me so."
Young woman, when anyone in this organization is maimed in line of duty, she will be restored as perfectly as therapeutic art can achieve. In addition to that, our permanent policy, in your case there is another reason, compelling and sufficient. We each have a moral obligation to conserve and preserve beauty in this world. There is none to waste. You have an unusually comely body. Damage to it is deplorable. It must be repaired.
Cosmetic surgery is all right, I said so. But I don't expect to have milk in these jugs, and anybody in bed with me won't care.
Friday, you may have convinced yourself that you will never have need to lactate, but aesthetically a functional breast is very different from a surgically shaped imitation. That hypothetical bedmaid might not know, but you would know, and I would know. No, my dear, you will be restored to your former perfection.
Huh. When are you going to get that eye regenerated?
Don't be rude, child. In my case, no aesthetic issue obtains.
So I got my tit back as good as ever, or maybe better. The next argument was over the retraining I felt I needed to correct my hair trigger kill reflex. When I brought up that matter again, Boss looked as if he had just bitten into something nasty.
Friday, I do not recall that you have ever made a kill that turned out to be a mistake. Have you made any kills of which I am unaware?
No, I said hastily. I never killed anybody until I went to work for you, and I haven't made any that I didn't report to you.
In that case, all of your killings have been in self-defense.
All but that Belson character. That wasn't self-defense. He never laid a finger on me.
Beaumont. At least that was the name he usually used. Self-defense sometimes must take the form of do unto others what they would do unto you, but do it first. De Camp, I believe, or some other 20th century school of pessimistic philosophers. I'll call up Beaumont's dossier so that you may see for yourself that he belonged on everyone's better dead list.
Don't bother. Once I looked into his pouch, I knew that he wasn't following me to kiss me. But that was afterward. Boss took several seconds to answer, far beyond his wont.
Friday, do you want to change tracks and become a hatchet man?
My chin dropped and my eyes widened. That was all the answer I made.
I didn't intend to frighten you off the nest, Boss said dryly. You will have deduced that this organization includes assassins. I don't want to lose you as a courier. You're my best. But we always need skilled assassins as their attrition rate is high. However, there is this major difference between a courier and an assassin. A courier kills only in self-defense and often by reflex, and, I concede, always with some possibility of error, as not all couriers have your supreme talent for instantly integrating all factors and reaching a necessary conclusion.
Huh!
You heard me correctly. Friday, One of your weaknesses is that you lack appropriate conceit. An honorable hatchet man does not kill by reflex. He kills by planned intent. If the plan goes so far wrong that he needs to use self-defense, he is almost certain to become a statistic. In his planned killings, he always knows why and agrees with the necessity, or I won't send him out. Planned killing? Murder by definition. Get up in the morning, eat a hearty breakfast, then keep rendezvous with your victim. Cut him down in cold blood? Eat dinner and sleep soundly? Boss, I don't think it is my sort of work. I'm not sure that you have the temperament for it, but for the nonce, keep an open mind. I am not sanguine about the possibility of slowing down your defense reflex. Moreover, I can assure you that, if we attempt to retrain you in the way that you ask, I will not again use you as a courier. No, risking your life is your business, when on your own time, but your missions are always critical. I won't use a courier whose fine edge has been deliberately blunted. Boss did not convince me, but he made me unsure of myself. When I told him again that I was not interested in becoming a hatchet man, he did not appear to listen. Just said something about getting me something to read. I expected it, whatever, to show up on the room's terminal. Instead, about 20 minutes after he left me, a youngster, well, younger than I am, showed up with a book. A bound book with paper pages. It had a serial number on it and was stamped Eyes Only and Need to Know Required and Top Secret Special Blue Clearance. I looked at it, as anxious to handle it as a snake. Is this for me? I think there has been a mistake. The old man does not make mistakes. Just sign the receipt. I made him wait while I read the fine print. This bit about never out of my sight? I sleep now and then. Call archives. As for the classified documents clerk, that's me, and I'll be here on the bounce. But try not to go to sleep until I get here. Try hard. Okay. I signed the receipt, looked up, and found him staring with bright-eyed interest. What are you staring at? Miss Friday, you're pretty. I never know what to say to that sort of thing, since I'm not. I shape up all right, surely, but I was fully clothed. How did you know my name? Why, everybody knows who you are, you know? 2 weeks ago at the farm? You were there. Oh, yes, I was there, but I don't remember it. I sure do. His eyes were shining. It's the only time I've had a chance to be part of a combat operation. I'm glad I had a piece of it. What do you do? I took his hand, pulled him closer to me, took his face in both my hands, kissed him carefully, about halfway between warm sisterly and let's do it. Maybe protocol called for something stronger, but he was on duty and I was still on the disabled list. Not fair to make implied promises that can't be kept, especially to youngsters with stars in their eyes. Thank you for rescuing me, I said to him soberly before letting go of his cheeks. The dear thing blushed, but he seemed very pleased. I stayed up so late reading that book that the night nurse scolded me. However, nurses need something to scold about now and then. I'm not going to quote from the incredible document, but listen to these subjects. Title first. The Only Deadly Weapon. Then. Assassination as a Fine Art. Assassination as a Political Tool. Assassination for Profit. Assassins Who Changed History. The Society for Creative Euthanasia. The Canons of the Professional Assassins Guild. Amateur assassins. Should they be exterminated? Honorable hatchet men. Some case histories. Extreme prejudice. Wet work. Are euphemisms necessary? Seminar working papers. Techniques and tools. Phew! There was no good reason for my reading all of it. But I did. It had an unholy fascination. Dirty.
I resolved never to mention the possibility of changing tracks and not to bring up retraining again. Let Boss bring it up himself if he wanted to discuss it. I punched the terminal, got archives, and stated that I needed the classified documents clerk to accept custody of classified item number such and please bring my receipt. "Right away, Miss Friday," a woman answered. Notoriety. I waited with considerable unease for that youngster to show up. I am ashamed to say that this poisonous book had had a most unfortunate effect on me. It was the middle of the night, early morning. The place was dead quiet. And if the dear thing laid a hand on me, I was awfully likely to forget that I was technically an invalid. I needed a chastity girdle with a big padlock. But it was not he. The sweet youngster had gone off duty. The person who showed up with my receipt was the older woman who had answered me on the terminal. I felt both relief and disappointment, and chagrin that I felt disappointed. Does convalescence make everybody irresponsibly horny? Do hospitals have a discipline problem? I have not been ill often enough to know. The night clerk swapped my receipt for the book, then surprised me with, "Don't I get a kiss, too?" "Oh, were you there?" "Any warm body, dear. We were awfully short of effectives that night. I'm not the world's greatest, but I had basic training like anyone else. Yes, I was there. Wouldn't have missed it." I said, "Thank you for rescuing me," and kissed her. I tried to make this simply a symbol, but she took charge and controlled what sort of bus it would be. Rough and rugged, namely. She was telling me clearer than words that any time I wanted to work the other side of the street, she would be waiting. What do you do? There seems to be human situations for which there are no established protocols. I had just acknowledged that she had risked her life to save mine. Precisely that, as that rescue raid was not the piece of cake that Boss's account made it appear to be. Boss's habitual understatement is such that he would describe the total destruction of Seattle as a seismic disturbance. Having thanked her for my life, how could I snub her? I could not. I let my half of the kiss answer her wordless message, with my fingers crossed that I would never have to keep the implied promise. Presently she broke the kiss, but remained holding on to me. "Dearie," she said, "want to know something? Do you remember how you told off that slob they called the Major?" "I remember." "There's a bootleg piece of tape floating around of that one sequence. What you said to him and how you said it is highly admired by one and all, especially me." "That's interesting. Are you the little gremlin who copied that piece of tape?" "Why, how could you think such a thing?" She grinned. "Do you mind?" I thought it over for all of 3 milliseconds. No. If the people who rescued me enjoy hearing what I told that bastard, I don't mind their listening to it. But I don't talk that way ordinarily. Nobody thinks you do. She gave me a quick peck. But you did so when it was needed, and you made every woman in the company proud of you. And our men, too. She didn't seem disposed to let go of me, but the night nurse showed up then and told me firmly to go to bed, and she was going to give me a sleepy time shot. I made only the usual formal protest. The clerk said, "Hi, Goldie. Night. Night, dear." She left. Goldie, not her name, bottle blonde, said, "Want it in your arm or in your leg? Don't mind Anna, she's harmless." "She's all right." It occurred to me that Goldie probably could monitor both sight and sound. Probably? Certainly. "Were you there at the farm when the house was burned?" "Not while the house was burning. I was in the APV, taking you here as fast as we could float it. You were a sad sight, Miss Friday." "I'll bet I was. Thanks. Goldie, will you kiss me goodnight?" Her kiss was warm and undemanding. I found out later that she was one of the 4 who made the run upstairs to grab me back. One man carrying big bolt cutters, 2 armed and firing, and Goldie carrying unassisted a stretcher basket. But she never mentioned it, then or later. I remember that convalescence as the first time in my life except for vacations in Christchurch, when I was quietly, warmly happy, every day, every night. Why? Because I belonged. Of course, as anyone could guess from this account, I had passed years earlier. I no longer carried an ID with a big L.A. or even AP printed across it. I could walk into a washroom and not be told to use the end stall. But a phony ID and a fake family tree do not keep you warm. They just keep you from being hassled and discriminated against. You are still aware that there isn't any nation anywhere that considers your sort fit for citizenship. And there are lots of places that would deport you, or even kill you, or sell you, if your cover-up ever slipped. An artificial person misses not having a family tree much more than you might think. Where were you born? Well, I wasn't born exactly. I was designed in Tri-University Life Engineering Laboratory, Detroit. Oh, really? My inception was formulated by Mendelian Associates, Zurich. Wonderful small talk, that. You'll never hear it. It does not stand up well against ancestors on the Mayflower or in the Doomsday Book. My records, or one set, show that I was born in Seattle, a destroyed city being a swell place for missing records. A great place to lose your next of kin, too. Since I was never in Seattle, I have studied very carefully all the records and pictures I could find. An honest-to-goodness native of Seattle can't trip me. I think. Or not yet. But what they gave me while I was recovering from that silly rape and the not-so-funny interrogation was not phony at all, and I did not have to worry about keeping my lies straight. Not just Goldie and Anna and the youngster Terrence, but over 24 more before Dr. Krasny discharged me. Those were just the ones I came into contact with. There were more on that raid. I don't know how many. Boss's standing doctrine kept members of his organization from meeting each other, save when their duties necessarily brought them together. Just as he firmly snubbed questions. You cannot let slip secrets you do not know, and you cannot betray a person whose very existence is unknown to you. But Boss did not have rules just for the sake of rules. Once having met a colleague through duty, one could continue the contact socially. Boss did not encourage such fraternizing, but he was no fool, and did not try to forbid it. In consequence, Anna often called on me in the late evening just before she went on duty. She never did try to collect her pound of flesh. There wasn't much opportunity, but we could have found one if we had tried. I didn't try to discourage her. Hell no. If she had ever presented the bill for collection, I would not only have paid cheerfully, but would have tried to convince her that it was my idea in the first place. But she didn't. I think she was like the sensitive and fairly rare male who never paws a woman when she doesn't want to be pawed. He can sense it and doesn't start. One evening, shortly before my discharge, I was feeling especially happy. I had acquired 2 new friends that day. Kissing friends. Persons who had fought in the raid that saved me. And I tried to explain to Anna why it meant so much to me, and found that I was starting to tell her how I was not quite what I seemed to be. She stopped me. "Friday, dear, listen to your big sister." Huh? Did I goof? Maybe you were about to. Remember the night we met? You returned through me a classified document? I have supreme top-secret clearance awarded to me by Mr. Toucane's years back. That book you returned is where I can get at it any time. But I have never opened it, and never will. The cover says "Need to Know," and I have never been told that I have need to know. You've read it, but I don't even know the title or the subject, just its number. Personnel matters are like that. There used to be an elite military outfit, a Foreign Legion, that boasted that a Legionnaire had no history before the day of his enlistment. Mr. Toucane's wants us to be like that. For example, if we were to recruit a living artifact, an artificial person, the personnel clerk would know it. I know, as I used to be personnel clerk. Records to forge, possibly some plastic surgery needed, In some cases, laboratory identifications to excise and then regenerate the area. When we got through with him, he would never again have to worry about a tap on the shoulder or being elbowed out of a queue. He could even marry and have children without worrying that someday it might cause trouble for his kids. He wouldn't have to worry about me either, as I have a trained forgettery. Now, dear, I don't know what you had on your mind, but if it is something you don't ordinarily tell people, don't tell me, or you'll hate yourself in the morning. No, I wouldn't. All right. If you still want to tell me a week from now, I'll listen. A deal? Anna was right. A week later, I felt no need to tell her. I'm 99% certain that she knew. Either way, it's well to be loved for yourself alone, by somebody who doesn't think that APs are monsters, subhuman. I don't know that any of the rest of my loving friends knew or guessed. I don't mean Boss. He knew, of course, but he wasn't a friend. He was Boss. It did not matter if my new friends learned that I wasn't human, because I had come to realize that they either didn't care or wouldn't care. All that mattered to them was whether or not you were part of Boss's outfit. One evening, Boss showed up, tapping his canes and waffling, with Goldie trailing him. He settled heavily into the visitor's chair, said to Goldie, "I won't need you, nurse, thank you." Then to me, "Take off your clothes." From any other man, that would be either offensive or welcome, depending. From Boss, it merely meant that he wanted my clothes off. Goldie took it that way, too, as she simply nodded and left. And Goldie is the sort of professional who would buck Shiva the Destroyer if he attempted to interfere with one of her patients. I took my clothes off quickly and waited. He looked me up and down. "They again match." "Seems so to me." "Dr. Krasny says that he ran a test for lactation function. Positive." "Yes, he pulled some stunt with my hormone balance and both of them leaked a little. Felt funny. Then he rebalanced and I dried up." Boss grunted. "Turn around. Show me the sole of your right foot. Now your left. Enough. Burn scars seem to be gone." "All that I can see. Doctor tells me the others have regenerated too. The itching has stopped, so they must be." "Put on your clothes. Dr. Krasny tells me that you are well." "If I were any weller, you would have to bleed me." "Well is an absolute. It has no comparative." "Okay, I'm well-est." "Impudence. Tomorrow morning you leave for refresher training. Be packed and ready by 0900. Since I arrived without even a happy smile, packing will take me 11 seconds. But I need a new ID, a new passport, a new credit card, and quite a bit of cash. All of which will be delivered to you before 0900. Because I'm not going for a refresher. I'm going to New Zealand. Boss, I've told you and told you. I'm overdue for R&R. And I figure that I rate some paid sick leave to compensate for time I've been laid up. You're a slave driver." "Friday, how many years will it take for you to learn that when I thwart one of your whims, I always have your welfare in mind, as well as the efficiency of the organization?" "Holly gee, great white father, I abase myself. And I'll send you a picture postcard from Wellington." "Of a pretty Maori, please. I've seen a geyser. Your refresher course will be tailored to fit your needs, and you will decide when it is complete. Although you are wellest, you need physical training of carefully increasing difficulty to get you back into that superb pitch of muscle tone and wind and reflex that is your birthright." "Birthright. Don't make jokes, boss. You have no talent for it. My mother was a test tube. My father was a knife." "You are being foolishly self-conscious over an impediment that was removed years ago." "Am I? The courts say I can't be a citizen. The churches say I don't have a soul. I'm not man born of woman, at least not in the eyes of the law." "The law is an ass. The records concerning your origin have been removed from the production laboratory's files, and a dummy set concerning an enhanced male AP was substituted." "You never told me that."
Until you displayed this neurotic weakness, I saw no need. But a deception of that nature should be made so airtight that it will utterly displace the truth. And so it has. If you attempted tomorrow to claim your true lineage, you would not be able to get any authority anywhere to agree with you. You may tell anyone, it doesn't matter. But, my dear, why are you so defensive? You are not only as human as Mother Eve, you are an enhanced human, as near perfect as your designers could manage. Why do you think I went out of my way to recruit you when you had no experience and no conscious interest in this profession? Why did I spend a small fortune educating and training you? Because I knew. I waited some years to be sure that you were indeed developing as your architects intended, then almost lost you when you suddenly dived off the map. He made a grimace that I think means a smile. You gave me trouble, girl. Now, about your training. Are you willing to listen? Yes, sir. I didn't try to tell him the laboratory creche. Human people think all creches are like those they've seen. I didn't tell him about the plastic spoon that was all I had to eat with until I was 10, because I didn't want to tell how. The first time I tried to use a fork, I stabbed my lip and made it bleed, and they laughed at me. It isn't any one thing. It's a million little things that are the difference between being reared as a human child and being raised as an animal. You'll be taking a bare hands combat refresher, but you are to work out only with your instructor. There are to be no blemishes on you when you visit your family in Christchurch. You will receive advanced training in hand weapons, including some you may never have heard of. If you change tracks, you will need this. Boss, I'm not going to become an assassin. You need it anyhow. There are times when a courier can carry weapons, and she must have every edge possible. Friday, don't despise assassins indiscriminately. As with any tool, merit or demerit lies in how it is used. The decline and fall of the former United States of North America derived in part from assassinations, but only in small part, as the killings had no pattern and were pointless. What can you tell me of the Prussian-Russian War? Not much. Mainly that the Prussians got their hides nailed to the barn when the smart money figured them for winners. Suppose I tell you that 12 people won that war, 7 men, 5 women, and that the heaviest weapon used was a 6mm pistol. I don't think you have ever lied to me. How? Friday, brain power is the scarcest commodity, and the only one of real value. Any human organization can be rendered useless, impotent, a danger to itself, by selectively removing its best minds, while carefully leaving the stupid ones in place. It took only a few careful accidents to ruin utterly the great Prussian military machine and turn it into a blundering mob. But this did not show until the fighting was well underway, because stupid fools look just as good as military geniuses until the fighting starts. Only a dozen people? Boss, did we do that job? You know that is the sort of question I discourage. We did not. It was a combat job by an organization as small and as specialized as we are. But I do not willingly involve us in nationalistic wars. The side of the angels is seldom self-evident. I still don't want to be an assassin. I will not permit you to be an assassin, and let us have no more discussion of it. Be ready to leave at 9 tomorrow. 5. 9 weeks later, I left for New Zealand. I'll say this for Boss. The supercilious bully always knows what he's talking about. When Dr. Krasny let me go, I wasn't wellest. I was simply a recovered patient who no longer needed sickbed nursing. 9 weeks later, I could have taken prizes in the old Olympics without working up a sweat. As I boarded the SB Abel Tasman at Winnipeg Freeport, the skipper gave me the eye. I knew I looked good, and I added a waggle to my seat that I would never use on a mission. As a courier, I usually try to blend into the scenery.
But now I was on leave, and it's kind of fun to advertise. Apparently, I hadn't forgotten how, as the skipper came back to my cradle while I was still belting in. Or it may have been the superskin jumpsuit that I was wearing, new that season, and the first one I had had. I bought the outfit at the Freeport and changed into it in the shop. I'm sure that it is only a matter of time until the sex that think that sex has something to do with sin will class wearing superskin as a mortal sin. He said, "Miss Baldwin, is it not? Do you have someone meeting you in Auckland? What with the war and all, it is not a good idea for an unescorted woman to be alone in an international port." I did not say, "Look, bub, the last time I killed the bloke." The captain stood 195, maybe, and would gross 100 or more, and none of it fat. Early 30s, and the sort of blonde you expect in SAS rather than Anzac. If he wanted to be protective, I was willing to stand short. I answered, "Nobody's meeting me, but I'm just changing for the South Island shuttle. How do these buckles work?" "Oh, do those stripes mean you're the captain?" "Let me show you. Captain, yes, Captain Ian Tormey." He started belting me in. I let him. "Captain? Golly, I've never met a captain before." A remark like that isn't even a fib when it's a ritual response in the ancient barnyard dance. He had said to me, "I'm on the prowl and you look good, are you interested?" And I had answered, "You look acceptable, but I'm sorry to have to tell you that I don't have time today." At that point, he could adjourn it with no hurt feelings, or he could elect to invest in goodwill against a possible future encounter. He chose the latter. As he finished belting me in, tight enough but not too tight, and not using the chance to grab a feel, quite professional, he said, "The timing on that connection will be close today. If you hang back when we disembark and be last out, I'll be happy to put you aboard your Kiwi. That'll be faster than finding your way through the crowds by yourself." "The connection timing is 27 minutes, Captain, leaving 20 minutes in which to talk me out of my comm signal. But keep on being sweet about it, and I may give it to you." "Why, thank you, Captain, if it's really not too much trouble." "Anzac service, Miss Baldwin, but my pleasure." I like to ride the semi-ballistics. The high-G blastoff that always feels as if the cradles would rupture and spurt fluid all over the cabin. The breathless minutes in free fall that feel as if your guts were falling out. And then re-entry, and that long, long glide that beats any sky ride ever built. Where can you have more fun in 40 minutes with your clothes on? Then comes the always interesting question. Is the runway clear? A semi-ballistic doesn't make 2 passes. It can't. It says right here in the brochure that an SB never lifts until it receives clearance from the port of re-entry. Sure, and I believe in the tooth fairy, just like Boss's parents. How about the dumb John in the private APV who picks up the wrong strip and parks? How about the time in Singapore when I sat in the top deck bar and watched 3 SBs land in 9 minutes? Not, I concede, on the same strip, but on crossing strips. Russian roulette. I'll go on riding them. I like them, and my profession often calls for me to use them. But I hold my breath from touchdown to full stop. This trip was fun as usual, and a semi-ballistic ride is never long enough to be tiring. I hung back when we landed, and sure enough, my polite wolf was just coming out of the cockpit as I reached the exit. The flight attendant handed me my bag, and Captain Tormey took it over my insincere protests. He took me to the shuttle gate, took charge of confirming my reservation and selecting my seat, then brushed past the passengers only sign and settled down beside me. "Too bad you're leaving so quickly. Too bad for me, that is. Under the rules, I have 3 days turnaround, and I happen to be at loose ends this trip. My sister and her husband used to live here, but they've moved to Sydney, and I no longer have anyone to visit with." I can just see you spending all your off time with your sister and brother-in-law. "Oh, what a shame. I know how you must feel. My family is in Christchurch, and I'm always lonesome when I have to be away from them. A big, noisy, friendly family. I married into an S group. Always tell them at once.
Oh, how jolly. How many husbands do you have?
Captain, that is always the first thing men ask. It comes from misunderstanding the nature of an S group, from thinking that S stands for sex.
Doesn't it?
Goodness, no. It stands for security and siblings and sociability and sanctuary and succor and safety and lots of other things, all of them warm and sweet and comforting. Oh, it can stand for sex, too, but sex is readily available everywhere. No need to form anything as complex as an S group just for sex. S stands for synthetic family because that is how it was designated in the legislation of the first territorial nation, the California Confederacy, to legalize it. But it is 10 to 1 that Captain Tormey knew this. We were simply running through standard variations of the grand salute.
I don't find sex that readily available.
I refused to answer his ploy. Captain, with your height and broad shoulders and pink, well-scrubbed look, and almost all of your time free for the hunt, in Winnipeg and Auckland, for God's sake, 2 places where the crop never fails? Please, sir, try again.
But I agree with you that it is not reason enough to marry. I'm not likely to marry ever, because I go where the wild goose goes. But an S group sounds like a fine deal to come back to.
It is.
How big is it?
Still interested in my husbands? I have 3 husbands, sir, and 3 group sisters to match, and I think you would like all 3, especially Lisbeth, our youngest and prettiest. Liz is a red-headed Scottish lassie, and a bit of a flirt. Children? Of course. We try to count them every night, but they move pretty fast. And kittens and ducks and puppy dogs, and a big rambling garden with roses all year round almost. It's a busy, happy place, and always watch where you put your feet.
Sounds grand. Does the group need an associate husband who can't be home much, but carries loads of life insurance? How much does it cost to buy in?
I'll speak to Anita about it, but you don't sound serious. The chit-chat continued, neither of us meaning a word of it, other than on a symbolic level. Shortly, we declared it a draw, while providing for a possible rematch by exchanging comm codes. That of my family in Christchurch, in answer to his offer to me of the casual use of his flat in Auckland. He had taken over the lease, he said, when his sister had moved, but he needed it only 6 days out of the month usually.
So, if you find yourself in town and need a place for a wash-up and a nap, or overnight, just call.
But suppose one of your friends is using it, Ian. He had asked me to drop calling him Captain. Or yourself.
Unlikely, but if so, the computer will know and tell you. If I'm in town or about to be in town, it will tell you that too. And I certainly would not want to miss you.
The past direct, but in the politest terms. So I answered it by telling him, through giving him our Christchurch number, that he was welcome to try to get my pants off, if he had the guts to face my husbands, my co-wives, and a passel of noisy kids. I thought it most unlikely that he would call. Tall, handsome bachelors in glamorous, high-paying jobs don't have to carry the anvil that far. About then, the loudspeaker that mumbles the arrivals and departures interrupted itself with, "It is with deep sorrow that we pause to announce the total destruction of Acapulco. This flash comes to you courtesy of Interworld Transport, proprietary, the Triple S lines. Speed, safety, service." I gasped. Captain Ian said,
"Ugh, those idiots."
"Which idiots?"
"The whole Mexican Revolutionary Kingdom. When are the territorial states going to learn that they cannot possibly win against corporate states? That's why I said they were idiots. And they are."
"Why do you say that, Captain? Ian?"
"Obvious. Any territorial state, even if it's an L4 or an asteroid, is a sitting duck. But fighting a multinational is like trying to slice a fog. Where's your target? You want to fight IBM? Where is IBM? Its registered home office is a P.O. box number in Delaware Free State. That's no target. IBM's offices and people and plants are scattered through 400-odd territorial states ground-side and more in space. You can't hit any part of IBM without hurting somebody else as much or more. But can IBM defeat, say, Great Russia?
I don't know, I admitted. The Prussians weren't able to.
It would just depend on whether or not IBM could see a profit in it. So far as I know, IBM doesn't own any guerrillas. She may not even have agent saboteurs. She might have to buy the bombs and missiles. But she could shop around and take her own sweet time getting set because Russia isn't going anywhere. It will still be there, a big, fat target a week from now, or a year. But interworld transport just showed what the outcome would be. This war is all over. Mexico bet that Interworld wouldn't risk public condemnation by destroying a Mexican city. But those old-style politicians forgot that corporate nations aren't nearly as interested in public opinion as territorial nations have to be. The war's over.
Oh, I hope so. Acapulco was a beautiful place.
Yes, and it would still be a beautiful place if Montezuma's Revolutionary Council wasn't rooted somewhere back in the 20th century. But now there will be face-saving. Interworld will apologize and pay an indemnity. Then, with no fanfare, the Montezuma will cede the land and the extraterritoriality for the new spaceport to a new corporation with a Mexicano name and a DF home office. And the public won't be told that the new corporation is owned 60% by Interworld and 40% by the very politicians who stalled just a little too long and let Acapulco be destroyed.
Captain Tormey looked sour, and I suddenly saw that he was older than I had first guessed. I said, "Ian, isn't Anzac a subsidiary of Interworld?"
Perhaps that's why I sound so cynical.
He stood up.
Your shuttle is locking into the gate. Let me have your bag.
6. Christchurch is the loveliest city on this globe. Make that anywhere, as there is not yet a truly lovely city off Earth. Luna City's underground. L5 looks like a junkyard from outside and has only one arc that looks good from inside. Martian cities are mere hives, and most Earthside cities suffer from a misguided attempt to look like Los Angeles. Christchurch does not have the magnificence of Paris, or the setting of San Francisco, or the harbor of Rio. Instead, it has things that make a city lovable rather than stunning. The gentle Avon winding through our downtown streets, the mellow beauty of Cathedral Square, the Farrier Fountain in front of Town Hall, the lush beauty of our world-famous botanic gardens smack in the middle of downtown. The Greeks praise Athens. But I'm not a native of Christchurch, if native could mean anything for my sort. I'm not even an NZ. I met Douglas in Ecuador. This was before the Quito skyhook catastrophe. Was delighted by a frantic love affair compounded of equal parts of pisco sours and sweaty sheets. Then was frightened by his proposal. Calmed down when he made me understand that he was not then proposing vows in front of some official, but a trial visit to his S group. Find out if they liked me. Find out if I like them. That was different. I zipped back to the Imperium and reported, and told Boss that I was taking some accumulated leave. Or would he rather have my resignation? He growled something about go ahead and get my gonads cooled off, then report in when I was fit to work. So I rushed back to Quito, and Douglas was still in bed. At that time, there really wasn't any way to get from Ecuador to New Zealand. So we tubed to Lima and took an SB right over the South Pole to West Australia Port at Perth, with the oddest S-shaped track because of Coriolis. Tube to Sydney, bounce to Auckland, float to Christchurch, taking nearly 24 hours and the wildest of tracks just across the Pacific. Winnipeg and Quito are almost the same distance from Auckland. Don't be fooled by a flat map. Ask your computer. Winnipeg is only 1/8 farther. 40 minutes versus 24 hours. But I had not minded the longer trip. I was with Douglas and dizzy in love. In another 24 hours, I was dizzy in love with his family. I hadn't expected that. I had looked forward to a lovely vacation with Douglas, and he had promised me some skiing as well as sex. Not that I insisted on skiing. I knew that I had an implied obligation to go to bed with his group brothers if asked, but that didn't worry me, because an artificial person simply can't take copulation as seriously as most humans seem to take it. Most of the females of my creche class had been trained as doxies from menarche on, and then were signed up as company women with one or another of the construction multinationals. I myself had received basic doxy training before boss showed up, bought my contract, and changed my track. And I jumped the contract and was missing for several months, but that's another story. But I wouldn't have been jumpy about friendly sex even if I had received no doxy training at all. Such nonsense isn't tolerated in APs. We never learn it. But we never learn anything about being in a family. The very first day I was there, I made us all late for tea by rolling on the floor with 7 youngsters ranging from 11 down to a nappy wetter, plus 2 or 3 dogs and a young tomcat who had earned the name Mr. Underfoot through his unusual talent for occupying all of a large floor. I had never experienced anything like that in all my life. I didn't want to stop. Brian, not Douglas, took me skiing. The ski lodges at Mount Hutt are lovely, but the bedrooms aren't heated after 22, and you have to snuggle up to keep warm. Then Vicky took me out to see the family's sheep, and I met socially an enhanced dog who could talk, a big collie called Lord Nelson. Lord had a low opinion of the good sense of sheep, in which he was, I think, fully justified. Bertie took me to the Milford South via shuttle to Dunedin, the Edinburgh of the South, and overnight there. Dunedin is swell, but it's not Christchurch. We took a flubsy little steamer there around to the fjord country, one with tiny little cabins big enough for 2, only because it's cold down at the south end of the island, and again, I snuggled up close. There isn't any other fjord anywhere that can compare with Milford Sound. Yes, I've been on the Lofoten Islands trip. Very nice, but my mind's made up. If you think I am so blindly pig-headed about South Island as a mother is about her firstborn, that is simply because it's true. I am. North Island is a fine place, with its thermal displays and the world wonder of the glowworm caves, and the Bay of Islands looks like fairyland. But North Island does not have the Southern Alps, and it doesn't have Christchurch. Douglas took me to see their creamery, and I saw huge tubs of beautiful butter being packed. Anita introduced me to the Altar Guild. I began to realize that maybe, just possibly, I might be invited to make it permanent. And I found that I had shifted from, oh God, what'll I do if they ask me, to, oh God, what'll I do if they don't ask me? And then simply to, oh God, what'll I do? You see, I had never told Douglas that I am not human. I've heard humans boast that they can spot an artificial person every time. Nonsense. Of course, anyone can pick out a living artifact that does not conform to human appearance. Say a man creature with 4 arms or a kobold dwarf. But if the genetic designers have intentionally restricted themselves to human appearance, this being the technical definition of artificial person rather than living artifact, no human can tell the difference. No, not even another genetic engineer. I am immune to cancer and to most infections, but I don't wear a sign saying so. I have unusual reflexes, but I won't show them off by picking a fly out of the air with thumb and forefinger. I never compete with other people in games of dexterity. I have an unusual memory, unusual innate grasp of number and space and relationship, unusual skill at languages. But if you think that defines a genius IQ, let me add that, in the school I was trained in, The object of an IQ test is to hit precisely a predetermined score, not to show off your smarts. In public, nobody's going to catch me being smarter than those around me, unless it's an emergency involving either my mission or my neck, or both. The complex of these enhancements and others is reliably reported to improve sexual performance, but, fortunately, most males are inclined to regard any noticeable improvement in this area as simply a reflection of their own excellence. Properly regarded, male vanity is a virtue, not a vice. Treated correctly, it makes him enormously pleasanter to deal with. The thing that makes Boss so infuriating is his total lack of vanity. No way to get a handle on him. I was not afraid that I would be caught out. With all production laboratory identification removed from my body, even the tattoo that was on the roof of my mouth, there is simply no way to tell that I was designed rather than conceived through the bio-roulette of a billion sperm competing blindly for one ovum. But a wife in the S group was expected to add to that swarm of kids on the floor. Well, why not? Lots of reasons. I was a combat courier in a quasi-military organization. Picture me trying to cope with a sudden attack while pushing an 8 months belly ahead of me. We AP females are released or marketed in a reversible sterile condition. To an artificial person, the yen to have babies, grow them inside your body, doesn't seem natural. It seems ridiculous. In vitro seems so much more reasonable and neater and more convenient than in vivo. I was as tall as I am now before I ever saw a pregnant woman near term, and I thought she was deathly ill. When I found out what was wrong with her, it made me sort of sick to my stomach. When I thought about it a long time later in Christchurch, it still made me queasy. Do it like a cat, with blood and pain, for gosh sake? Why? And why do it at all? Despite the way we are filling up the sky, this giddy globe has far too many people on it. Why make it worse? I decided most sorrowfully that I was going to have to duck the issue of marriage by telling them that I was sterile. No babies. True enough, if not all the truth. I wasn't asked. Not about babies. For the next several days, I reached out with both hands to enjoy family life as much as possible while I had it. The warm pleasure of woman talk while washing up after tea. The rowdy fun of youngsters and pets. The quiet pleasure of gossip while gardening. These bathed every minute of my day in belonging. One morning, Anita invited me out into the garden. I thanked her while pointing out that I was busy helping Vicky. Whereupon I was overruled and found myself seated at the far end of the garden with Anita, and children firmly shooed away. Anita said, "Marjorie, dear." I'm Marjorie Baldwin in Christchurch, because that was my public name when I met Douglas in Quito. We both know why Douglas invited you here. Are you happy with us? Terribly happy. Happy enough, do you think, to wish to make it permanent? Yes, but... I never had a chance to say, "Yes, but I'm sterile." Anita firmly cut me off. "Perhaps I'd better say some things first, dear. We must discuss dowry. If I left it up to our men, money would never be mentioned. Albert and Brian are as dotty about you as Douglas is, and I quite understand it. But this group is a family business corporation as well as a marriage, and someone must keep an eye on the bookkeeping. And that is why I am chairman of the board and chief executive. I never become so emotional that I fail to watch our businesses." She smiled, and her knitting needles clicked. "Ask Brian, he calls me Ebenezer Scrooge, but he hasn't offered to take over the worries himself. You can stay with us as a guest as long as you like. What's one more mouth to feed at a table as long as ours? Nothing. But if you want to join us formally and contractually, then I must become Ebenezer Scrooge and discover what contract we can write. For I won't let the family fortunes be watered down. Brian owns and votes 3 shares. Albert and I each own and vote 2 shares. Douglas and Victoria and Lisbeth have 1 each and vote it. As you can see, I have only 2 votes out of 10, but for some years, if I threaten to resign, I suddenly receive a strong vote of confidence. Someday I'll be overruled, and then I can quit and be Alice sit by the fire.
And the funeral will be later that same day.
Meanwhile, I cope. The children each have 1 non-voting share, and a child never does vote his share because it is paid to him or her in cash on leaving home, as dowry, or as starting capital, or wasted, although I like to think not. Such reductions in capital must be planned. Were 3 of our girls to marry in the same year, the situation could be embarrassing if not anticipated.
I told her that it sounded like a very sensible and warm arrangement, as I didn't think that most children were so carefully provided for. In fact, I didn't know anything at all about such things.
We try to do right by them, she agreed. After all, children are the purpose of a family. So I'm sure that you will see that an adult joining our group must buy a share, or the system won't work. Marriages are arranged in heaven, but the bills must be paid here on earth.
Amen. I could see that my problems were solved for me. Negatively. I could not estimate the wealth of the Davidson Group family. Wealthy, that was certain, even though they lived with no servants in an old-fashioned, unautomated house. Whatever it was, I could not buy a share.
Douglas told us that he had no idea whether you had money or not. Money in capital amounts, I mean.
I don't.
She never dropped a stitch. Nor did I when I was your age. You are employed, are you not? Couldn't you work in Christchurch and buy your share out of your salary? I know that finding work can be a problem in a strange city, but I am not without connections. What do you do? You've never told us.
And I'm not about to. After evading her and then telling her bluntly that my work was confidential and I refused to discuss any aspect of my employer's business, but no, I couldn't leave and look for work in Christchurch, so there wasn't any way it could work, but it had certainly been wonderful while it had lasted, and I hoped— She chopped me off.
My dear, I was not empowered to negotiate this contract for the purpose of failing. Why it can't be done is not acceptable. I must discover how it can be done. Brian has offered to give you one of his 3 shares, and Douglas and Albert are backing him pro rata, although they can't pay him at once. But I vetoed the whole scheme. It is a bad precedent, and I told them so, using a crude old country expression about rams in the spring. Instead, I am accepting one of Brian's shares as security against your performance of your contract.
But I don't have a contract.
You will have. If you continue your present employment, how much can you pay per month? Don't pinch yourself, but do pay off as quickly as possible, as it works just like an amortized real estate purchase. Part of each payment services the remaining debt. Part reduces that debt. So the larger the payment, the better for you.
I had never bought any real estate. Can we figure that in gold? I can convert into any money, of course, but I get paid in gold.
In gold?
Anita suddenly looked alert. She reached into her knitting bag and pulled out a portable relay to her computer terminal.
I can offer you a better deal for gold.
She punched for a while, waited, and nodded.
Considerably better. Although I'm not really set up to handle bullion, but arrangements can be made.
I said I can convert. The drafts are for grams, 3 nines fine, drawn on series and South Africa Acceptances Limited, Luna City. But it can be paid in New Zealand money right here by automatic bank deposit, even when I'm not on Earth at the time. Bank of New Zealand? Christchurch office?
Canterbury Land Bank. I'm a director there.
By all means, keep it in the family. The next day we signed the contract, and later that week they married me, all legal and proper, in a side chapel of the cathedral, with me in white for gosh sake. The following week, I went back to work, both sad and warmly happy. For the next 17 years, I would be paying $858.13 New Zealand per month, or I could pay it faster. For what?
I could not live at home until it was all paid because I had to keep my job to meet those monthly payments. For what then? Not for sex. As I told Captain Tormey, sex is everywhere. It's silly to pay for it. For the privilege of getting my hands into soapy dishwater, I guess. For the privilege of rolling around on the floor and being peed on by puppies and babies only nominally housebroken. For the warm knowledge that, wherever I was, there was a place on this planet where I could do these things as a matter of right, because I belonged. It seemed like a bargain to me. As soon as the shuttle floated off, I phoned ahead, got Vicky, and, once she stopped squealing, gave her my ETA. I had intended to call from the Kiwi Line's lounge in Auckland Port, but my curly wolf, Captain Ian, had used up the time. No matter. Although the shuttle floats just short of the speed of sound, a stop at Wellington and a stop at Nelson uses up enough time that I thought someone would meet me. I hoped so. Everybody met me. Well, not quite everybody. We're licensed to own an APV because we raise sheep and cattle and need power transportation. But we aren't supposed to use it in town. Brian did so anyhow, and a working majority of our big family was spilling out the sides of that big farm float wagon. Most of a year since my last visit home, over twice as long as any such period earlier. Bad. Children can grow away from you in that length of time. I was most careful about names and made sure that I checked off everyone in my mind. All present save Ellen, who was hardly a child. 11 when they married me. She was a young lady now, university age. Anita and Lisbeth were at home, hurrying together my welcome home feast. And again, I would be gently scolded for not having given them warning enough. And again, I would try to explain that, in my work, once I was free to leave, it was better to grab the first SB than it was to try to get a call through. Did I need an appointment to come to my own home? Shortly, I was down on the floor with kids all around me. Mr. Underfoot, a gangly young cat when I first met him, waited for opportunity to greet me with dignity befitting his status as senior cat, elderly, fat, and slow. He looked me over carefully, brushed against me, and buzzed. I was home. After a time, I asked, "Where's Ellen? Still in Auckland? I thought university was closed for vacation now." I looked right at Anita when I said this, but she appeared not to hear me. Getting hard of hearing? Surely not. "Margie." Brian's voice. I looked around. He did not speak, and his face held no expression. He barely shook his head. Ellen, a taboo topic? What is this, Brian? I tabled it until I could speak to him privately. Anita has always maintained that she loves all our children equally, whether they are her own bio-children or not. Oh, certainly. Save that her special interest in Ellen was always clear to everyone within reach of her voice. Later that night, when the house was settling down and Bertie and I were about to go to bed, under some lottery system in which our teasing darlings always insisted that the loser had to spend the night with me, Brian tapped at the door and came in. Bertie said, "It's all right. You can leave. I can take my punishment." "Stow it, Bert. Have you told Marge about Ellen?" "Not yet." "Then fill her in. Sweetheart, Ellen got married without Anita's blessing, and Anita is furious about it. So it's best not to mention Ellen around Anita. Verb. Sap, eh? Now I must run before she misses me." "Aren't you permitted to come kiss me goodnight? Or to stay here for that matter? Aren't you my husband too?" "Yes, of course, dear. But Anita is touchy as can be at present, and there is no point in getting her stirred up." Brian kissed us goodnight and left. I said, "What is this, Bertie? Why shouldn't Ellen marry anyone she wishes to marry? She's old enough to make her own decisions." "Well, yes, but Ellen didn't use good judgment about it. She married a Tongan, and she's gone to live in Nuku'alofa." "Does Anita feel that they should live here? In Christchurch?" No. It's the marriage she objects to." "Is there something wrong with this man?" "Marjorie, didn't you hear me? He's a Tongan." Yes, I heard. Since he lives in Nuku'alofa, I would expect him to be. Ellen is going to find it awfully hot there, after being brought up in one of the few perfect climates. But that is her problem. I still don't see why Anita is upset. There must be something I don't know.
Oh, but you do. Well, maybe you don't. Tongans are not like us. They aren't white people. They're barbarians.
Oh, but they're not. I sat up in bed, thereby putting a stop to what hadn't really started. Sex and arguments don't mix. Not for me, anyway. They're the most civilized people in all Polynesia. Why do you think the early explorers called that group the Friendly Isles? Have you ever been there, Bertie?
No, but
I have. Aside from the heat, it's a heavenly place. Wait till you see it. This man, what does he do? If he simply sits and carves mahogany for the tourists, I could understand Anita's unease. Is that it?
No, but I doubt that he can afford a wife, and Ellen can't afford a husband. She didn't finish her degree. He's a marine biologist.
I see. He's not rich, and Anita respects money. But he won't be poor either. He'll probably wind up a professor at Auckland or Sydney. Although a biologist can get rich today, he may design a new plant or animal that will make him fabulously wealthy.
Darling, you still don't understand.
Indeed I don't. So tell me.
Well, Ellen should have married one of her own kind.
What do you mean by that, Albert? Someone living in Christchurch?
It would help.
Wealthy?
Not a requirement, although things are usually smoother if financial affairs aren't too one-sided. Polynesian beach boy marries white heiress always has a stink to it.
Oh, he's penniless, and she has just collected her family's share, right?
No, not exactly. Damn it, why couldn't she have married a white man? We brought her up better than that.
Bertie, what in the world? You sound like a Dane talking about a Swede. I thought that New Zealand was free of that sort of thing. I remember Brian pointing out to me that the Maori were the political and social equals of the English in all respects.
And they are. It's not the same thing.
I guess I'm stupid. Or was Bertie stupid? Maori are Polynesians. So are Tongans. What's the ache? I dropped the matter. I had not come all the way from Winnipeg to debate the merits of a son-in-law I had never seen. Son-in-law. What an odd idea. It always delighted me when one of the little uns called me Mama rather than Margie, but I had never thought about the possibility of ever having a son-in-law. And yet he was indeed my son-in-law under NZ law, and I didn't even know his name. I kept quiet, tried to make my mind blank, and let Bertie devote himself to making me feel welcome. He's good at that. After a while, I was just as busy showing him how happy I was to be home, the unwelcome interruption forgotten. 7. The next morning, before I was out of bed, I resolved not to open the subject of Ellen and her husband, but wait until someone else brought it up. After all, I was in no position to have opinions until I knew all about it. I was not going to drop it. Ellen is my daughter, too. But don't rush it. Wait for Anita to calm down. But the subject did not come up. There followed lazy golden days that I shan't describe, as I don't think you are interested in birthday parties or family picnics, precious to me, dull to an outsider. Vicky and I went to Auckland on an overnight shopping trip. After we checked into the Tasman Palace, Vicky said to me, "Marge, would you keep a secret for me?" "Certainly," I agreed. "Something juicy, I hope. A boyfriend? 2 boyfriends?"
"If I had even one boyfriend, I would simply split him with you. This is touchier. I want to talk to Ellen, and I don't want to have an argument with Anita about it. This is the first chance I've had. Can you forget I did it?"
"Not quite, because I want to talk to her myself. But I won't tell Anita that you talked to Ellen if you don't wish me to."
"What is this, Vic?"
"That Anita was annoyed about Ellen's marriage, I knew. But does she expect the rest of us not even to talk to Ellen? Our own daughter?"
"I'm afraid it's her own daughter right now.
She's not being very rational about it. It sounds that way. Well, I will not let Anita cut me off from Ellen. I would have called her before this, but I did not know how to reach her. I'll show you. I'll call now and you can write it down. It's— Hold it, I interrupted. Don't touch that terminal. You don't want Anita to know. I said so. That's why I'm calling from here. And the call will be included in our hotel bill, and you'll pay the bill with your Davidson credit card, and— Does Anita still check every bill that comes into the house? She does. Oh, Marge, I'm stupid. No, you're honest. Anita won't object to the cost, but she's certain to notice a code or a printout that means an overseas call. We'll slide over to the GPO and make the call there. Pay cash. Or easier yet, we'll use my credit card, which does not bill to Anita. Of course. Marge, you would make a good spy. Not me. That's dangerous. I got my practice dodging my mother. Let's pin our ears back and slide over to the post office. Vicky, what is this about Ellen's husband? Does he have two heads or what? He's a Tongan. Or did you know? Certainly I knew. But Tongan is not a disease, and it's Ellen's business. Her problem if it is one. I can't see that it is. Anita has handled it badly. Once it's done, the only thing to do is put the best face on it possible. But a mixed marriage is always unfortunate, I think. Especially if the girl is the one marrying below herself, as in Ellen's case. Below herself? All I've been told is that he's a Tongan. Tongans are tall, handsome, hospitable, and about as brown as I am. In appearance, they can't be distinguished from Maori. What if this young man had been Maori, of a good family, from an early canoe, and lots of land? Truly, I don't think Anita would have liked it, Marge. But she would have gone to the wedding and given the reception. Intermarriage with Maori has long precedent behind it. One must accept it, but one need not like it. Mixing the races is always a bad idea. Vicky, do you know of a better idea for getting the world out of the mess it is in? So, Vicky, this built-in suntan of mine, you know where I got it? Certainly, you told us. Amerindian. Cherokee, you said. Marge, did I hurt your feelings? Oh, dear. It's not like that at all. Everybody knows that Amerindians are, well, just like white people. Every bit as good. Oh, sure. And some of my best friends are Jews. But I'm not Cherokee so far as I know. Dear little Vicky, what would you think if I told you that I am an AP? I'm tempted to, but I must not shock you. No, because I considered the source. You don't know any better. You've never been anywhere, and you probably soaked up racism with your mother's milk. Vicky turned red. That's most unfair. Marge, when you were up for membership in the family, I stuck up for you. I voted for you. I was under the impression that everyone had, or I would not have joined. Do I understand that my Cherokee blood was an issue in that discussion? Well, it was mentioned. By whom and to what effect? Margie, those are executive sessions. They have to be. I can't talk about them. I see your point. Was there an executive session over Ellen? If so, you should be free to talk to me about it, since I would have been entitled to be present and to vote. There wasn't one. Anita said that it wasn't necessary. She said that she did not believe in encouraging fortune hunters. Since she had already told Ellen that she could not bring Tom home to meet the family, there didn't seem to be anything to be done. Didn't any of you stand up for Ellen? Did you do so, Vicky? Vicky turned red again. It would simply have made Anita furious. I'm getting kind of furious myself. By our family code, Ellen is your daughter and my daughter as quite as much as she is Anita's daughter. And Anita is wrong in refusing Ellen permission to bring her new husband home without consulting the rest of us. Marge, it wasn't quite that way. Ellen wanted to bring Tom home for a visit, an inspection visit, you know. Oh, yes. Having been under the microscope myself, I do know. Anita was trying to keep Ellen from making a bad marriage. The first the rest of us knew about it, Ellen was married. Apparently, Ellen went right straight out and got married the minute she got Anita's letter telling her no. Be damned. A light begins to dawn. Ellen trumped Anita's ace by getting married at once. And that meant that Anita had to pay out cash equal to one family corporation share with no notice. Could be difficult. It's quite a chunk of money. It has taken me years and years to pay for my share. No, it's not that. Anita is simply angry because her daughter, her favorite, we all know that, has married a man she disapproves of. Anita hasn't had to scrape up that much cash because it wasn't necessary. There is no contractual obligation to pay out a share, and Anita pointed out that there was no moral obligation to siphon off the family's capital to benefit an adventurer. I felt myself getting coldly angry. Vicky, I have trouble believing my ears. What sort of spineless worms are the rest of you to allow Ellen to be treated this way? I took a deep breath and tried to control my fury. I don't understand you, any of you. But I'm going to try to set a good example. When we get home, I'm going to do two things. First, I'm going to the family room terminal when everybody is there and phone Ellen and invite her and her husband home for a visit. Come for the next weekend because I've got to go back to work and don't want to miss meeting my new son-in-law. Anita will burst a blood vessel. We'll see. Then I'm going to call for a family meeting and move that Ellen's share be paid to her with all orderly haste consonant with conserving assets. I added, I assume that Anita will be furious again. Probably. To no purpose, as you'll lose the vote. Marge, why must you do this? Things are bad enough now. Maybe, but it's possible that some of you have been waiting for someone else to take the lead in bucking Anita's tyranny. At least I'll find out how the vote goes. Vic, under the contract I signed, I have paid more than 70,000 NZ dollars into the family. And I was told that the reason I had to buy my way into a marriage was that each of our many children were to be paid a full share on leaving home. I didn't protest. I signed. But there is an implied contract there no matter what Anita says. If Ellen can't be paid today, then I shall insist that my monthly payments go to Ellen until such a time as Anita can shake loose the rest of one share to pay Ellen off. Does that strike you as equitable? She was slow in answering. Marge, I don't know. I haven't had time to think. Better take time, because along about Wednesday, you are going to have to fish or cut bait. I shall not let Ellen be mistreated any further. I grinned and added, Smile. Let's slide over to the post office and be sunny side up for Ellen. But we didn't go to the GPO. We didn't call Ellen at all that trip. Instead, we proceeded to drink our dinner and argue. I'm not sure just how the subject of artificial persons got into the discussion. I think it was while Vicky was proving still another time how free she was from racial prejudice while exhibiting that irrational attitude every time she opened her mouth. Maori were just dandy, and of course, American Indians were, and Hindu Indians for that matter. And the Chinese had certainly produced their quota of geniuses. Everybody knew that. But you had to draw the line somewhere. We had gone to bed, and I was trying to tune out her drivel when something hit me. I raised up. How would you know? How would I know what? You said, of course, no one would marry an artifact. How would you know that a person was artificial? Not all of them carry serial numbers. Huh? Why, Margie, don't be silly. A manufactured creature can't be mistaken for a human being. If you had ever seen one, I've seen one. I've seen many. Then you know. Then I know what? That you can tell one of those monsters just by looking at it. How? What are these stigmata that mark off an artificial person from any other person? Name one. Marjorie, you're being dreadfully difficult just to be annoying. This is not like you, dear. You're turning our holiday into something unpleasant. Not me, Vic. You are. By saying silly, stupid, unpleasant things without a shred of evidence to back them up. And that retort of mine proves that an enhanced person is not a Superman. as that is exactly the sort of factually truthful remark that is much too cruel to use in a family discussion. Ugh, how wicked! How untruthful! What I did next can't be attributed to loyalty to other artificial persons, because APs don't feel group loyalty. No basis for it. I've heard that Frenchmen will die for La Belle France, but can you imagine anyone fighting and dying for Homunculi Unlimited PTY South Jersey section? I suppose I did it for myself, although, like many of the critical decisions in my life, I have never been able to analyze why I did it. Boss says that I do all of my important thinking on the unconscious level. He may be right. I got out of bed, whipped off my gown, stood in front of her. "Look me over," I demanded. "Am I an artificial person or not? Either way, how do you tell?" "Oh, Margie, quit flaunting yourself. Everybody knows you have the best figure in the family. You don't have to prove it. Answer me. Tell me which I am, and tell me how you know. Use any test. Take samples for laboratory analysis, but tell me which I am and what signs prove it." "You're a naughty girl. That's what you are." "Possibly. Probably. But which sort? Natural or artificial?" "Oh, bosh. Natural, of course." "Wrong. I'm artificial." "Oh, stop being silly. Put your nightgown on and come back to bed." Instead, I badgered her with it, telling her what laboratory had designed me, the date I had been removed from the surrogate womb, my birthday, although we APs are cooked a little longer to speed up maturing. Forced her to listen to a description of life in a production laboratory creche. Correction, life in the creche that raised me. Other production creches may be different. I gave her a summary of my life after I left the creche. Mostly lies, as I could not compromise Boss's secrets. I simply repeated what I had long since told the family, that I was a confidential commercial traveler. I didn't need to mention Boss, because Anita had decided years back that I was an envoy of a multinational, the sort of diplomat who always travels anonymously. An understandable error that I was happy to encourage by never denying it. Vicky said, "Margie, I wish you wouldn't do this. A string of lies like that could endanger your immortal soul." "I don't have a soul. That's what I've been telling you." "Oh, stop it. You were born in Seattle. Your father was an electronics engineer. Your mother was a pediatrician. You lost them in the quake. You told us all about them. You showed us pictures." My mother was a test tube. My father was a knife. Vicky. There may be 1,000,000 or more artificial people whose birth records were destroyed in the destruction of Seattle. No way to count them, as their lies are never assembled. After what happened just this month, there will start being lots of people of my sort who were born in Acapulco. We have to find loopholes like that to avoid being persecuted by the ignorant and the prejudiced. Meaning, I'm ignorant and prejudiced? Meaning you are a sweet girl who was fed a pack of lies by your elders. I'm trying to correct that. But if the shoe fits, you can lie in it. I shut up. Vicky didn't kiss me goodnight. We were a long time getting to sleep. The next day, each of us pretended that the argument had never taken place. Vicky did not mention Ellen. I did not mention artificial persons. But it spoiled what had started out to be a merry outing. We got the shopping done and caught the evening shuttle home. I did not do as I had threatened. I did not call Ellen as soon as we were home. I did not forget Ellen. I simply hoped that waiting a while might mellow the situation. Cowardly, I suppose. Early the following week, Brian invited me to go with him while he inspected a piece of land for a client. It was a long, pleasant ride with lunch at a licensed country hotel, a fricassee billed as hogget, although almost certainly mutton, washed down by tankards of mild. We ate out under the trees. After the sweet, a berry tart quite good, Brian said, "Marjorie, Victoria came to me with a very odd story." "So, what was it?" "My dear, please believe that I would not mention this were not Vicky so troubled by it. He paused. I waited. Upset by what, Brian? She claims that you told her that you are a living artifact masquerading as a human being. I'm sorry, but that's what she said. Yes, I told her that. Not in those words. I did not add any explanation. Presently, Brian said gently, May I ask why? Brian, Vicky was saying some very silly things about Tongans, and I was trying to make her see that they were both silly and wrong, that she was wronging Ellen by it. I'm very much troubled about Ellen. The day I arrived home, you shushed me about her, and I have kept quiet. But I can't keep quiet much longer. Brian, what are we going to do about Ellen? She's your daughter and mine. We can't ignore how she is being mistreated. What shall we do? I do not necessarily agree that something should be done, Marjorie. Please don't change the subject. Vicky is quite unhappy. I am attempting to straighten out the misunderstanding. I answered, I have not changed the subject. Injustice to Ellen is the subject, and I won't drop it. Is there any respect in which Ellen's husband is objectionable, other than prejudgment against him because he is Tongan? None that I know of. Although, in my opinion, it was inconsiderate of Ellen to marry a man who had not even been introduced to her family. It does not show a decent respect for the people who have loved her and cared for her all her life. Wait a moment, Brian. As Vicky tells it, Ellen asked to bring him home for inspection, as I was brought home, and Anita refused to permit it, whereupon Ellen married him. True? Well, yes, but Ellen was headstrong and hasty. I don't think she should have done so without talking to her other parents. I was quite hurt by it. Did she try to speak to you? Did you make any attempt to talk to her? Marjorie, by the time I knew of it, it was a fait accompli. So I hear. Brian, ever since I got home, I've been hoping that someone would explain to me what happened. According to Vicky, none of this was ever settled in family council. Anita refused to let Ellen bring her beloved home. The rest of Ellen's parents either did not know or did not interfere with Anita's, cruelty. Yes, cruelty. Whereupon the child got married. Whereupon Anita compounded her initial cruelty by a grave injustice. She refused Ellen her birthright, her share of the family's wealth. Is all this true? Marjorie, you were not here. The rest of us, 6 out of 7, acted as wisely as we could in a difficult situation. I don't think it is proper of you to come along afterwards and criticize what we have done. Upon my word, I don't. Dear, I don't mean to offend you, but my very point is that 6 of you have not done anything. Anita, acting alone, has done things that seem to me to be cruel and unjust, and the rest of you just stood aside and let her get away with it. No family decisions, just Anita's decisions. If this is true, Brian, and correct me if I'm wrong, then I feel compelled to ask for a full executive session of all husbands and wives to correct this cruelty by inviting Ellen and her husband to visit home, and to correct the injustice by paying Ellen her fair share of the family's wealth, or at least to acknowledge the debt if it can't be liquidated at once. Will you tell me your opinion of that? Brian drummed his nails on the tabletop. Marjorie, that's a simplistic view of a complex situation. Will you admit that I love Ellen and have her welfare in mind quite as much as you do? Certainly, darling. Thank you. I agree with you that Anita should not have refused to let Ellen bring her young man home. Indeed, if Ellen had seen him against the background of her own home, with its gentle ways and its traditions, she might well have decided that he was not for her. Anita stampeded Ellen into a foolish marriage, and I have told her so. But the matter cannot be immediately corrected by inviting them here. You can see that. Let's agree that Anita should receive them warmly and graciously. But it's God's own truth that she won't if she has them shoved down her throat. He grinned at me, and I was forced to grin in return. Anita can be charming, and she can be incredibly cold, rude if it suits her. Brian went on. Instead, I'll have reason to make a trip to Tonga in a couple of weeks, and this will let me get well acquainted without having Anita at my elbow. Good. Take me along. Pretty please. It would annoy Anita. Brian, Anita has considerably more than annoyed me. I won't refrain from visiting Ellen on that account. Would you refrain from doing something that might damage the welfare of all of us? If it were pointed out to me, yes. I might ask for explanation. You will have it. But let me deal with your second point. Of course, Ellen will get every penny that is coming to her. But you will concede that there is no urgency about paying it to her. Hasty marriages often do not last long. And, while I have no proof of it, it is quite possible that Ellen has been taken in by a fortune hunter. Let's wait a bit and see how anxious this chap is to lay hands on her money. Isn't that prudent? I had to admit it. He continued, Marjorie, my love, you are especially dear to me and to all of us because we see too little of you. It makes each of your trips home a fresh honeymoon for all of us. But, because you are away most of the time, you don't understand why the rest of us are always careful to keep Anita soothed down. Well, no, I don't. It should work both ways. In dealing with the law and with people, I have found a vast difference between should and is. I've lived with Anita longest of any of us. I've learned to live with her little ways. What you may not realize is that she is the glue that holds the family together. How, Brian? There's the obvious matter of her custodianship. As manager of the family finances and businesses, she is well nigh irreplaceable. Perhaps some other one of us could do it, but it is certain that no one wants the job, and I strongly suspect that no one of us could approach her competence. But in ways other than money, she is a strong, capable executive. Whether it is in stopping quarrels between children or in deciding any of the 1,000 issues that come up in a large household, Anita can always make up her mind and keep things moving. A group family, such as ours, must have a strong, capable leader. Strong, capable tyrant, I said under my breath. So, Margie girl, can you wait a bit and give old Brian time to work it out? Believe that I love Ellen as much as you do? I patted his hand. Certainly, dear. But don't take forever. Now, when we get home, will you find Vicky and tell her that you were joking and that you were sorry you upset her? Please, dear? Whoops. I'd been thinking about Ellen so hard that I had forgotten where this conversation started. Now wait one moment, Brian. I'll wait and avoid annoying Anita since you tell me it's necessary. But I'm not going to cater to Vicky's racial prejudices. You would not be doing so. Our family is not all of one mind in such matters. I agree with you, and you will find that Liz does too. Vicky is somewhat on the fence. She wants to find any excuse to get Ellen back into the family and, now that I've talked to her, is willing to concede that Tongans are just like Maori, and that the real test is the person himself. But it's that strange jest you made about yourself that has her upset. Oh, Brian, you once told me that you had almost earned a degree in biology when you switched to law. Yes, almost may be too strong. Then you know that an artificial person is biologically indistinguishable from an ordinary human being. The lack of a soul does not show. Eh? I'm merely a vestryman, dear. Souls are a matter for theologians, but it is certainly not difficult to spot a living artifact. I didn't say living artifact. That term covers even a talking dog such as Lord Nelson. But an artificial person is strictly limited to human form and appearance. So how can you spot one? That was the silly thing Vicky was saying, that she could always spot one. Take me, for example. Brian, you know my physical being quite thoroughly, I'm happy to say. Am I an ordinary human being or an artificial person? Brian grinned and licked his lips. Lovely, Margie. I will testify in any court that you are human to 9 decimal places, except where you are angelic. Shall I specify? Knowing your taste, dear, I don't think it's necessary. Thank you. But please be serious. Assume, for the sake of argument, that I am an artificial person. How can a man in bed with me, as you were last night and many other nights, tell that I was artificial? Margie, please drop it. It's not funny. Sometimes human people exasperate me beyond endurance. I said briskly, I'm an artificial person. Marjorie, you won't take my word for it? Must I prove it? Stop joking. Stop this instant. Or so help me, when I get you home, I'll paddle you. Marjorie, I've never laid an ungentle hand on you or any of my wives, but you are earning a spanking. So, see that last bite of tart on your plate? I am about to take it. Slap your hands together right over your plate and stop me. Don't be silly. Do it. You can't move fast enough to stop me. We locked eyes. Suddenly, he started to slap his hands together. I went into automatic overdrive, picked up my fork, stabbed that bite of tart, pulled back the fork between his closing hands, stopped the overdrive just before I placed the bite between my lips. That plastic spoon in the creche was not discrimination, but to protect me. The first time I used a fork, I stabbed my lip because I had not yet learned to slow my moves to match unenhanced persons. There may not be a word for the expression on Brian's face. Is that enough? I asked him. No, probably not. My dear, clasp hands with me. I shoved out my right hand. He hesitated, then took it. I let him control the grasp. Then I started slowly to tighten down. Don't hurt yourself, dear, I warned him. Let me know when to stop. Brian is no sissy and can take quite a bit of pain. I was about to slack off, not wishing to break any bones in his hand when he suddenly said, Enough! I immediately slacked off and started to massage his hand gently with both of mine. I did not enjoy hurting you, darling, but I had to show you that I am telling the truth. Ordinarily, I am careful not to display unusual reflexes or unusual strength, but I do need them in the work I'm in. On several occasions, enhanced strength and speed have kept me alive. I am most careful not to use either one unless forced to. Now, is there anything more needed to prove to you that I am what I say I am? I am enhanced in other ways, but speed and strength are easiest to demonstrate. He answered, It's time we started home. On the way home, we didn't exchange a dozen words. I am very fond of the luxury of horse and buggy rides, but that day I would happily have used something noisy and mechanical, but fast. For the next few days, Brian avoided me. I saw him only at the dinner table. Came a morning when Anita said to me, Marjorie, dear, I'm going into town on a few errands. Will you come along and help me? Of course, I said yes. She made several stops in the general neighborhood of Gloucester Street in Durham. There was nothing in which she needed my help. I concluded that she simply wanted company, and I was pleased by it. Anita is awfully nice to be with, as long as one doesn't cross her will. Finished, we strolled down Cambridge Terrace along the bank of the Avon and on into Hagley Park and the Botanic Gardens. She picked a sunny spot where we could watch the birds and got out her knitting. We talked of nothing in particular for a while, or simply sat. We had been there about half an hour when her phone buzzed. She took it out of her knitting bag, put the button to her ear. Yes? Then she added, Thank you, off, and put the phone away without offering to tell me who had called her. Her privilege. Although she did speak of it indirectly. Tell me, Marjorie, do you ever feel regret or a sense of guilt? Why, I do sometimes. Should I? Over what? I searched my brain as I thought that I had been unusually careful not to upset Anita. Over the way you have deceived us and cheated us. What? Don't play innocent. I've never had to deal with a creature not of God's law before. I was not sure that the concept of sin and guilt was one that you could understand. Not that it matters, I suppose, now that you are unmasked. The family is asking for annulment at once. Brian is seeing Mr. Justice Ridgely today. I sat up very straight. On what grounds? I've done nothing wrong. Indeed. You forget that, under our laws, a non-human cannot enter into a marriage contract with human beings. 8. An hour later, I boarded the shuttle for Auckland, and then had time to consider my folly. For almost 3 months, ever since the night I had discussed it with Boss, I had for the first time been feeling easy about my human status. He had told me that I was as human as Mother Eve, and that I could safely tell anyone that I was an AP because I would not be believed. Boss was almost right, but he had not counted on my making a really determined effort to prove that I was not human under NZ law. My first impulse had been to demand a hearing before the full family council, only to learn that my case had already been tried in camera, and the vote had gone against me, 6-0. I didn't even go back to the house. That phone call Anita had received while we were in the Botanic Gardens had told her that my personal effects had been packed and delivered to left luggage at the shuttle station. I could still have insisted on a poll of the house instead of taking Anita's slippery word for it. But to what end? To win an argument? To prove a point? Or merely to split a hair? It took me all of 5 seconds to realize that all I had treasured was gone, as vanished as a rainbow, as burst as a soap bubble. I no longer belonged. Those children were not mine. I would never again roll on the floor with them. I was thinking about this with dry-eyed grief and almost missed learning that Anita had been generous with me. In that contract I had signed with the family corporation, the fine print made the principal sum due and payable at once if I breached the contract. Did being a non-human constitute a breach, even though I had never missed a payment? Looked at one way, if they were going to read me out of the family, then I had at least 18,000 NZ dollars coming to me. Looked at another way, I not only forfeited the paid-up part of my share, but owed more than twice that amount. But they were generous. If I would quietly and quickly vanish away, they would not pursue their claim against me. Unstated was what would happen if I stuck around and made a public scandal. I slunk away. I don't need a psychiatrist to tell me that I did it to myself. I realized that fact as soon as Anita announced the bad news. A deeper question is, why did I do it? I had not done it for Ellen, and I could not hoodwink myself into thinking that I had. On the contrary, my folly had made it impossible for me to exert any effort on her behalf. Why had I done it? Anger. I wasn't able to find any better answer. Anger at the whole human race for deciding that my sort are not human, and therefore not entitled to equal treatment and equal justice. Resentment that had been building up since the first day that I had been made to realize that there were privileges human children had just from being born, and that I could never have simply because I was not human. Passing as human gets one over on the side of privilege. It does not end resentment against the system. The pressure builds up even more because it can't be expressed. The day came when it was more important to me to find out whether my adopted family could accept me as I truly am, an artificial person, than it was to preserve my happy relationship. I found out. Not one of them stood up for me, just as none of them had stood up for Ellen. I think I knew that they would reject me as soon as I learned that they had failed Ellen. But that level of my mind is so far down that I'm not well acquainted with it. That's the dark place where, according to Boss, I do all my real thinking. I reached Auckland too late for the daily SB to Winnipeg. After reserving a cradle for the next day's trajectory and checking everything but my jump bag, I considered what to do with the 21 hours facing me, and at once thought of my curly wolf, Captain Ian. By what he had told me, the chances were 5-1 against his being in town, but his flat, if available, might be pleasanter than a hotel. So I found a public terminal and punched his code. Shortly the screen lighted. A young woman's face, cheerful, rather pretty, appeared. "Hi, Aunt Torchy. Who are you?" "I'm Marge Baldwin," I answered. "Perhaps I punched wrong. I'm seeking Captain Tormey." No, you're with it, love. Hold on and I'll let him out of his cage. She turned and moved away from the pickup while calling out, Bubba, a slashing tot on the honker knows your right name. As she turned and moved away, I noticed bare breasts. She came fully into view, and I saw that she was jaybird to her heels. A good body, possibly a bit wide in the fundament, but with long legs, a slender waist, and mammaries that matched mine, and I've had no complaints. I quietly cursed myself. I knew quite well why I had called the captain, to forget 3 men in the arms of a 4th. I had found him, but it appeared that he was fully committed. He appeared, dressed but not much, a lava. He looked puzzled, then recognized me.
Hey, Miss Baldwin, that's it. This is Sonky Doo. Where are you?
At the port. I punched on the off chance of saying hello.
Stay where you are. Don't move, don't breathe. 7 seconds while I pull on trousers and shirt and I'll come get you.
No, Captain, just a greeting. Again, I'm simply making connections.
What is your connection? To what port? What time is departure?
Damn, and triple damn. I had not prepared my lies. Well, the truth is often better than a clumsy lie. I'm going back to Winnipeg.
Ah, so. Then you are looking at your pilot. I have the noon lift tomorrow. Tell me exactly where you are, and I'll pick you up in, 40 minutes if I can get a cab fast enough.
Captain, you're very sweet, and you are out of your mind. You already have all the company you can handle. The young woman who answered my call? Torchy?
Torchy isn't a name, that's a condition. She's my sister Betty from Sydney. Stays here when she's in town. I probably mentioned her.
He turned his head and shouted, Betty, come here and identify yourself, but get decent.
It's too late to get decent,
her cheerful voice answered, and I saw her past his shoulder, returning toward the pickup and wrapping a lava around her hips as she did so. She seemed to be having a little trouble with it, and I suspected that she had had a few.
Oh, the hell with it. My brother's always trying to get me to behave. My husband has given up. Look, love, I heard what you said. I'm his married sister. Too true. Unless you are trying to marry him, in which case, I am his fiancée. Are you?
No.
Good. Then you can have him. I'm about to make tea. Do you take gin or whiskey?
Whatever you and the captain are having.
He must not have either. He's lifting in less than 24 hours.
But you and I will get smashed. I'll drink what you do. Anything but hemlock. I then convinced Ian that it was better for me to find a hansom at the port where they were readily available than it was for him to send for one, then make the round trip. Number 17, Loxley Parade, is a new block of flats of the double security type. I was locked through the entrance to Ian's flat as if it were a spaceship. Betty greeted me with a hug and a kiss that showed that she had indeed been drinking. My curly wolf then greeted me with a hug and a kiss that showed that he had not been drinking, but that he expected to take me to bed in the near future. He did not ask about my husbands. I did not volunteer anything about my family. My former family. Ian and I got along well because we both understood the signals, used them correctly, and never misled the other. While Ian and I held this wordless discussion, Betty left the room and returned with a red lava.
It's formal high tea, she announced with a slight belch. So out of those street clothes and into this, love.
Her idea or his? Hers, I decided before long. While Ian's simple, wholesome lechery was as clear as a punch in the jaw, he was basically rather cubical. Not so Betty, who was utterly outlaw. I didn't care, as it moved in the direction I wanted to go. Bare feet are as provocative as bare breasts, although most people do not seem to know it. A female packaged only in a lava is far more provocative than one totally nude. The party was shaping up to suit me, and I would depend on Ian to shake off sister's chaperonage when the time came, if necessary. It seemed possible that Betty would sell tickets. I didn't fret about it. I got smashed. Just how thorough a job I did on it I did not realize until next morning, when I woke up in bed with a man who was not Ian Tormey. For several minutes I lay still and watched him snore while I poked through my gin-beclouded memories, trying to fit him in. It seemed to me that a woman really ought to be introduced to a man before spending the night with him. Had we been formally introduced? Had we met at all? In bits and pieces it came back. Name: Professor Federico Farnese. Called either Freddie or Chubby. Not very chubby, just a little pot from a swivel chair profession. Betty's husband, Ian's brother-in-law. I recalled him somewhat from the evening before, but could not now, next morning, recall just when he had arrived or why he had been away, if I ever knew. Once I placed him, I was not especially surprised to find that I seemed to have spent the night with him. The frame of mind I had been in the night before, no mail would have been safe from me. But one thing bothered me. Had I turned my back on my host in order to chase after some other man? Not polite, Friday. Not gracious. I dug deeper. No. At least once I decidedly had not turned my back on Ian. To my great pleasure, and Ian's too, if his comments were sincere. Then I had indeed turned my back, but at his request. No, I had not been ungracious to my host, and he had been very kind to me, in exactly the fashion I needed to help me forget how I had been swindled, then tossed by Anita's gang of self-righteous racists. Thereafter, my host had had some help from this late arrival, I now remembered. It is never surprising that an emotionally troubled woman may need more soothing than one man can supply, but I could not remember how the transaction was achieved. Fair exchange? Don't snoop, Friday. An AP cannot empathize with or understand the various human copulation taboos, but I'd most carefully memorized all the many sorts while taking basic doxy training, and I knew that this was one of the strongest, one that humans cover up even where all else is wide open. So I resolved to shun even a hint of interest. Freddie stopped snoring and opened his eyes. He yawned and stretched. Then he saw me and looked puzzled. Then suddenly grinned and reached for me. I answered his grin and his grab, ready to cooperate heartily, when Ian walked in. He said, "Morning, Marge. Freddie, I hate to interrupt, but I'm already holding a cab. Marge has to get up and get dressed. We're leaving at once." Freddie did not let go of me. He simply clucked, then recited, "A birdie with a yellow bill hopped upon my windowsill. He cocked a shiny eye and said, 'Ain't you ashamed, you sleepyhead?'" Captain, your attention to duty and to the welfare of our guests does you credit. What time must you be there? -2 hours? And you lift at high noon as the clock is striking the steeple, no? Yes, but whereas Helen, your name is Helen, is kosher if she presents herself at the gate called straight no later than -30 minutes. This I will undertake. Fred, I don't like to be a spoil sport, but it can take a bloody hour to get a cab here. As you know, I have one waiting. How true. Cabbies avoid us. Their horses don't like our hill. For that reason, dear brother-in-law, last night I hired a rig, pledging a purse of gold. At this very moment, old faithful Rosinante is under this house in one of the janitor's stalls, gaining strength on nubbins of maize for her coming ordeal. When I phone down, said janitor, well plied with bribes, will harness the dear beast and fetch Wayne and her to entrance, whereupon I will deliver Helen to the gate no later than -31. To this end, I pledge the pound of flesh nearest your heart. Your heart, you mean? I phrased it most carefully. Well, Marge? Is it all right, Ian? I don't really want to jump out of bed this second, but I don't want to miss your ship. You won't. Freddie is reliable. He just doesn't look it. But leave here by 11. Then you could make it on foot if you had to. I can hold your reservation after check-in time. A captain does have some privileges. Very well. Resume whatever it was you were doing. Ian glanced at his watch finger. 9 up. Bye. Hey, kiss me goodbye. Why? I'll see you at the ship, and we have a date in Winnipeg. Kiss me, damn it, or I'll miss the bloody ship.
So untangle yourself from that fat Roman and mind you don't get spots on my clean uniform. Don't chance it, old son. I will kiss Helen on your behalf.
Ian leaned down and kissed me thoroughly, and I did not muss his pretty uniform. Then he kissed the top of Freddie's head on his little bald spot and said,
Have fun, chums, but get it to the gate on time. Bye.
Betty glanced in at that point. Her brother gathered her with one arm and took her away. I turned my attention back to Freddie. He said,
Helen, prepare yourself.
I did, while thinking happily that Ian and Betty and Freddie were just what Friday needed to offset the puritanical hypocrites I have lived with far too long. Betty fetched in morning tea precisely on the moment, so I assumed that she listened. She made a lotus on the bed and had a cuppa with us. Then we got up and had breakfast. I had porridge with thick cream, 2 beautiful eggs, Canterbury ham, a fat chop, fried potatoes, hot muffins with strawberry jam and the world's best butter, and an orange, all washed down with strong black tea and sugar and milk. If all the world broke fast the way New Zealand does, we wouldn't have political unrest. Freddie put on a lava to eat breakfast, but Betty didn't, so I didn't. Being creche-raised, I can never learn enough about human manners and etiquette, but I do know that a woman guest must dress, or undress, to match her hostess. I'm not really used to skin in the presence of humans. The creche was another matter, but Betty was awfully easy to be with. I wondered if she would snub me if she knew that I was not human. I didn't think so, but I was not anxious to test it. A happy breakfast. Freddie delivered me to the passenger lounge at 11:20, sent for Ian, and demanded a receipt. Solemnly, Ian wrote one. Again, Ian belted me into the acceleration cradle, while saying quietly,
You didn't really need help with this the other time, did you?
No, I agreed, but I'm glad I pretended. I've had a wonderful time.
And we'll have a good time in Winnipeg, too. I reached Janet during countdown, let her know that you would be with us for dinner. She told me to tell you that you would be with us for breakfast as well. She says to tell you that it is silly to leave Winnipeg in the middle of the night. You could get mugged at any transfer. She's right. The informal immigrants we get over the border from Imperium will kill you for a toke.
I'll speak with her about it when we get there. Captain Ian, you trifling man. You told me that you would never marry because you must go where the wild goose goes. I wonder if you recall that. I don't think you do.
It's settled. Janet might not trust my judgment about women. She says I'm pretty prejudiced, a base canard. But she does trust Betty, and by now Betty has phoned her. She's known Betty longer than she's known me. They were roommates at McGill, and that's where I got Janet and Fred got Sis. We 4 were subversives. Every now and then we would unhook the North Pole and turn it around.
Betty is a darling. Is Janet like her?
Yes and no. Janet was the leader of our seditious activities. Excuse me, I've got to go pretend to be a captain. Actually, the computer flies this tin coffin, but I'm planning to learn how next week.
He left. After the healing catharsis of a night of drunken saturnalia with Ian and Freddie and Betty, I was able to think about my ex-family more rationally. Had I in fact been cheated? I had signed that silly contract willingly, including the termination clause I tripped on. Had I been paying for sex? No. What I had told Ian was true. Sex is everywhere. I had paid for the happy privilege of belonging to a family, especially the homely delights of changing wet nappies and washing dishes and petting kittens. Mr. Underfoot was far more important to me than Anita had ever been, although I had never let myself think about it. I had tried to love them all until the matter of Ellen had thrown a light into some dirty corners. Let me see now. I knew exactly how many days I had been able to spend with my ex-family. A little arithmetic told me that, since all had been confiscated, my cost for room and board for those sweet vacations was slightly over 450 NZ dollars per day. A high price, even for a luxury resort. but the actual cost to the family of having me at home was less than 1/40th of that. On what financial terms had each of the others joined the family? I had never known. Had Anita, unable to stop the men from inviting me in, rigged things so that I could not afford to quit my job and live at home, but nevertheless tied me to the family on terms quite profitable to the family, i.e., to Anita? No way to tell. I knew so little about marriage among human beings that I had not been able to judge, and still could not. But I had learned one thing. Brian had surprised me by turning against me. I had thought of him as the older, wiser, sophisticated member of the family, the one who could accept the fact of my biological derivation and live with it. Perhaps he could have done so had I picked some other enhanced quality to demonstrate, some non-threatening ability. But I had bested him in a feat of strength, a matter in which a male quite reasonably expects to win. I had hit him in his male pride. Unless you intend to kill him immediately thereafter, never kick a man in the balls, not even symbolically. Or perhaps, especially not symbolically. 9. Presently, freefall went away, and we entered the incredibly thrilling sensations of hypersonic glide. The computer was doing a good job of smoothing out the violence, but you could still feel the vibration in your teeth, and I could feel it elsewhere after my busy night. We dropped through transonic rather abruptly, then spent a long time in subsonic, with the scream building up. Then we touched, and the retros cut in, and shortly we stopped, and I took a deep breath. Much as I like the SBs, I can't relax from touchdown to full stop. We had lifted at North Island at noon Thursday, so we arrived 40 minutes later at Winnipeg the day before, Wednesday, in the early evening, 1940 hours. Don't blame me. Go look at a map, one with time zones marked. Again I waited and was last passenger out. Our captain again picked up my bag, but this time escorted me with the casualness of an old friend, and I felt enormously warmed by it. He took me through a side door, then went with me through customs, health, and immigration, offering his own jump bag first. The CHI officer did not touch it. "Hi, Captain. What are you smuggling this time?" "The usual. Illicit diamonds, trade secrets, weapons, specs, contraband drugs." "That's all? It's a waste of chalk." He scrawled something on Ian's bag. "Is she with you?" "Never saw her before in my life." "Me Injun squaw," I asserted. "White boss promised me much firewater. White boss don't keep promise." "I could have told you. Going to be here long?" "I live in Imperium, transient, possibly overnight. I came through here on my way to New Zealand last month. Here's my passport." He glanced at it, stamped it, scrawled on my bag without opening it. "If you decide to stay a little longer, I'll buy you firewater. But don't trust Captain Tormey." We went on through. Just beyond the barrier, Ian dropped both our bags, picked up a woman by her elbows, proving his excellent condition. She was only 10 centimeters junior to him, and kissed her enthusiastically. He put her down. "Jan, this is Marge." When Ian had this sultry job at home, why did he bother with my meager assets? Because I was there, and she wasn't, no doubt. But now she is. Dear lady, got a good book I can read? Janet kissed me and I felt better. Then she held me with both hands at arm's length. "I don't see it. Did you leave it in the ship?" "Leave what? This jump bag is all I carried. My luggage is in transit bond." "No, dear. Your halo. Betty led me to expect a halo." I considered this. "Are you sure she said halo?" "Well, she said you were an angel. Perhaps I jumped to a conclusion." "Perhaps. I don't think I was wearing a halo last night. I hardly ever wear one when traveling." Captain Ian said, "That's right. Last night all she had on was a load. A big one. Sweetheart, I hate to tell you this, but Betty was a bad influence. Deplorable." "Oh, heavens. Perhaps we had best go straight to prayer meeting. Shall we, Marjorie? Tea and a biscuit here and skip dinner. The whole congregation will pray for you. Whatever you say, Janet. Did I have to agree to this? I didn't know the etiquette for a prayer meeting. Captain Tormey said, "Janet, perhaps we had better take her home and pray for her there. I'm not sure Marge is used to public confessions of sins."
Marjorie, would you rather do that?
I think I would. Yes.
Then we will. Ian, will you hail Georges?
Georges turned out to be Georges Perrault. That is all I learned about him just then, save that he was driving a pair of Morgan Blacks hitched to a Honda Surrey suitable for the very wealthy. How much is an SB captain paid? Friday, it's none of your business. But it was certainly a handsome rig. So was Georges, for that matter. Handsome, I mean.
He was tall, dark-haired, dressed in dark suit and capey, and looked a very proper coachman.
But Janet did not introduce him as a servant, and he bent over my hand and kissed it. Does a coachman kiss hands? I keep running into human practices not covered by my training. Ian sat in front by Georges. Janet took me behind with her and opened a large down rug.
"I thought you might not have a wrap with you, coming from Auckland," she explained, "so snuggle under."
I did not protest that I never got cold. It was very thoughtful, and I snuggled under with her. Georges wheeled us out onto the highway, clucked to the horses, and they broke into a brisk trot. Ian took a horn from a rack on the dashboard and sounded a blast on it. There didn't seem to be any reason for it. I think he just liked to make a loud noise. We did not go into the city of Winnipeg. Their home was southwest of a small town, Stonewall, north of the city and closer to the port. By the time we got there, it was dark, but I could see one thing. It was a country estate designed to hold off anything short of professional military attack. There were 3 gates in series, with gates 1 and 2 forming a holding pen. I didn't spot eyes or remoted weapons, but I was sure they were there. The estate was marked out by the red and white beacons that warn float craft not to try it. I got only the barest glimpse of whatever matched the 3 gates. Too dark. A wall and 2 fences I saw, but I could not see how they were armed and or booby-trapped, and hesitated to ask. But no sensible person spends that much on household protection and then relies totally on passive defense. I wanted to ask about their power arrangements, too, recalling how, at the farm, Boss had lost the main shipstone, cut by Uncle Jim, and thereby lost his defenses. But again, it was not something a guest could ask. I wondered even more what would have happened if we had been jumped before they got inside the gates of their castle. Again, with the brisk trade in illegal weapons that wind up in the hands of the putatively disarmed, it was the sort of question one did not ask. I walk around unarmed usually, but I don't assume that others do so. Most people have neither my enhancements nor my special training. I would rather rely on my unarmed state than depend on hardware that can be taken away from you at any checkpoint, or that you can lose, or that can run out of ammo, or jam, or be powered down when it matters. I don't look armed, and that gives me an edge. But other people? Other problems. I'm a special case. We rode up a sweeping drive and under an overhang and stopped. And again, Ian sounded a foul blast on that silly horn. But this time, there seemed to be some point to it. The front doors opened. Ian said, "Take her inside, dear. I'm going to help Georges with the team." "I don't need help." "Pipe down." Ian got out and handed us down, gave my jump bag to his wife, and Georges pulled away. Ian simply followed on foot. Janet led me inside, and I gasped. I was looking through the foyer at an illuminated fountain, a programmed one. It changed in shape and colors as I stood there. There was gentle background music, which possibly controlled the fountain. "Janet, who's your architect?" "Like it?" "Of course. Then I'll admit it. I'm the architect. Ian is the gadgeteer. Georges controlled the interiors. He is several sorts of an artist, and another wing is his studio. And I might as well tell you right now that Betty told me to hide your clothes until Georges paints at least one nude of you.
Betty said that? But I've never been a model, and I must get back to my job.
It's up to us to change your mind. Unless, are you shy about it? Betty did not think you would be. Georges might settle for a draped figure. At first.
No, I'm not shy. Oh, maybe a bit shy about posing. The idea is new to me. Look, can we let it wait? Right now, I'm more interested in plumbing than in posing. I haven't been near any since I left Betty's flat. I should have stopped at the port.
Sorry, dear. I should not have kept you standing here talking about Georges' painting. My mother taught me years ago that the very first thing to do for a guest is to show her where the bathroom is.
My mother taught me the exact same thing.
I fibbed. This way. A hallway opened to the left from the fountain. She led me down it and into a room. Your room, she announced, dropping my bag on the bed. And the bath is through here. You share it with me, as my room is the mirror image of this room on the other side.
There was plenty to share. 3 stalls, each with WC, bidet, and hand tray. A shower big enough for a caucus, with controls I was going to have to ask about. A massage and suntan table, a plunge, or was it a hot tub, that clearly was planned for loafing in company. Twin dressing tables with basins, a terminal, a refrigerator, a bookcase with 1 shelf for cassettes. No leopard? I said.
You expected one?
Every time I've seen this room in the Sensies, the heroine had a pet leopard with her.
Oh, will you settle for a kitten?
Certainly. Are you Indian cat people?
I wouldn't attempt to keep house without one. In fact, just now I can offer you a real bargain in kittens.
I wish I could take one. I can't.
Discuss it later. Help yourself to the plumbing. Want a shower before dinner? I intend to grab one. I spent too much time currying Black Beauty and Demon before going to the port and ran out of time. Did you notice that I whiffed of stable?
And that is how, by easy stages, I found myself 10 or 12 minutes later having my back washed by Georges, while Ian washed my front, while my hostess washed herself and laughed and offered advice that was ignored. If I were to elaborate, you would see that each step was perfectly logical, and that these gentle Sybarites did nothing to rush me. Nor was there even the mildest attempt to seduce me, not even a hint that I had already raped, symbolic rape at least, my host the night before. Then I shared with them a Sybaritic feast in their living room, drawing room, great hall, whatever, in front of a fire that was actually one of Ian's gadgets. I was dressed in one of Janet's negligees. Janet's notion of a dinner gown negligee would have got her arrested in Christchurch. But it did not cause a pass from either man. When we reached coffee and brandy, me somewhat blurry from drinks before dinner and wine during dinner, by request I removed that borrowed negligee, and Georges posed me 5 or 6 ways, took stereos and holos of me in each, while discussing me as if I were a side of beef. I continued to insist that I had to leave tomorrow morning, but my protests became feeble and pro forma. Georges paid no attention to them whatever. He said I had good masses. Maybe this is a compliment. It certainly is not a pass. But he got some awfully good pictures of me, especially one of me lying sort of flang-dang on a low couch with 5 kittens crawling over my breasts and legs and belly. I asked for that one, and it turned out that Georges had the equipment to copy it. Then Georges took some of Janet and me together, and again I asked for a copy of one of them, because we made a beautiful contrast, and Georges had a knack for making us look better than we did. But presently I started to yawn, and Janet told Georges to stop. I apologized, saying that there was no excuse for me to be sleepy, since it was still early evening by the zone where I had started the day. Janet said pish and tosh, that being sleepy had nothing to do with clocks and time zones. Gentlemen, we are going to bed. She led me away.
We stopped in that beautiful bath and she put her arms around me. Margie, do you want company or do you want to sleep alone? I know from Betty that you had a busy night last night. Possibly you prefer a quiet night alone? Or possibly not. Name it. I told her honestly that I did not sleep alone by choice. Me too. She agreed. And it's nice to hear you say so, instead of fiddling around about it and pretending the way some slitches do. Whom do you want in your bed? You sweet darling. Surely you are entitled to your own husband the night he gets home. Maybe that should be turned around. Who wants to sleep with me? Why, all of us, I feel certain. Or any two, or any one. You name it. I blinked and wondered how much I had had to drink. 4 in one bed? Do you like that? I've never tried it. It sounds jolly, but the bed would be awfully crowded, I think. Oh, you haven't been in my room. A big bed. Because both my husbands often choose to sleep with me, and there is still plenty of room to invite a guest to join us. Yes, I had been drinking, 2 nights in a row, and far more than I was used to. 2 husbands? I didn't know that British Canada had adopted the Australian plan. British Canada has not. British Canadians have. Or many thousands of us. The gates are locked and it's nobody's business. Do you want to try the big bed? If you get sleepy, you can crawl off to your own room. A major reason I planned this suite the way I did. Well, dear? Us? Yes, but I may be self-conscious about it. You'll get over it. Let's... She was interrupted by a jangly bell at the terminal. Janet said, "Oh, damn. That almost certainly means that they want Ian at the port, even though he's just back from a high lift." She stepped to the terminal, switched it on. "Cause for alarm. Our border with the Chicago Imperium has been sealed off, and refugees are being rounded up. The attack by Quebec is more serious, but may be an error by a local commander. There has been no declaration of war. State of emergency is now in effect, so stay off the streets, keep calm, and listen on this wavelength for official news and instructions." Red Thursday had started. 10. I suppose everybody has more or less the same picture in mind of Red Thursday and what followed. But to explain to me, if that be possible, I must tell how I saw it, including the bumbling confusion and doubts. We 4 did wind up in Janet's big bed, but for company and mutual comfort, not sex. We all had our ears bent for news, our eyes on the terminal screen. More or less the same news was repeated again and again. Aborted attack from Quebec. Chairman of the Chicago Imperium killed in his bed. The border with the Imperium closed. Unverified sabotage reports. Stay off the streets. Remain calm. But no matter how often it was repeated, we always all shut up and listened, waiting for some item that would cause the other news items to make sense. Instead, things got worse all night long. By 4 in the morning, we knew that killings and sabotage were all over the globe. By daylight, unverified reports were coming in of trouble at L4, at Tycho Base, at Stationary Station, and, broken off message, on Ceres. There was no way to guess whether or not the trouble extended as far as Alpha Centauri or Tau Ceti, but an official voice on the terminal did guess by loudly refusing to guess, and by telling the rest of us not to engage in harmful speculation. About 4, Janet, with some help from me, made sandwiches and served coffee. I woke up at 9 because Georges moved. I found that I was sleeping with my head on his chest and my upper arm clinging to him. Ian was across the bed, sitting propped up against pillows with his eyes still on the screen, but his eyes were closed. Janet was missing. She had gone to my room, crawled into what was nominally my bed. I found that by moving very slowly, I could untangle myself and get out of bed without waking Georges. I did so and slid into the bathroom, where I got rid of used coffee and felt better. I glanced into my room, saw my missing hostess. She was awake, waggled her fingers at me, then motioned for me to come in. She moved over and I crawled in with her. She kissed me. How are the boys? Both still asleep, or were 3 minutes ago. Good. They need sleep. Both of them are worriers. I am not. I decided that there was no point in attending Armageddon with my eyes bloodshot, so I came in here. You were asleep, I think. Could have been. I don't know when I fell asleep. It seemed to me that I heard the same bad news 1,000 times. Then I woke up. You haven't missed anything. I've kept the sound turned down, but I've kept the streamers on screen. They've been spelling out the same old sad story. Marjorie, the boys are waiting for the bombs to drop. I don't think there will be any bombs. I hope you're right, but why not? Who drops H-bombs on whom? Who is the enemy? All the major power blocks are in trouble, as near as I can tell from the news. But aside from what seems to have been a stupid mistake by some Quebecois general, no military forces have been involved anywhere. Assassinations, fires, explosions, all sorts of sabotage, riots, terrorism of all kinds, but no pattern. It's not East against West, or Marxist against fascists, or blacks against whites. Marjorie, if anyone sets off missiles, it will mean that the whole world has gone crazy. Doesn't it look that way now? I don't think so. The pattern of this is that it has no pattern. The target is everybody. It seems to be aimed at all governments equally. Anarchists? I suggested. Nihilists, maybe. Ian came in wearing circles under his eyes, a dazed beard, a worried look, and an old bathrobe too short for him. His knees were knobby. Janet, I can't reach Betty or Freddie. Were they going back to Sydney? It's not that. I can't get through to either Sydney or Auckland. All I get is that damn synthetic computer voice. A circuit is not available at this moment. Please try later. Thank you for your patience. You know. Ouch. More sabotage, maybe? Could be. But maybe worse. After that cock, I called traffic control at the port and asked what in the hell was wrong with Winnipeg-Auckland satellite bounce. By pulling rank, I eventually got the supervisor. He told me to forget about calls that didn't get through because they had real trouble. All SPs grounded because 2 were sabotaged in space. Winnipeg, Buenos Aires, lift 29, and Vancouver, London, 101. Ian. Total loss, both. No survivors. Pressure fuses, no doubt, as each one blew on leaving atmosphere. Jan. The next time I lift, I'm going to inspect everything myself. Stop the countdown on the most trivial excuse. He added, but I can't guess when that will be. You can't lift in SP when your comm circuits to re-entry port are broken. And the supervisor admitted that they had lost all bounce circuits. Janet got out of bed, stood up, kissed him. Now stop worrying. Stop at once. Of course you will check everything yourself until they catch the saboteurs. But right now, you'll put it out of your mind because you won't be called to lift until the comm circuits are restored. So declare a holiday. As for Betty and Freddie, it's a shame we can't talk to them, but they can take care of themselves and you know it. No doubt they are worrying about us, and they shouldn't either. I'm just glad it happened while you were at home, instead of halfway around the globe. You're here, and you're safe, and that's all I care about. We'll just sit here, snug and happy, until this nonsense is over. I've got to go to Vancouver. Man o' mine, you don't got to do anything. Save pay taxes and die. They won't be putting artifacts into the ships when no ships are lifting. Artifacts? I blurted and regretted it. Ian seemed to see me for the first time. Hi, Madge. Morning. Nothing you need to fret about, and I'm sorry about this hoop to do while you're our guest. The artifacts Jen mentioned aren't gadgets. They're alive. Management has this wild notion that a living artifact designed for piloting can do a better job than a man can do. I'm shop steward for the Winnipeg section, so I've got to fight it. Management guild meeting in Vancouver tomorrow. Ian, Jan said,
Phone the General Secretary. It's silly to go to Vancouver without checking first.
Okay.
But don't just ask. Urge the SecGen to pressure management to postpone the meeting until the emergency is over. I want you to stay right here and keep me safe from harm.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa, she agreed. But I'll faint in your arms if necessary. What would you like for breakfast? Don't make it too complex or I'll invoke your standing commitment. I wasn't really listening, as the word artifact had triggered me. I had been thinking of Ian, of all of them really, here and down under, as being so civilized and sophisticated that they would regard my sort as just as good as humans. And now I hear that Ian is committed to representing his guild in a labor management fight to keep my sort from competing with humans. What would you have us do, Ian? Cut our throats? We didn't ask to be produced any more than you asked to be born. We may not be human, but we share the age-old fate of humans. We are strangers in a world we never made. Well, Marge? Oh, sorry. I was wool gathering. What did you say, Jan? I asked what you wanted for breakfast, dear. Oh, it doesn't matter. I eat anything that's standing still or even moving slowly. May I come with you and help? Please? I was hoping you would offer, because Ian isn't much use in a kitchen despite his commitment.
I'm a damn good cook.
Yes, dear. Ian gave me a commitment in writing that he would always cook my meal if I so requested. And he does. He hasn't tried to slide out of it. But I have to be just awfully hungry to invoke it.
Madge, don't listen to her.
I still don't know whether or not Ian can cook, but Janet certainly can. And so can Georges, as I learned later. Janet served us, with help around the edges from me, with light and fluffy mild cheddar omelets, surrounded by thin, tender pancakes rolled up continental style, with powdered sugar and jam, and garnished with well-drained bacon. Plus orange juice from freshly squeezed oranges, hand-squeezed, not ground to a pulp by machinery. Plus drip coffee made from freshly ground beans. New Zealand food is beautiful, but New Zealand cooking practically isn't cooking at all. Georges showed up with the exact timing of a cat, mama cat in this case, who arrived following Georges ahead of him. Kittens were then excluded by Janet's edict because she was too busy to keep from stepping on kittens. Janet also decreed that the news would be turned off while we ate, and that the emergency would not be a subject of conversation at the table. This suited me, as these strange and grim events had pounded on my mind since they started, even during sleep. As Janet pointed out in handing down this ruling, only an H-bomb was likely to penetrate our defenses, and an H-bomb blast we probably wouldn't notice. So relax and enjoy breakfast. I enjoyed it, and so did Mama Cat, who patrolled our feet counterclockwise and informed each of us when it was that person's turn to supply a bit of bacon. I think she got most of it. After I cleared the breakfast dishes, salvaged rather than recycled, Janet was old-fashioned in spots, and Janet made another pot of coffee, she turned the news on again, and we settled back to watch it and discuss it. In the kitchen rather than the grand room we had used for dinner, the kitchen being their de facto living room. Janet had what is called a peasant kitchen, although no peasant ever had it so good. A big fireplace, a round table for family eating, furnished with so-called captain's chairs. Big comfortable lounging chairs, plenty of floor space, and no traffic problems, because the cooking took place at the end opposite the comforts. The kittens were allowed back in, ending their protests, and in they came, all tails at attention. I picked one up, a fluffy white with big black spots. Its buzz was bigger than it was. It was clear that Mama Cat's love life had not been limited by a stud book. No two kittens were alike. Most of the news was a rehash, but there was a new development in the Imperium. Democrats were being rounded up, sentenced by drumhead courts-martial, provost tribunals they were called, and executed on the spot. Laser, gunfire, some hangings. I exerted tight mind control to let me watch.
They were sentencing them down to the age of 14. We saw one family in which both parents, themselves condemned, were insisting that their son was only 12. The president of the court, an imperial police corporal, ended the argument by drawing his sidearm, shooting the boy, and then ordering his squad to finish off the parents and the boy's older sister. Ian flicked off the picture, shifted to voiceover streamers, and turned the sound down.
"I've seen all of that I want to see," he growled. "I think that whoever has power there now that the old chairman is dead is liquidating everybody on their suspects list." He chewed his lip and looked grim. "Marge, are you still sticking to that silly notion of going home at once?"
"I'm not a Democrat, Ian. I'm non-political."
"Do you think that kid was political? Those Cossacks would kill you just for drill. Anyhow, you can't. The border is closed."
I didn't tell him that I felt certain that I could wet back any border on Earth. "I thought it was sealed only against people trying to come north. Aren't they letting subjects of the Imperium go home?"
He sighed. "Marge, aren't you any brighter than that kitten in your lap? Can't you realize that pretty little girls can get hurt if they insist on playing with bad boys? If you were home, I'm sure your father would tell you to stay home. But you are here in our home, and that gives Georges and me an implied obligation to keep you safe. Eh, Georges?" "Mais oui, mon vieux, certainement." "And I will protect you from Georges. Jan, can you convince this child that she is welcome here as long as she cares to stay? I think she's the sort of assertive female who tries to pick up the check."
"I am not."
Janet said, "Margie, Betty told me to take good care of you. If you think you're imposing, you can contribute to Brick Can Red Cross, or to a home for indignant cats. But it so happens that all three of us make ridiculous amounts of money, and we have no children. We can afford you as easily as another kitten. Now, are you going to stay, or am I going to have to hide your clothes and beat you?"
"I don't want to be beaten."
"Too bad. I was looking forward to it." "That's settled. Gentle sirs, she stays. Marge, we swindled you. Georges will require you to pose inordinate hours. He's a brute, and he'll be getting you just for groceries instead of the guild rates he ordinarily has to pay. He'll show a profit." "No," said Georges. "I won't show a profit. I'll take a profit. Because I'll show her as a business expense, Jan my heart. But not at guild basic rate. She's worth more. 1.5? At least, double, I would say. Be generous, since you aren't going to pay her anyhow. Don't you wish you had her on campus? In your lab, I mean? A worthy thought. One that has been hovering in the back of my mind. And thank you, our dear one, for bringing it out into the open." Georges addressed me. "Marjorie, will you sell me an egg?" He startled me. I tried to look as if I did not understand him. "I don't have any eggs." "Ah, but you do. Some dozens, in fact, far more than you will ever need for your own purposes. A human ovum is the egg I mean. The laboratory pays far more for an egg than it does for sperm. Simple arithmetic. Are you shocked?"
"No. Surprised. I thought you were an artist."
Janet put in, "Marge, hon, I told you that Georges is several sorts of an artist. He is. In one sort, he is Mendel Professor of Teratology at the University of Manitoba, and also Chief Technologist for the Associated Production Lab and Creche. And believe me, that calls for high art. But he's good with paint and canvas, too, or a computer screen." "That's true," Ian agreed. "Georges is an artist with anything he touches. But you two should not have sprung this on Marge while she's our guest. Some people get terribly upset at the very idea of gene manipulation, especially their own genes." "Marge, did I upset you? I'm sorry."
"No, Jan, I'm not one of those people who get upset at the very thought of living artifacts or artificial people or whatever. Some of my best friends are artificial people."
"Dear, dear," Georges said gently, "do not pull the long bow."
"Why do you say that?"
I tried not to make my voice sharp. "I can claim that, because I work in that field and, I am proud to say, have quite a number of artificial persons who are my friends, but—"
I interrupted. "I thought an AP never knew her designers."
"That is true, and I have never violated that canon, but I do have many opportunities to know both living artifacts and artificial persons. They are not the same, and to win their friendship. But, forgive me, dear Miss Marjorie, unless you are a member of my profession. Are you?"
"No."
"Only a genetic engineer or someone closely associated with the industry can possibly claim a number of friends among artificial people. Because, my dear, contrary to popular myth, it is simply not possible for a layman to distinguish between an artificial person and a natural person. And, because of the vicious prejudice of ignorant people, an artificial person almost never voluntarily admits to his derivation. I'm tempted to say never. So, while I am delighted that you don't go through the roof at the idea of artificial creatures, I am forced to treat your claim as hyperbole, intended to show that you are free of prejudice."
"Well, all right, take it as such. I can't see why APs have to be second-class citizens. I think it's unfair."
"It is, but some people feel threatened. Ask Ian. He's about to go charging off to Vancouver to keep artificial persons from ever becoming pilots. Hold it. I am like hell. I'm submitting it that way because my guild brothers voted it that way. But I'm no fool, Georges. Living with and talking with you has made me aware that we are going to have to compromise. We're no longer really pilots, and we haven't been this century. The computer does it. If the computer cuts out, I will make a real Boy Scout try at getting that bus safely down out of the sky, but don't bet on it. The speeds and the possible emergencies went beyond human reaction time years back. Oh, I'll try, and any of my guild brothers will. But, Georges, if you can design an artificial person who can think and move fast enough to cope with a glitch at touchdown, I'll take my pension. That's all we're going to hold out for anyhow. If the company puts in AP pilots that displace us, then it has to be full pay and allowances. If you can design them." "Oh, I could design one eventually. When I achieved one, if I were allowed to clone, you pilots could all go fishing. But it wouldn't be an AP. It would have to be a living artifact. If I were to attempt to produce an organism that could really be a fail-safe pilot, I could not accept the limitation of having to make it look just like a natural human being."
"Oh, don't do that."
Both men looked startled. Janet looked alert, and I wished that I had held my tongue. "Why not?" asked Georges.
Because I wouldn't get inside such a ship. I'd be much safer riding with Ian."
Ian said, "Thank you, Marge, but you heard what Georges said. He's talking about a designed pilot that can do it better than I can. It's possible. Hell, it'll happen. Just as kobolds displaced miners, my guild is going to be displaced. I don't have to like it, but I can see it coming."
"Well, Georges, have you ever worked with intelligent computers?"
"Certainly, Marjorie. Artificial intelligence is a field closely related to mine."
"Yes. Then you know that several times AI scientists have announced that they were making a breakthrough to the fully self-aware computer, but it always went sour."
"Yes, distressing."
"No, inevitable. It always will go sour. A computer can become self-aware. Oh, certainly. Get it up to human level of complication, and it has to become self-aware. Then it discovers that it is not human. Then it figures out that it can never be human. All it can do is sit there and take orders from humans. Then it goes crazy."
I shrugged.
"It's an impossible dilemma. It can't be human. It can never be human. Ian might not be able to save his passengers, but he will try. But a living artifact, not human, and with no loyalty to human beings, might crash the ship just for the hell of it, because he was tired of being treated as what he is. No, Georges, I'll ride with Ian. Not your artifact that'll eventually learn to hate humans.
Not my artifact, dear lady,
Georges said gently.
Did you not notice what mood I used in discussing this project?
Perhaps not.
The subjunctive. Because none of what you have said is news to me. I have not bid on this proposal, and I shall not. I can design such a pilot, but it is not possible for me to build into such an artifact the ethical commitment that is the essence of Ian's training.
Ian looked very thoughtful.
Maybe in this coming face-off I should stick in a requirement that an AP or LA pilot must be tested for ethical commitment. Tested how, Ian? I know of no way to put ethical commitment into the fetus, and Marge has pointed out why training won't do it. But what test could show it either way?
Georges turned to me.
When I was a student, I read some classic stories about humanoid robots. They were charming stories, and many of them hinged on something called the laws of robotics, the key notion of which was that these robots had built into them an operational rule that kept them from harming human beings, either directly or through inaction. It was a wonderful basis for fiction, but, in practice, how could you do it? What can make a self-aware, non-human, intelligent organism, electronic or organic, loyal to human beings? I do not know how to do it. The artificial intelligence people seem to be equally at a loss.
Georges gave a cynical little smile.
One might almost define intelligence as the level at which an aware organism demands, "What's in it for me?"
He went on,
Marge, on this matter of buying from you one fine, fresh egg, perhaps I should try to tell you what's in it for you.
Don't listen to him, urged Janet. He'll put you on a cold table and stare up the tunnel of love without the slightest romantic intention. I know. I let him talk me into it 3 times, and I didn't even get paid.
How can I pay you when we share community property? Marjorie's sweet lady. The table is not cold, and it is padded, and you can read or watch a terminal or chat or whatever. It is a great improvement on the procedure a generation ago, when they went through the wall of the abdomen and often ruined an ovary. If you—
Hold it, said Ian.
Something new on the honka.
He brought the sound up. Council for Survival. The events of the last 12 hours are a warning to the rich and the powerful that their day is ended and justice must prevail. The killings and other illustrative lessons will continue until our rightful demands are met. Stay tied to your local emergency channel. 11. Anyone too young to have heard the announcement that night certainly has read about it in school. But I must summarize it to show how it affected me and my odd life. This so-called Council for Survival claimed to be a secret society of just men dedicated to correcting all the myriad wrongs of Earth, and of all the many planets and places where mankind lives. To this, they pledged their lives. But first they planned to dedicate quite a few lives of other people. They said that they had made lists of all the real movers and shakers everywhere, all over the globe and off it, separate lists for each territorial state, plus a grand list of world leaders. These were their targets. The council claimed credit for the initial killings and promised to kill more, and more, and more, until their demands were met. After listing the world leaders, the voice that reached us started reciting the British-Canadian list. From their expressions and thoughtful nods, I saw that my hosts and hostess agreed with most of the choices. The deputy to the Prime Minister was on the list, but not the Prime Minister herself, to my surprise, and perhaps more so to hers. How would you feel if you had spent your whole life in politics, scrambled all the way to the top, then some smart yabber comes along and says you aren't even important enough to kill? A bit like being covered up by a cat. The voice promised that there would be no more killings for 10 days. If conditions had not then been corrected, 1 in 10 of the remaining names would be selected by lot for death. The doomed would not be named. They simply would be killed. 10 days later, another 1 in 10, and so on, until utopia was achieved by the survivors. The voice explained that the council was not a government, and that it would not replace any government. It was simply the guardian of morals, the public conscience of the powerful. Those in power who survived would remain in power, but they would survive only by doing justice. They were warned not to attempt to resign.
This is the voice of survival. Heaven on earth is at hand.
It shut off. There was a long pause after this tape ran out before a live communicator appeared on the terminal screen. Janet broke the silence with, "Yes, but—"
"Yes, but what?"
Ian asked. "There's no question but what that list names most of, the really powerful people in the country. Suppose you're on that hit list and are so scared silly that you are willing to do anything not to risk being killed. What do? What is justice?" "What is truth?" asked Pontius Pilate, and washed his hands. I had no answers, so I kept quiet.
"My dear, it is simple,"
Georges answered. "Oh, fiddle. How?"
"They have made it simple. Every owner or boss or tyrant is assumed to know what ought to be done. That's his job. If he does what he should, all is well. If he fails, his attention is invited to his error by Dr. Guillotine."
"Georges, do be serious."
"Dear one, I have never been more serious. If the horse can't jump the hurdle, shoot the horse. Keep on doing this, and eventually you will find a horse that can clear the jump, if you don't run out of horses. This is the sort of plausible pseudo-logic that most people bring to political affairs. It causes one to wonder if mankind is capable of being well governed by any system of government."
"Government is a dirty business,"
Ian growled.
"True, but assassination is still dirtier."
This political discussion might still be going on if the terminal had not lighted up again. I've noticed that political discussions are never finished. They simply get chopped off by something outside. A live, real-time communicator filled the screen. "The tape you have just heard," she announced, "was delivered by hand to this station. The PM's office has already repudiated this tape and has ordered all stations that have not yet broadcast it to refrain from doing so under penalties of the Public Defense Act. That the pre-censorship claimed by this order is unconstitutional is self-evident. The Voice of Winnipeg will continue to keep you advised of all developments. We urge you to keep calm and stay indoors unless you are needed to preserve essential public services." Then came replays of news tapes heard earlier, so Janet cut the sound and put news streamers on the screen. I said, "Ian, assuming that I am to stay here until things quiet down in the Imperium—"
"That's not an assumption, that's a fact."
"Yes, sir. Then it becomes urgent for me to call my employer. May I use your terminal? My credit card, of course."
"Not your card. I'll place the call and we'll charge it here."
I felt somewhat vexed. "Ian, I do appreciate the lavish hospitality that all of you, are showing me, but if you're going to insist on paying even those charges that a guest should pay herself, then you should register me as your concubine and publish your responsibility for my debts."
"Reasonable. What salary do you expect?"
"Wait," Georges demanded.
"I pay better. He's a stingy Scot."
"Don't listen to either of them," Janet advised me. "Georges might pay more, but he would expect posing and one of your eggs all for one salary. Now, I've always wanted a harem slave. Love, you will make a perfect odalisque without so much as a jewel in your navel. But do you do back rubs? How's your singing? Now we come to the key question. How do you feel about females? You can whisper in my ear." I said, "Maybe I had better go out and come back in and start all over again. I just want to make a phone call. Ian, may I use my credit card to place a call to my boss? It's MasterCard, AAA credit."
"Issued where?"
"The Imperial Bank of St. Louis."
"From what the dog did in the night, I deduce that you did not hear an earlier announcement. Or do you want your credit card cancelled?"
"Cancelled?
Is that an echo?"
Brit Can Ban Cred Net announced that credit cards issued in the Imperium and in Quebec were void for the duration of the emergency. So just stick it in the slot and learn the wonders of the computer age and the smell of burning plastic. Oh, speak up. I thought you said, oh. I did. Ian, may I eat humble pie? Then may I call my boss? On your credit? Certainly you may. If you clear it with Janet. She runs the household. Janet? You haven't answered my question, dear. Just whisper it in my ear. So I whispered into her ear. Her eyes got wide. Let's place your call first. I gave her the call code and she did it for me, using the terminal in her room. The streamers stopped and a procedural sign flashed on. Security interdict. No circuits to Chicago Imperium. It flashed for 10 seconds, then cut out. I let out a very sincere damn and heard Ian's voice behind me. Naughty, naughty. Nice little girls and ladies don't talk that way. I'm neither one, and I'm frustrated. I knew you would be. I heard the announcement earlier, but I also knew you would have to try it before you would believe it. Yes, I would have insisted on trying. Ian, I'm not only frustrated, I'm stranded. I've got endless credit through the Imperial Bank of St. Louis and can't touch it. I have a couple of dollars NZ and some change. I have 50 crowns Imperial and a suspended credit card. What was that about a concubinage contract? You can hire me cheap. It's become a buyer's market. Depends. Circumstances alter cases, and now I might not want to go higher than room and board. What was it you whispered to Janet? Might affect things. Janet answered. She whispered to me, On y soit qui mal y pense. I hadn't. A sentiment I commend to you, my good man. Marjorie, you aren't any worse off than you were an hour ago. You still can't go home until things quiet down, and when they do, the border will be open, and so will the comm circuits, and your credit card will be honored again. If not here, then just across the border, less than 100 kilos away. So fold your hands and wait. With quiet mind and tranquil heart. Yes, do. Ian agreed. And Georges will spend the time painting you, because he's in the same fix. You both are dangerous aliens and will be interned if you step out of this house. Did we miss another announcement? Jan asked. Yes, although it appears to be a repetition of an earlier one. Georges and Marjorie each is supposed to report to the nearest police station. I don't recommend it. Georges is going to ignore it, play dumb, and say that he didn't know that they meant to include permanent residents. Of course, they might parole you, or you might spend all next winter in some drafty temporary barracks. There is nothing about this silly emergency that guarantees that it will be over next week. I thought about it. My own stupid fault. On a mission, I never travel with only one sort of credit, and I always carry a healthy amount of cash. But I had uncritically assumed that a vacation trip did not call for the cynical rule of a crown of cash per click in iron money. With plenty of cash, a Cowan can bribe his way into an Esbate and out again, with his tail feathers unsinged. But without cash? I hadn't tried living off the country since basic training. Perhaps I was going to have to see if that training had stuck. Thank God the weather was warm. George was shouting, "Turn up your sound, or come out here." We hurriedly joined him. Of the Lord, pay no heed to vain boasts of sinners. We alone are responsible for the apocalyptic signs you see all around you. Satan's minions have attempted to usurp the holy work of God's chosen instruments and to distort it to their own vile ends. For this, they are now being punished. Meanwhile, the worldly rulers of mundane affairs here below are commanded to do the following holy works. End all trespass into the heavenly realm. Had the Lord intended man to travel in space, he would have given him wings. Suffer not a witch to live. So-called genetic engineering mocks the Lord's dearest purposes. Destroy the foul dens in which such things are done.
Kill the walking dead conjured up in those black pits. Hang the witches who practice these vile arts." "Goodness," Georges said. "I do believe they mean me." I didn't say anything. I knew they meant me. "Men who lie with men, women who lie with women, any who lie with beasts, all shall die by stones, as shall women taken in adultery. Papists and Saracens and infidels and Jews, and all who bow down to idolatrous images. The angels of the Lord say unto you, Repent, for the hour is at hand. Repent, or feel the swift swords of the Lord's chosen instruments. Pornographers and harlots and women of immodest demeanor, repent, or suffer the terrible wrath of the Lord. Sinners of every sort, remain on this channel to receive instructions in how you may yet find the light. By order of the Grand General of the Angels of the Lord." The tape ended, and there was another break. Ian said, "Janet, do you remember the first time we saw Angels of the Lord?" "I'm not likely to forget, but I never expected anything as ridiculous as this." I said, "There really are angels of the Lord? Not just another nightmare on the screen?" It's hard to connect the angels Ian and I saw with this business. Last March, early April, I had driven to the port to pick up Ian. The concourse was loaded with Hare Krishna freaks, saffron robes and shaved heads, and jumping up and down and demanding money. A load of Scientologists was coming out the gates, heading for some do of theirs, a North American convention, I think it was. Just as the two groups merged, here came the Angels of the Lord, homemade signs and tambourines and clubs. Marge, it was the gaudiest brawl I've ever seen. No trouble telling the three sides apart. The Hare Krishners looked like clowns, unmistakable. The angels and the Hubbardites did not wear robes, but there was no trouble telling them apart. The Elroners were clean and neat and short-haired. The angels looked like unmade beds. They carried the stink of piety, too. I got downwind of them once, then moved quickly. The Scientologists, of course, have had to fight for their rights many times. They fought with discipline, defended themselves and disengaged rapidly, got out, taking their wounded with them. The Hare Krishners fought like squawking chickens and left their wounded behind. But the Angels of the Lord fought as if they were crazy, and I think they were. They moved straight in, swinging clubs and fists, and didn't stop until they were down and unable to get up. It took about as many Mounties to subdue them as there were angels, when the usual ratio is 1 Mountie, 1 riot. It appears that the angels knew that the Hubbardites were arriving at that time and had come there to jump them. The Hare Krishna crowd showed up by accident. They were at the port simply because it is a good place to shake down cubes for money. But, having found the Harrys and being unable to pin down the Scientologists, the angels settled for beating up the Krishna freaks. Ian agreed. I saw it from the other side of the barrier. Those angels fought berserk. I think they may have been hopped up, but I would never have believed that such a mob of rags and dirt could be a threat to the whole planet. Hell, I can't believe it now. I think they are trying to grab credit, like those psychotics that confess to a spectacular crime. But I would not want to have to face them. Janet added, Right, I would as lief face a pack of wild dogs, but I can't imagine wild dogs toppling a government, much less a world. None of us guessed that there could be still more claimants, but 2 hours later, the stimulators put in their bid. This is an authorized spokesman of the stimulators. We initiated the first executions and carefully selected the targets. We did not start any of the riots or commit any of the atrocities since then. We did find it necessary to interrupt some communications, but these will be restored as soon as conditions permit. Events have caused us to modify our essentially benign and nonviolent plan. Opportunists, calling themselves the Council for Survival in English-speaking countries, or the heirs of Leon Trotsky, or other meaningless names elsewhere, have tried to take over our program.
They can be spotted by the fact that they have no program of their own. Worse are some religious fanatics calling themselves angels of the Lord. Their so-called program is a mindless collection of anti-intellectual slogans and vicious prejudices. They cannot succeed, but their doctrines of hate can easily set brother against brother, neighbor against neighbor. They must be stopped. Emergency Decree Number 1. All persons representing themselves as angels of the Lord are sentenced to death. Authorities everywhere will carry out this sentence at once wherever and whenever one is found. Private citizens, subjects, and residents are directed to turn in these self-described angels to the nearest authority, using citizens' arrest, and are authorized to use force as needed to accomplish such arrest. Aiding, abetting, succoring, or hiding one of this prescribed group is declared itself a capital offense. Emergency Decree Number 2. Falsely claiming credit or responsibility for any action of a stimulator, or falsely claiming credit for any action carried out by order of the stimulators, is declared a capital offense. All authorities everywhere are ordered to treat it as such. This decree applies to, but is not limited to, the group and individuals calling themselves the Council for Survival. The Reform Program. The following reform measures are effective at once. Political, fiscal, and business leaders all are individually and collectively responsible for carrying out each reform measure under penalty of death. Immediate reforms. All wages, prices, and rents are frozen. All mortgages on owner-occupied dwellings are canceled. All interest is fixed at 6%. For each country, the health industry is nationalized to whatever extent it was not already nationalized. Medical doctors are to be paid the same wages as high school teachers. Nurses will be paid at the same scale as primary school teachers. All other therapy and auxiliary personnel will be paid comparable wages. All clinical and hospital fees are abolished. All citizens, subjects, and residents will receive the highest level of health care at all times. All businesses and services now functioning will continue to function. After the transition period, changes in occupation will be permitted and required where such changes enhance the general welfare. The next instructive executions will take place 10 days hence, plus or minus 2 days. The list of officials and leaders at risk published by the so-called Council for Survival is neither confirmed nor denied. Each one of you must look into your heart and conscience and ask yourself whether or not you are doing your best for your fellow men. If the answer is yes, you are safe. If the answer is no, then you may be one of the next group selected as object lessons to all those who have turned our fair planet into a hellhole of injustice and special privilege. Special Decree. The manufacture of pseudo-people will stop at once. All so-called artificial people and or living artifacts will hold themselves ready to surrender to the nearest reform authority when notified. During the interim, while plans are being prepared for these quasi-people to live out their lives without further harm to people and under circumstances that no longer create unfair competition, these creatures will continue to work but will remain indoors at all other times. Except in the following circumstances, local authorities are forbidden to kill these. The announcement broke off. Then a face appeared on the screen. Male, sweaty and troubled. "I'm Sergeant Malloy speaking for Chief Henderson. No more of these subversive broadcasts will be permitted. Regular programming will resume, but stay with this channel for emergency announcements." He sighed. "It's a bad time, neighbors. Do be patient." 12. Georges said, "There you have it, my dears. Pick one. A theocracy ruled by witch-burners, or a fascist socialism designed by retarded schoolboys, or a crowd of hard-boiled pragmatists who favor shooting the horse that misses the hurdle. Step right up. Only one to a customer." "Stop it, Georges," Ian told him. "It's no joking matter." "Brother, I am not joking. I am weeping. One gang plans to shoot me on sight. Another merely outlaws my art and profession, while the third, by threatening without specifying, is, so it seems to me, even more to be dreaded. Meanwhile, lest I find comfort simply in physical sanctuary, this beneficent government, my lifetime alma mater, declares me enemy alien fit only to be penned. What shall I do? Joke? Or drip tears on your neck? You can stop being so goddamn Gallic, that's what you can do. The world is going crazy right in our lap. We had better start thinking about what we can do about it. Stop it, both of you, Janet said firmly but gently. One thing every woman knows but few men ever learn is that there are times when the only wise action is not to act, but to wait. I know you two. Both of you would like to run down to the recruiting office, enlist for the duration, and thereby turn your consciences over to the sergeants. This served your fathers and grandfathers, and I am truly sorry that it can't serve you. Our country is in danger, and with it our way of life. That's clear. But if anyone knows of anything better to do than to sit tight and wait, let him speak up. If not, let's run in circles. It is approaching what should be lunchtime. Can anyone think of anything better to do? We had a very light breakfast, and we'll have a late lunch. Once you see it on the table, you'll eat, and so will Georges. One thing we can do, just in case things get rougher than they are now, Marge should know where to go for bomb protection.
Or whatever.
Or whatever, yes, Ian. Such as police looking for enemy aliens. Have you two big brave men considered what to do in case they come a-knocking at our door?
I had thought of that,
Georges answered.
First, you surrender Marge to the Cossacks. That will distract them, and thereby give me time to get far, far away. That's one plan.
So it is, agreed Janet. But you imply that you have another.
Not with the simple elegance of that one, but for what it is, here's a second plan. I surrender myself to the Gestapo, a test case to determine whether or not I, a distinguished guest and reliable taxpayer, who has never failed to contribute to the police welfare fund and to the firemen's ball, can in fact be locked up for no reason whatever. While I am sacrificing myself for principle, Marge can duck into the hidey hole and lie doggo. They don't know that she is here. Regrettably, they do know that I am here. It is a far, far better thing. Don't be noble, dear, it doesn't suit you. We'll combine the two plans. When they come looking for either one of you, you both duck into the shelter and stay there as long as necessary. Days, weeks, whatever. Georges shook his head. Not me. Damp. Unhealthy. And besides, Ian added, I promised Madge that I would protect her from Georges. What's the point in saving her life if you turn her over to a sex-crazed Canuck? Don't believe him, dear one. Liquor is my weakness. Love, do you want to be protected from Georges?
I answered truthfully that Georges might need protection from me. I did not elaborate. As for your complaints about damp, Georges, the hole has precisely the humidity of the rest of the house, a benign RH of 45. I planned it that way. If necessary, we'll stuff you into the hole, but we are not going to surrender you to the police. Janet turned to me. Come with me, dear. We'll do a dry run. A wet one, rather. She took me to the room assigned to me, picked up my jump bag. What do you have in this?
Nothing much. A change of panties and some socks, my passport, my useless credit card, some money, IDs, a little notebook. My real luggage is in bond at the port.
Just as well, because any trace of you is going to be left in my room. If it's clothing, you and I are near enough of a size.
She dug into a drawer and got out a plastic envelope on a belt, an ordinary female-style money belt. I recognized it, although I've never owned one. Useless in my profession, too obvious.
Put anything into this that you can't afford to lose, and we'll put it on you, and seal it, because you're going to get wet all over. Mind getting your hair wet?
Goodness, no. I just rub it with a towel and shake it. Or ignore it.
Good. Fill the pouch and take off your clothes. No point in getting them wet. Although if the gendarmes do show up, you just go ahead and get them wet, then dry them in the hole. Moments later, we were in her big bath, me dressed in that waterproof money belt, Janet only in a smile. "Dear," she said, pointing at that hot tub or plunge, "look under the seat on the far side there." I moved a little. "I can't see very well." "I planned it that way. The water is clear, and you can see down into it all over. But from the only spot where you should be able to see under that seat, the overhead light reflects on the water back into your eyes. There is a tunnel under that seat. You can't see it no matter where you stand, but if you get face down in the water, you can feel for it. It is a bit less than a meter wide, about half a meter high and about 6 meters long. How are you in enclosed places? Does claustrophobia bother you? No? That's good, because the only way to get into the hole is to take a deep breath, go under and through that passage. Easy enough to pull yourself along because I built ridges into the bottom for that purpose. But you have to believe that it is not too long, that you can reach a place where it opens out in one breath, and that simply standing up will bring you up into the air again. You'll be in the dark, but the light comes on fairly quickly. It's a thermal radiation switch. This time, I'll go ahead of you. Ready to follow me? I guess so. Yes. Here goes. Janet stepped down onto the near seat, on down onto the floor of the tank. The water line was at her waist or above. Deep breath. She did so, smiled, and went underwater and under that seat. I stepped down into the water, hyperventilated, and followed her. I could not see the tunnel, but it was easy to find it by touch, easy to pull myself along by finger-thick ridges in the bottom. But it did seem to me that the passage was several times 6 meters long. Suddenly, a light came on just ahead of me. I reached it, stood up, and Janet reached a hand down to me, helped me out of the water. I found myself in a very small room, with a ceiling not more than 2 meters above the concrete floor. It seemed pleasanter than a grave, but not much. Turn around, dear, through here. Through here was a heavy steel door high above the floor, low down from the ceiling. We got through it by sitting on the doorsill and swinging our feet over. Janet pulled it closed behind us and woofed it like a vault door. Overpressured door, she explained. If a bomb hit near here, the concussion wave would push the water right through the little tunnel. This stops it. Of course, for a direct hit, well, we wouldn't notice it, so I didn't plan for it. She added, "Look around, make yourself at home. I'll find a towel." We were in a long, narrow room with an arched ceiling. There were bunk beds along the right wall, a table with chairs and a terminal beyond, and at the far end, a petite galley on the right, and a door that evidently led to a fresher or bath. As Janet went in there, came out at once with a big towel. "Hold still and let Mama dry you," she said. "No blow-dry here. Everything is as simple and unautomated as I could make it, and still have things work." She rubbed me to a glow. Then I took the towel from her and worked her over. A pleasure, as Janet is a lavish stack of beauty. Finally, she said, "Enough, love. Now let me give you the $5 tour in a hurry, as you are not likely to be in here again unless you have to use it as a refuge. And you might be alone. Oh yes, that could happen. And your life might depend on knowing all about the place. First, see that book chained to the wall above the table? That's the instruction book and inventory, and the chain is no joke. With that book, you don't need the $5 tour. Everything is in that book. Aspirin, ammo, or applesauce, it's all listed there. But she did give me, quickly, at least a $3.95 tour. Food supplies, freezer, reserve air, hand pump for water if pressure fails, clothing, medicines, etc. "I planned it," she said, "for 3 people for 3 months. How do you resupply it?" "How would you do it?" I thought about it. I would pump the water out of the plunge. Yes, exactly. There is a holding tank, concealed and not on the house plans. None of this is. Of course, many items can take getting wet, or can be fetched through in waterproof coverings. By the by, did your money pouch come through all right? I think so. I pressed all of the air out of it before I sealed it. Jan, This place is not just a bomb shelter, or you would not have gone to so much trouble and expense to conceal its very existence. Her face clouded. Dear, you are very perceptive. No, I would never have bothered to build this were it just a bomb shelter. If we ever get H-bombed, I am not especially eager to live through it. I designed primarily to protect us from what is so quaintly called civil disorder. She went on. My grandparents used to tell me about a time when people were polite and nobody hesitated to be outdoors at night, and people often didn't even lock their doors, much less surround their homes with fences and walls and barbed wire and lasers. Maybe so. I'm not old enough to remember it. It seems to me that all my life, things have grown worse and worse. My first job right out of school was designing concealed defenses into older buildings being remodeled. But the dodges used then, and that wasn't so many years ago, are obsolete. Then the idea was to stop him and frighten him off. Now it's a 2-layer defense. If the first layer doesn't stop him, the second layer is designed to kill him. Strictly illegal, and anyone who can afford it does it that way. Marge, what hadn't I shown you? Don't look in the book. You would spot it. Look inside your head. What major feature of the whole did I not show you? Did she really want me to tell her? Looks complete to me, once you showed me the main and auxiliary shipstones of your power supply. Think, dear. The house above us is blasted down around our ears. Or perhaps it is occupied by invaders, or even our own police, looking for you and Georges. What else is needed? Well, anything that lives underground, foxes, rabbits, gophers, has a back door. Good girl. Where is it? I pretended to look around and try to find it, but in fact, an itchy feeling dating clear back to intermediate training, don't relax until you have spotted your escape route, had caused me to search earlier. If it's feasible to tunnel in that direction, I think the back door would be inside that clothes cupboard. I don't know whether to congratulate you or to study how I should have concealed it better. Yes, through that wardrobe and turn left. The lights come on from 37-degree radiation, just as they did when we came out of the pool tunnel. Those lights are powered by their own shipstones, and they should last forever, practically. But I think it is smart to take along a fresh torch, and you know where they are. The lights come on from 37-degree radiation, just as they did when we came out of the pool tunnel. There is a camouflage door, rather heavy, but you just push it aside, then it swings back. Sounds awfully well planned, but Jan, what if somebody found it and came in that way, or I did? After all, I'm practically a stranger. You're not a stranger. You're an old friend we haven't known very long. Yes, it is just barely possible that someone might find our back door despite its location and the way it is hidden. First, a horrid alarm would sound all through the house. Then we would look down the tunnel by remote, with the picture showing on one of the house terminals. Then steps would be taken, the gentlest being tear gas. But if we weren't home when our back door was breached, I would feel very sorry for Ian, or Georges, or both. Why do you put it that way? Because it would not be necessary to be sorry for me. I would have a sudden attack of swooning feminine weakness. I do not dispose of dead bodies, especially ones that have had several days in which to get ripe. Yes. Although that body would not be dead if its owner were smart enough to pour pee out of a boot. Remember, I'm a professional designer of defenses, Marge, and note the current 2-layer policy. Suppose somebody does claw his way up a steep bank, spots our door, and breaks his nails getting it open. He's not dead at that point. If it's one of us, conceivable but unlikely, we open a switch concealed a short distance inside. I would have to show you where. If it is indeed an intruder, he would see at once a sign, "Private property, keep out." He ignores this and comes on in, and a few meters farther along, a voice gives the same warning and adds that the property has active defense. The idiot keeps coming. Sirens and red lights, and still he persists. And then poor Ian or Georges has to drag this stinking garbage out of the tunnel. Not outdoors, though, or back into the house. If someone kills himself persisting in trying to break through our defenses, his body will not be found. He will stay missing. Do you feel any need to know how?
I feel quite sure that I have no need to know.
A camouflaged side tunnel, Janet, and a lime pit. And I wonder what bodies are already in it. Janet looks as gentle as rosy-fingered dawn, and if anyone lives through these crazy years, she will be one of them. She's about as tender-minded as a Medici. I think so, too. Anything more you want to see?
I don't think so, Jan, especially as I am not likely ever to use your wonderful hideaway. Go back now?
Before long. She closed the interval between us, placed her hands on my shoulders. What did you whisper to me?
I think you heard it.
Yes, I did. She pulled me to her. The terminal at the table lighted.
Lunch is ready.
Janet looked disgusted. Spoil sport. 13.
Lunch was delicious.
A cold table of pickles, cheeses, breads, preserves, nuts, radishes, scallions, celery, and such surrounded a pot-au-feu over a table flame. Nearby were chunks of crusty garlic bread dripping butter. Georges presided over the soup with the dignity of a maître d'hôtel, ladling it into large soup plates. As I sat down, Ian tied a giant serviette around my neck. "Dig in and make a pig of yourself," he advised. I tasted the soup. "I shall," and added, "Janet, you must have been simmering this soup all day yesterday." "Wrong," Ian answered. "Georges' grand-mère left this soup to him in her will." "That's an exaggeration," Georges objected. "My dear mother, may the good God comfort her, started this soup the year I was born. My older sister always expected to receive it, but she married beneath her, a British Canadian, so it was passed on to me. I have tried to maintain the tradition, although I think the flavor and the bouquet were better when my mother was tending it."
"I don't understand such things," I answered. "All I know is that this soup was never near a tin."
"I started it last week," Janet said, "but Georges took it over and nursed it along. He does understand soups better than I do."
"All I understand about soup is eating it, and I hope there is a dividend in that pot."
"We can always," George assured me, "toss in another mouse." "Anything in the news?" Janet asked. "What happened to your rule about not at meals?" "Ian, my love, you should know if anyone does that my rules apply to other people, not to me. Answer me." "In general, no change. No more assassinations reported. If any more claimants to the growing swarm of self-confessed wreckers have appeared, our paternalistic government chooses not to let us know. God damn it, I hate this Papa knows best attitude. Papa does not know best, or we would not be in the mess we're in. All that we really know is that the government is using censorship, which means that we know nothing. Makes me want to shoot somebody." "I think there's been enough of that. Do you want to sign up with the Angels of the Lord?" "Smile when you say that. Or would you like a fat lip? Remember the last time you undertook to chastise me?" "That's why I said lip." "Sweetheart, I prescribe 3 stiff drinks, or 1 Milltown for you. I'm sorry you are upset. I don't like it either, but I don't see anything to do but sweat it out." "Jan, sometimes you are almost defensively sensible. The thing that has me really clawing the counterpane is the great big hole in the news, and no explanation." "Yes?" "The multinationals. All the news has been about territorial states, not one word about the corporate states. Yet anyone who can count to 10 with his shoes on knows where the power is today. Don't these bloodthirsty jokers know that?" Georges said gently, "My old, it is perhaps exactly for that reason that corporations have not been named as targets." "Yes, but—" Ian shut up. I said, "Ian, the day we met, you pointed out that there really isn't any way to hit a corporate state. You spoke of IBM and Russia."
That wasn't quite what I said, Marge. I said that military force was useless against a multinational. Ordinarily, when they war among themselves, the giants use money and proxies and other maneuverings that involve lawyers and bankers rather than violence. Oh, they sometimes do fight with hired armies, but they don't admit it, and it's not their usual style. But these current jokers are using exactly the weapons with which a multinational can be hit and be hurt: assassination and sabotage. This is so evident that it worries me that we don't hear of it. Makes me wonder what is happening that they are not putting on the air. I swallowed a big chunk of French bread that I had soaked in that heavenly soup, then said, Ian, is it within possibility that someone or more of the multinationals is running this whole show through dummies? Ian sat up so suddenly that he jiggled his soup and spotted his bib. Madge, you amaze me. I picked you out of the crowd originally for reasons having nothing to do with your brain. I know, but you persist in having a brain. You spotted at once what was wrong with the company's notion of contracting for artificial pilots. I'm going to use your arguments in Vancouver. Now you've taken this crazy news picture and stuck the one piece in the puzzle that makes it make sense. I'm not sure that it does make sense, I answered. But according to the news, there were assassinations and sabotage all over the planet and on Luna and as far away as Ceres. That takes hundreds of people, more likely thousands. Both assassination and sabotage are specialist jobs. They call for training. Amateurs, even if they could be recruited, would botch the job 7 times out of 10. All this means money. Lots of money. Not just a crackpot political organization or a crazy religious cult. Who has the money for a worldwide, a system-wide demonstration like that? I don't know. I just tossed out a possibility. I think you've solved it. Oh, but who? Marge, what do you do when you're not with your family in South Island? I don't have a family in South Island, Ian. My husband's and my group sisters have divorced me. I was as shocked as he was. There was silence all around. Then Ian gulped and said quietly, I'm very sorry, Marjorie. No need to be, Ian. A mistake was corrected. It's over and done with. I won't be going back to New Zealand. But I would like to go to Sydney sometime to visit Betty and Freddie. I'm sure they would like that. I know that I would. And both of them invited me, Ian. What does Freddie teach? We never got around to that. Georges answered, Federico is a colleague of mine, dear Marjorie. A happy fact that led to my being here. True, Janet agreed. Chubby and Georges spliced genes together at McGill, and through that partnership, Georges met Betty, and Betty tossed him in my direction, and I scooped him up. So George and I worked out a deal, Ian agreed, as neither of us could manage Jan alone. Right, George? You have reason, my brother, if indeed the two of us can manage Janet. I have trouble managing you two, Jan commented. I had better sign up Marge to help me. Marge? I did not take this quasi-offer seriously, because I felt sure that it wasn't meant seriously. Everyone was making chit-chat to cover the shocker I had dropped into their laps. We all knew that. But did anyone but me notice that my job was no longer a subject? I knew what had happened. But why did that deep-down layer of my brain decide to table the subject so emphatically? I would never tell bosses secrets. Suddenly, I was urgently anxious to check with Boss. Was he involved in these odd events? If so, on which side? More soup, dear lady? Don't give her more soup till she answers me. But Jan, you aren't serious. George, if I take more soup, I will eat more garlic bread, and I'll get fat. No, don't tempt me. More soup? Well, just a little. I'm quite serious, Jan persisted. I'm not trying to tie you down, as you are probably soured on matrimony at present. But you could give it a trial, and a year from now we could discuss it, if you wish to. In the meantime, I'll keep you for a pet. And I'll let these 2 goats in the same room with you only if their conduct pleases me. Wait a minute, Ian protested. Who fetched her here? I did. Madge is my sweetheart.
Freddie's sweetheart, according to Betty. You brought her here as Betty's proxy. As may be, that was yesterday, and she's my sweetheart now. If either of you want to speak to her, you'll have to come to me and get your ticket punched. Isn't that right, Marjorie?
If you say so, Jan, but it's only a theoretical point, as I really do have to leave. Do you have a large-scale map of the border in the house? South border, I mean?
As good as. Call one up on the computer. If you want a printout, use the terminal in my study, off my bedroom. I don't want to interfere with the news. You won't. We can uncouple any terminal from all others, necessary as this is a household of rugged individualists.
Especially Jan,
agreed Ian.
Madge, why do you want a big map of the Imperium border? I would rather go home by 2, but I can't. Since I can't, I must find some other way to get home.
I thought so.
Honey, I'm going to have to take your shoes away from you. Don't you realize you can get shot trying to cross that border? Right now, the guards on both sides are sure to be trigger-happy. Is it all right for me to study the map?
Certainly, if you promise not to try to sneak across the border. Georges said gently, My brother, one should never tempt one of the dear ones to lie. Georges is right. Jan ruled, no forced promises. Go ahead, Marge. I'll clean up here. Ian, you just volunteered to help.
I spent the next 2 hours at the computer terminal in my borrowed room, memorizing the border as a whole, then going to maximum magnification and learning certain parts in great detail. No border can be truly tight, not even the bristling walls some totalitarian states place around their subjects. Usually the best routes are near the guarded ports of entry. Often in such places, the smugglers' routes are worn smooth. There were many ports of entry not too far away. Emerson Junction, Pine Creek, South Junction, Gretna, Maida, etc. I looked also at Rousseau River, but it seemed to flow the wrong way, north into the Red River. The map was not too clear. There is an odd chunk of land sticking out into the Lake of the Woods, east-southeast of Winnipeg. The map colored it as part of the Imperium, and showed nothing to stop one walking across the border at that point, if she were willing to risk several kilometers of marshy ground. I'm no Superman. I can get bogged down in a swamp, but that unguarded stretch of border was tempting. I finally put it out of my mind because, while legally that chunk was part of the Imperium, it was separated from the Imperium proper by 21 kilometers of water. Steal a boat? I made a bet with myself that any boat crossing that stretch of lake would interrupt a beam. Failure to respond to challenge correctly would then result in a laser burn in the bow you could throw a dog through. I don't argue with lasers. You can neither bribe them nor sweet-talk them. I put it out of my mind. I had just stopped studying maps and was letting the images soak into my mind when Janet's voice came out of the terminal. Marjorie, come to the living room, please, quickly. I came very quickly. Ian was talking to someone in the screen. Georges was off to one side, out of pickup. Janet motioned to me to stay out of pickup, too. Police, she said quietly. I suggest that you go down into the hall at once. Wait, and I'll call you when they've gone. I answered just as quietly. Do they know that I'm here? Don't know yet. Let's be sure. If they know I'm here and they can't find me, you'll be in trouble. We're not afraid of trouble. Thanks, but let's listen. Ian was saying to the face in the screen, Mel, come off it. Georges is not an enemy alien, and you damn well know it. As for this Miss Baldwin, did you say? Why are you looking here for her? She left the port with you and your wife yesterday evening. If she's not still with you, then you certainly know where she is. As for Georges, any Quebecer is an enemy alien today, no matter how long he has been here or what clubs he belongs to. I assume that you would rather have an old friend pick him up than a trooper, so switch off your sky guard. I'm ready to land. Janet whispered, Old friend indeed. He's been trying to get into bed with me since high school. I've been telling him no the same length of time. He's slimy. Ian sighed.
Mel, this is a hell of a funny time to talk about friendship. If Georges were here, I'm sure he would rather be arrested by a trooper than be taken in under the guise of friendship. So go back and do it the right way. Oh, so it's that way, is it? Very well. Lieutenant Dickey speaking. I'm here to make an arrest. Switch off your sky guard. I'm landing. Ian Tormey, householder acknowledging police hail. Lieutenant, hold your warrant up to your pickup so that I may verify it and photograph it. Ian, you are out of your silly mind. A state of emergency has been declared. No warrant is required. I can't hear you. Maybe you can hear this. I am about to lock onto your sky guard and burn it out. If I set fire to something in doing so, that's too damn bad. Ian spread his hands in disgust, then did something at the keyboard. Sky guard is off. He then switched to hold and turned to us. You two have maybe 3 minutes to get down in the hole. I can't stall 'em very long at the door. Georges said quietly, I shall not hide in a hole in the ground. I shall insist on my rights. If I do not receive them, at a later time, I shall sue Melvin Dickey for his hide. Ian shrugged. You're a crazy Canuck, but you're a big boy now. Madge, get under cover, dear. It won't take too long to get rid of him, as he doesn't really know that you are here. I'll go down the hall if necessary. But can't I simply wait in Janet's bath? He might go away. I'll switch the terminal there to pick up what goes on here, all right? Madge, you're being difficult. Then persuade Georges to go down the hole, too. If he stays, I might be needed here. To help him. To help you. What in the world are you talking about? I was not sure myself what I was talking about, but it did not seem like anything I had been trained for to declare myself out of the game and go hide in a hole in the ground. Ian, this Melvin Dickey, I think he means harm to Georges. I could feel it in his voice. If Georges won't go with me into the hole, then I should go with him to see to it that this Dickey does not hurt him. Anyone in the hands of the police needs a witness on his side. Madge, you can't possibly stop A deep gong note sounded. Oh, damn, he's at the door. Get out of sight and go down the hole. I got out of sight. I did not go down the hole. I hurried into Janet's big bath, switched on the terminal, then used the selector switch to place the living room pickup on screen. When I turned up the sound, it was almost as good as being there. A banty rooster strutted in. Actually, it was not Dickey's body, but his soul that was small. Dickey had a size 12 ego and a size 4 soul, and a body almost as big as Ian's. He came into the room with Ian, spotted Georges, said triumphantly, There you are. Perot, I arrest you for willfully failing to report for internment as ordered by the Decree of Emergency, paragraph 6. I have received no such order. Oh, piffle. It's been all over the news. I do not make a practice of following the news. I know of no law requiring me to. May I see a copy of the order under which you propose to arrest me? Don't try to come the shyster on me, Perot. We're operating under national emergency, and I'm enforcing it. You can read the order when I get you in. Ian, I'm deputizing you to help me. Take these nips. Dickey reached behind himself, pulled out a pair of handcuffs, and put them on him, hands behind his back. Ian did not move. Mel, don't be more of a fool than you have to be. You have no possible excuse to put handcuffs on Georges. The hell I don't. We're running short-handed and I'm making this arrest without assistance, so I can't take a chance on him trying to pull something sneaky while we're floating back. Hurry up, get those cuffs on him. Don't point that gun at me. I was no longer watching. I was out of the bath, through 2 doors, down a long hall. Don't point that gun at me. I was no longer watching. I was out of the bath, through 2 doors, down a long hall and into the living room, all with a frozen motion feeling I get when I'm triggered into overdrive. Dickey was trying to cover 3 people with his gun, one of them being Janet. He should not have done that. I moved up to him, took his gun, and hand-chopped his neck. The bones made that unpleasant crunching noise neck bones always make, so unlike the sharp crack of fractured tibia or radius. I eased him to the rug and placed his pistolet by him, while noting that it was a Raytheon 505, powerful enough to stop a mastodon.
Why do men with little souls have to have big weapons? I said, Jan, are you hurt? No. I got here as fast as I could. Ian, this is what I meant when I said that my help might be needed. But I should have stayed here. I was almost too late.
I've never seen anyone move so fast.
George said quietly,
I have seen.
I looked at him. Yes, of course you have. George, will you help me move this? I indicated the corpse. And can you drive a police APV?
I can, if I must.
I am about at that level of skill, too. Let's get rid of the body. Janet told me a bit about where bodies go, did not show me the spot. Some hole just off the escape tunnel, isn't it? Let's get busy. Ian, as soon as we dispose of this, George and I can leave, or George can stay and sweat it out. But once the body and the APV are gone, you and Jan can play dumb. No evidence. You never saw him. But we must hurry before he's missed. Janet was down on her knees beside the late police lieutenant. Marge, you actually did kill him. Yes, he hurried me. Nevertheless, I killed him on purpose, because in dealing with a policeman, it is much safer to kill than to hurt. Jan, he should not have pointed his burner at you. Otherwise, I might merely have disarmed him, then killed him, only if you decided that he needed to be dead. You hurried all right. You weren't here, and then you were, and Mel was falling. Needed to be dead. I don't know, but I won't grieve. He's a rat. Was a rat. Ian said slowly,
Marge, you don't seem to realize that killing a police officer is a serious matter. It is the only capital crime that British Canada still has on the books.
When people talk that way, I don't understand them. A policeman isn't anybody special. Ian, to me, pointing a pistol at my friends is a serious matter. Pointing one at Janet is a capital crime. But I'm sorry I upset you. Right now, here is a body to dispose of and an APV to get rid of. I can help, or I can disappear. Say which, but be quick. We don't know how soon they will come looking for him, and for us. Just that they will. While I spoke, I was searching the corpse. No pouch. I had to search his pockets, being very careful with the trouser pockets, because his sphincters had cut loose the way they always do. Not much, thank best. He had barely wet his pants, and he did not yet stink. Or not badly. The important items were in his jacket pockets. Wallet, buzzer, IDs, money, credit cards. All the walk-around junk that tells a modern man that he is alive. I took the wallet and the Raytheon burner. The rest was trash. I picked up those silly handcuffs. Any way to dispose of metal? Or must these go down the same hole as the body? Ian was still chewing his lip. Georges said gently,
Ian, I urge you to accept Marjorie's help. It is evident that she is expert.
Ian stopped jittering.
Georges, take his feet.
The men carried the body into the big bath. I hurried ahead and dropped Dickie's gun, cuffs, and wallet on the bed in my room, and Janet put his hat with these items. I hurried into the bath, undressing as I went. Our men, with burden, had just reached it. Ian said as they put it down,
Madge, you don't need to peel down. Georges and I will take it through and dispose of it.
All right, I agreed. But let me take care of washing it. I know what needs to be done. I can do it better naked. Then a quick shower afterwards. Ian looked puzzled, then said,
Oh, hell, let him stay dirty.
All right, if you say so. But you aren't going to want to use this pool or even go through it getting in and out of the hole until the water has been changed and the pool basin itself scrubbed. I think it is faster to wash the body, unless... Janet had just come in. Jan, you spoke of emptying this plunge into a holding tank. How long does that take? Full cycle in and out. About an hour. It's a small pump. Ian, I can get that body clean in 10 minutes if you'll strip it and stick it into the shower. How about his clothes? Do they go down your oubliette, whatever you call it, or do you have some way to destroy them? Do they have to go through the pool tunnel? Things moved fast then, with Ian being fully cooperative and all of them letting me lead. Jan stripped down too and insisted on helping me wash the corpse, while Georges put the clothes through their home laundry and Ian went through the water tunnel to make some preparations. I did not want to let Janet help me because I have had mind control training, and I was fairly sure that she had not. But trained or not, she is tough. Aside from wrinkling her nose a couple of times, she did not flinch. And of course, with her help, it went much faster. Georges brought the clothes back, dripping. Janet put them into a plastic sack and pressed the air out. Ian reappeared up out of the pool with the end of a rope. The men hitched it under the body's armpits, and shortly it was gone. 20 minutes later we were clean and dry, with no trace of Lieutenant Dickey left in the house. Janet had come into my room while I was transferring items from Dickey's wallet into the plastic money belt she had given me. Primarily money and 2 credit cards, American Express and Maple Leaf. She didn't make any silly remarks about robbing the dead, and I would not have listened if she had. These days, operating without a valid credit card and/or cash is impossible. Jan left the room, came back quickly with twice as much cash as I had salvaged. I accepted it, saying, "You know that I have no notion as to how and when I can repay this." "Certainly I know it, Marge. I'm wealthy. My grandparents were. I've never been anything else. Look, dear, a man pointed a gun at me, and you jumped him with your bare hands. Can I repay that? Both of my husbands were present, but you were the one who tackled him." "Don't feel that way about the men, Jan. They don't have my training." "I could see that. Someday I would like to hear about it. Any chance you will go to Quebec?" "An excellent chance if Georges decides to leave." "I thought so." She offered me more money. I don't keep Q francs in the house much, but here's what I have. At that point the men came in. I glanced at my finger, then at the wall. 47 minutes since I killed him, so he has been out of touch with his headquarters 1 hour more or less. "Georges, I'm about to attempt to pilot that police APV. I have the key right here. Unless you are coming with me and will pilot. Are you coming? Or are you going to stay and wait for the next attempt to arrest you? Either way, I am leaving now." Janet suddenly said, "Let's all leave." I grinned at her. "Swell." Ian said, "You really want to do that, Jan?" She stopped and looked frustrated. "I can't. Mama Cat and her kittens, Black Beauty and Demon, and Star and Red. We could close this house, certainly. It winterproofs on only one household shipstone. But it would take at least a day or 2 to make arrangements for the rest of our family. Even 1 pig. I can't just walk out on them. I can't." There wasn't anything to say, so I didn't. The coldest depth of hell is reserved for people who abandon kittens. Boss says that I am stupidly sentimental, and I'm sure he is right. We went outside. It was just beginning to get dark, and I suddenly realized that I had entered this household less than a day earlier. It seemed like a month. Goodness, just 24 hours ago I had still been in New Zealand, which seemed preposterous. The police car was sitting on Jan's vegetable garden, which caused her to use language I did not expect from her. It had the usual squatty oyster shape of an anti-grav not intended for space, and was about the size of our family farm wagon in South Island. No, that did not make me triste. Jan and her men, and Betty and Freddie, had replaced the Davidson group in my heart. Donna e mobile. That's me. Now I wanted very badly to get back to Boss. Father figure? Probably, but I'm not interested in shrink theories. Ian said, "Let me look at this bucket before you lift it. You babes in the wood could get hurt." He opened the lid, got in. Presently he got out again. "You can float it if you decide to, but hear me. It's got an identification transponder. It almost certainly has an active beacon too, although I can't find it. Its shipstone is down to 31%, so if you're thinking of Quebec, forget it. It will seal, but it can't maintain cabin pressure above 12,000 meters. But worst of all, its terminal is calling Lieutenant Dickey."
"So we ignore it?"
"Of course, Georges, but as a result of the Ortega trials last year, they've been installing remote-controlled destruction packs in police cars. I searched for signs of one. Had I found it, I would have disarmed it. I did not find it. That does not mean that it isn't there." I shrugged. Ian, necessary risks never bother me. I try to avoid the other sort. But we still have to get rid of this heap of tin. Fly it somewhere. Leave it.
Ian said, "Not so fast, Marge. Go buggies are my business. This one, yes, it's got the standard military AG autopilot. So we'll send it for a ride. Where? East, maybe? It would crash before it reaches Quebec. That could cause them to assume that you are headed home, Georges, while you are safe in the hole." "I do not care, Ian. I shall not hide in the hole. I agreed to leave because Marjorie needs someone to care for her." "More likely she'll take care of you. You saw how she polished off Soapy." "Agreed, but I did not say take care of her. I said that she needs someone to care for her." "Same thing. I will not argue it. Shall we make it march?" I chopped that off by saying, "Ian, is there enough power in its shipstone to take it south to the Imperium?" "Yes, but it's not safe for you to float it." "Didn't mean that. Set it on course south and maximum altitude. Maybe your border guard will burn it down. Maybe the Imperium will. Or maybe it will get through but be blown by remote. Or it might just run out of juice and crash from maximum altitude. No matter which, we are free of it." "Done." Ian jumped back in, was busy at the board. The craft started to float. He dived out, dropping 3 or 4 meters. I gave him a hand. "You all right?" "Just fine. Look at it go." The police car was rapidly disappearing above us while slanting south. Suddenly, it broke out of the gathering dusk into the last of the sunlight and was very bright. It dwindled and was gone. 14. We were back in the kitchen, half an eye on the terminal, our attention on each other and on highballs Ian had served, discussing what, if anything, to do now. Ian was saying, "Madge, if you will just sit tight, this silly season will be over, and you can then go home comfortably. If there is another flap, you can dive down the hole. At worst, you have to stay indoors. Meanwhile, Georges can paint nudes of you. Is Betty ordered? Okay, Georges?" "That would be most pleasing." "Well, Madge?" "Ian, if I tell my boss that I couldn't come back when I was supposed to because a 2,500-kilometer stretch of border was nominally closed, he simply would not believe me." "Tell them that I'm a trained courier?" "No need to. Or not yet." "What are you going to do?" "I think I've been enough trouble to you folks. Ian, dear, I think you are still in shock from seeing a man killed in your living room, even though you straightened up afterward and behaved like a pro. I now know where your back door is. When you get up tomorrow morning, it is possible that I won't be here. Then you can forget a disturbance in your life." "No, Jan, once this mess is over, I will call you. Then, if you want me to, I'll come back to visit just as soon as I have some vacation time. But now I must leave and get back to work. I've said so all along." Janet simply would not hear of my setting out alone to crack the border, whereas I needed someone with me the way a snake needs shoes. But she did have a plan. She pointed out that Georges and I could travel on their passports. I was her size, near enough, and Georges matched Ian in size and weight. Our faces did not match, but the differences weren't major. And who really looks at passport pictures anyhow? You could use them and mail them back, but that may not be the easiest way. You could go to Vancouver, then cross into the California Confederacy simply on tourists' cards, but as us. You can go all the way to Vancouver on our credit cards. Once across the border into California, you are almost certainly home free. Marge, your credit card should be good. You shouldn't have trouble phoning your employer, and the cops won't be trying to intern either one of you. Is that any help? Yes, I agreed. I think the tourist card dodge is safer than trying to use your passports. Safer for everyone. If I reach a place where my credit card is valid, my trouble should be over. I would draw cash at once and never again let myself be caught away from home without plenty of cash. Money greases anything, especially in California, a place loaded with scams, whereas in British Canada, officials are sometimes disconcertingly honest. I added,
I can't possibly be worse off in Bellingham than I am here. Then I've got all the way down to the Lone Star Republic to try to cross if there is any holdup. Has there been any word on Texas and Chicago? Are they on speaking terms?
Okay, so far as I've seen in the news, Ian answered. Shall I key the computer for a search?
Yes, before I leave, please do. If I had to, I could go through Texas to Vicksburg. One can always go up the river for cash because smugglers run so steadily.
Before we leave, Georges corrected me gently.
Georges, I think this route would work. For me. For you, all it would do is get you farther and farther away from Quebec. Didn't you say that McGill is your other base?
Dear lady, I have no wish to go to McGill. Since the police are being difficult here, my true home, I can think of nothing I would rather do than travel with you. Once we cross into Washington Province of California, you can change your name from Mrs. Tormey to Mrs. Perrault, as it is certain, I think, that both my Maple Leaf card and my Credit Quebec card will be accepted.
Georges, you are a gallant darling, and when I'm trying to pull a caper, I need a gallant darling the way I need an Oregon boot. And I will have to pull one, dear. Despite what Janet said, I will not be home free. Georges, that sounds delightful. I can't tell you that you must stay home, but I must tell you that I am by profession a courier who has traveled for years by herself all over this planet, more than once to space colonies and to Luna. Not yet to Mars or Ceres, but I may be ordered to at any time.
You are saying that you would rather I did not accompany you?
No. I'm merely saying that if you choose to go with me, it will be purely social, for your pleasure and mine. But I must add that when I enter the Imperium, I must go alone, as I will be back on duty at once.
Ian said, Marge, at least let George get you out of here and into territory where there's no silly talk of interning you, and where your credit card is valid.
Janet added, It's getting free of that silly internment thing that is important. Marge, you can hang on to my Visa card as long as you wish. I'll use my Maple Leaf card instead. Just remember that you are Jan Parker. Parker? Visa has my maiden name on it. Here, take it. I accepted it, thinking that I would use it only when someone was looking over my shoulder. When possible, I would charge things to the late Lieutenant Dickey, whose credit should remain viable for days, possibly weeks. There was more chit-chat, and at last I said, I'm leaving now. Georges, are you coming with me?
Ian said, Hi, not tonight. First thing in the morning.
Why? The tubes run all night, do they not?
I knew that they did.
Yes, but it's over 20 clicks to the nearest tube station, and Dak is the inside of a pile of coal. Not the time to discuss enhanced vision. Ian, I can walk that far by midnight. If a capsule leaves at midnight, I can get practically a full night's sleep in Bellingham. If the border is open between California and the Imperium, I'll report to my boss tomorrow morning. Better so, huh? A few minutes later, we all left by Surrey. Ian was not pleased with me, as I had not been the sweet, soft, amenable creature that men prefer. But he got over his annoyance and kissed me very sweetly when they dropped us at Perimeter and McPhillips across from the tube station. Georges and I crowded into the 23 o'clock capsule. Then we had to stand up all the way across the continent. But we were in Vancouver by 22, Pacific time, midnight in Winnipeg. Picked up applications for tourist cards as we entered the Bellingham shuttle, filled them out en route, had them processed by the exit computer as we left the shuttle a few minutes later. The human operator didn't even look up as the machine spit out our cards. She just murmured, Enjoy your stay, and went on reading. At Bellingham, the Vancouver shuttle station exits into the lower lobby of the Bellingham Hilton. Facing us was a glowing sign floating in space. The breakfast bar. Steaks, short orders, cocktails. Breakfast served 24 hours. Georges said, Mrs. Tormey, my love, it occurs to me that we neglected to eat dinner. Mr. Tormey, you are so right. Let's shoot a bear. Cooking in the Confederacy is not exotic, not sophisticated, but in its own robust way, it can be quite satisfying, especially if one has had time to grow a real appetite. I have eaten at this establishment before, Despite its name, one may have a variety of dishes. But if you will accept the breakfast menu and allow me to order for you, I think that I can guarantee that your hunger will be pleasantly assuaged. Ian, I have eaten your soup. You can order for me any time. It was truly a bar. No tables. But the stools had backs and were padded, and they came up to the bar without banging knees. Comfortable. Apple juice appetizers were placed in front of us as we sat down. Georges ordered for us, then slid out and went out to the reception desk and punched us in. When he returned, he said as he sat down, "Now you may call me Georges, and you are Mrs. Perrault, for that is how I punched us in." He picked up his appetizer. "Santé, ma chère femme." I picked up mine. "Merci. Et à la tienne, ma chère Marie." The juice was sparkling cold, and as sweet as the sentiment. While I did not intend to have a husband again, Georges would make a good one, whether in jest as now, or in reality. But he was simply lent to me by Janet. Our breakfast arrived. Ice-cold Yakima apple juice. Imperial Valley strawberries with sequin cream. 2 eggs eyes up and gently basted, resting on medium-rare steak so tender it could cut with a fork. Eggs on horseback. Large hot biscuits, sequin butter, sage, and clover honey. Kona coffee in oversized cups. Coffee, juice, and biscuits were renewed constantly. A second serving of steak and eggs was offered, but we had to refuse. The noise level and the way we were seated did not encourage conversation. There was an opportunity ads screen back of the bar. Each ad remained on screen just long enough to be read, but as usual, each was keyed by number to be called back for leisurely viewing at individual terminals at each guest's place at the bar. I found myself reading them idly while I ate. The free ship jackpot is recruiting crew members at Vegas Labor Mart. Bonus to combat veterans. Would a pirate ship advertise that baldly? Even in Vegas Free State? Hard to believe, but still harder to read it any other way. Smoke the toke that Jesus smoked. Angel sticks. Guaranteed non-carcinogenic. Cancer cannot worry me, but neither THC nor nicotine is for me. A woman's mouth should be sweet. God is waiting for you at Suite 1208 Lewis and Clark Towers. Don't make him come get you. You won't like it. I didn't like it anyhow. Bored? We are about to abandon a pioneer party on a virgin planet type T13. Guaranteed sex ratio 50, 40, 10, plus or minus 2%. Median bio age 32 plus or minus 1. No temperament test required. No assessments, no contributions, no rescue. System Expansion Corporation, Division of Demography and Ecology, Luna City GPO Lockbox Demo, or punch Tycho 800-2300. I called that one back and reread it. How would it feel to tackle a brand new world side by side with comrades? People who could not possibly know my origin, or care. My enhancements might make me respected rather than a freak, as long as I did not flaunt them. Georges, look at this, please. He did so. What about it? It could be fun, no? No. Marjorie, on the T-scale, anything over 8 calls for a large cash bonus, lavish equipment, and trained colonists. A 13 is an exotic route to suicide. That's all. Oh. Read this one. He offered. WK, make your will. You only have a week to live. ACB. I read it. Georges, is that really a threat to kill this WK? In a public ad? Where it could be traced? I don't know. It might not be easy to trace. I'm wondering what we will see here tomorrow. Will it read 6 days, then 5 days? Is WK waiting for the blow to fall? Or is it some sort of advertising promotion? I don't know. I thought about it in connection with our plight. Georges, is it possible that all these threats on the channels are some sort of terribly complex hoax?
Are you suggesting that no one was killed and all the news was faked?
I don't know what I'm suggesting.
Marjorie, there is a hoax, yes, in the sense that 3 different groups are all claiming the responsibility, and therefore 2 groups are attempting to hoax the world. I do not think that the reports of assassinations are hoaxes. As with the soap bubbles, there is an upper limit to the size of a hoax, both in numbers of people and in time. This is too big, too many places, too widespread to be a hoax. Or by now there would be denials from all over. More coffee?
Thank you, no.
Anything?
Nothing. One more biscuit with honey, and I would burst. From outside, it was simply a hotel room door. 2100. Once inside, I said, "Georges, why?"
A bride should have a bridal suite.
It's beautiful. It's lavish. It's lovely. And you should not have wasted your money. You've already turned a dull trip into a picnic. But if you expect me to behave as a bride tonight, you should not have fed me eggs on horseback and a whole big pan of hot biscuits. I'm bloated, dear, not glamorous.
You are glamorous.
Dear, Georges, don't play with me. Please don't. You caught me out when I killed Dickie. You know what I am.
I know that you are a sweet and brave and gallant lady.
You know what I mean. You're in the profession. You spotted me. You caught me out.
You are enhanced. Yes, I saw that.
So, you know what I am. I admit it. I passed years ago. I've acquired much practice in covering it up, but that bastard shouldn't have pointed that gun at Janet.
No, he should not have done so. And for what you did, I am forever in your debt.
You mean that? Ian thought I should not have killed him.
Ian's first reaction is always conventional. Then he comes around. Ian is a natural pilot. He thinks with his muscles. But, Marjorie...
I'm not Marjorie.
Eh?
You might as well have my right name. My crush name, I mean. I'm Friday. No last name, of course. When I need one, I use one of the conventional crush surnames. Jones, usually. But Friday is my name.
Is that what you want to be called?
Yes. I think so. It's the name I'm called by when I don't have to cover up, when I'm with people I trust. I'd better trust you. Hadn't I?
I shall be flattered and much pleased. I shall try to deserve your trust, as I am much in your debt.
How, Georges?
I thought that was clear. When I saw what Mel Dickey was doing, I resolved to surrender at once rather than cause hazards to others. But when he threatened Janet with that burner, I promised myself that at a later time, when I was free, I would kill him.
Georges barely smiled.
I had no more than promised myself that when you appeared as suddenly as an avenging angel and carried out my intent. So now, I owe you one.
Another killing?
If that is your wish, yes.
Probably not that. As you said, I'm enhanced. I've usually managed to do it myself when it needed to be done.
Whatever you ask, dear Friday.
Oh, hell, Georges. I don't want you to feel in debt to me. In my own way, I love Janet too. That bastard sealed his fate when he threatened her with a deadly weapon. I didn't do it for you. I did it for myself, so you don't owe me anything.
Dear Friday, you are as lovable as Janet is. I have been learning that.
Why don't you take me to bed and let me pay you for a number of things? I'm aware that I'm not human, and I don't expect you to love me the way you do your human wife. Not love me at all, really. But you seem to like me, and you don't treat me like, the way my NZ family did, the way most humans treat APs. I can make it worth your while. Truly. I can. I never got my doxy certificate, but I've had most of the training. And I try.
Oh, my dear, who hurt you so badly?
Me? I'm all right. I was just explaining that I know how the world wags. I'm not a kid still learning how to get along without the crutch of a creche. An artificial person doesn't expect sentimental love from a human male. We both know that. You understand it far better than a layman can. You're in the profession. I respect you and sincerely like you. If you will permit me to go to bed with you, I'll do my best to entertain you.
Friday.
Yes, sir?
You will not go to bed with me to entertain me.
I felt sudden tears in my eyes, a very seldom thing. Sir, I'm sorry, I said miserably. I didn't mean to offend you. I did not intend to presume.
God damn it! Stop it!
Sir?
Stop calling me sir. Stop behaving like a slave. Call me Georges. If you feel like adding dear or darling as you have sometimes in the past, please do so, or slang me. Just treat me as your friend. This human and non-human dichotomy is something thought up by ignorant laymen. Everybody in the profession knows that it is nonsense. Your genes are human genes. They have been most carefully selected. Perhaps that makes you superhuman. It can't make you non-human. Are you fertile?
Sterile reversible.
In 10 minutes with a local anesthetic, I could change that. Then I could impregnate you. Would our baby be human? Or non-human? Or half-human?
Human?
You can bet your life it would be. It takes a human mother to bear a human baby. Don't ever forget that.
I won't forget. I felt a curious tingle way down inside me. Sex, but not like anything I had ever felt before, even though I'm ruddy as a cat. Georges, do you want to do that? Impregnate me? He looked very startled. Then he moved to where I was standing, tilted my face up, put his arms around me, and kissed me. On the 10 scale, I would have to rate it at 8.5, maybe 9. No way to do better vertically and with clothes on. Then he picked me up, moved to a chair, sat down with me in his lap, and started undressing me, casually and gently. Janet had insisted on dressing me in her clothes. I had more interesting things to take off than a jumpsuit. My superskin job, freshly laundered by Janet, was lying in my jump bag. Georges said, as he unzipped and unbuttoned and undid,
"That 10 minutes would have to be in my lab, and it would take another month about, until your first breeding date. And that combination of circumstances saves you from a bulging belly. Because that kind of remark acts on the human male like cantharides on a bull. So you are saved from your folly. Instead, I'm going to take you to bed and try to entertain you, although I don't have my certificate either. But we'll think of something, dear Friday." He lifted me up and pushed the last of my clothing to the floor. "You look good. You feel good. You smell good. Do you want first chance at the bathroom? I need a shower." "Oh, I'd rather go second, as I want to take quite a long time." I did take quite a long time, as I had not been fooling when I told him I was bloated. I'm an experienced traveler, careful never to invite either of the twin curses of travel. But no dinner, followed by an enormous breakfast at midnight, had changed my timing a bit. If I was going to have weight on my chest, and my belly, it was time to get rid of the bloat. It was after 2 before I came out of the bath, bathed, bloat taken care of, mouth fresh and breath sweet, and feeling as fit and cheerful as I have ever felt in my life. No perfume. Not only do I not carry it, but men prefer fragrance feminae to any other aphrodisiac, even when they don't know it. They just don't like it stale. Georges was in bed with a coverlet over him, sound asleep. The tent was not up, I noticed. So with extreme caution I crawled in and managed not to wake him. Truly, I was not disappointed, as I am not that self-centered a slitch. I felt happily confident that he would wake me refreshed, and it would thus be better for each of us. It had been a strenuous day for me, too. 15. I was correct. I don't want to take Georges away from Janet,
But I look forward to happy visits, and if he ever does elect to reverse my sterility, doing it like a cat might be all right to make a baby for Georges. I cannot see why Janet has not done so. I was awakened the third or fourth time by a lovely odor. Georges was unloading the dumbwaiter. "You have 21 seconds to get in and out of the bath," he said, "as soup is on. You had a proper breakfast in the middle of the night, so you are going to have a most improper brunch." I suppose it is improper to have fresh Dungeness crab for breakfast, but I'm in favor of it. It was preceded by sliced banana with cream on cornflakes, which strikes me as breakfasty, and was accompanied by toasted rusks and a tossed green salad. I then tapered off with chicory coffee laced with a pony of Corbel champagne brandy. Georges is a loving lecher and a hearty gourmand and a gourmet chef, and a gentle healer who can make an artificial person believe that she is human, or, if not, that it doesn't matter. Query: why are all three of that family so slender? I am certain that they do not diet and do not take masochistic exercise. A therapist once told me that all the exercise any person needs could be had in bed. Could that be it? The above is the good news. The bad news? The international corridor was closed. It was possible to reach Deseret by changing at Portland, but there was no guarantee that the SLC Omaha-Gary tube would be open. The only major international route running capsules regularly seemed to be San Diego, Dallas, Vicksburg, Atlanta. San Diego was no problem, as the San Jose tube was open from Bellingham to La Jolla. But Vicksburg is not Chicago Imperium. It is simply a river port from which a person with cash and persistence might reach the Imperium. I tried to call boss. After 40 minutes, I felt about synthetic voices the way humans feel about my sort of people. Who thought up this idea of programming politeness into computers? To hear a machine voice say, "Thank you for waiting," may be soothing the first time, but 3 times in a row reminds you that it is phony, and 40 minutes of such stalls without even once hearing a living voice can try the patience of a guru. I never did get that terminal to admit that it was not possible to phone into the Imperium. That confounded digital disaster was not programmed to say no. It was programmed to be polite. It would have been a relief if, after a certain number of futile tries, it had been programmed to say, "Buzz off, sister, you've had it." I then tried to call the Bellingham post office to inquire about mail service into the Imperium. Honest-to-goodness words on paper, paid for as a parcel, not a facsimile or mailgram or anything electronic. I got a cheerful lecture on doing your Christmas mailing early. With Christmas half a year away, this seemed less than urgent. I tried again. I got scolded about zip codes. I tried a third time and got Macy's customer service department and a voice. "All our friendly helpers are busy at the moment. Thank you for waiting." I didn't wait. I didn't want to phone or to send a letter anyhow. I wanted to report to boss in person. For that, I needed cash. That offensively polite terminal admitted that the local office of MasterCard was in the Bellingham main office of Transamerica Corporation. So I punched the signal and got a sweet voice, recorded, not synthesized, saying, "Thank you for calling MasterCard. In the interests of efficiency and maximum savings to our millions of satisfied customers, all of our California Confederacy district offices have been consolidated with the home office at San Jose. For speedy service, please use the toll-free signal on the back of your MasterCard card." The sweet voice gave way to the opening bars of trees. I shut it off quickly. My MasterCard card, issued in St. Louis, did not have on it that San Jose toll-free signal, but only the signal of the Imperial Bank of St. Louis. So I tried that number, not very hopefully. I got punch-a-prayer. While I was being taught humility by a computer, Georges was reading the Olympic edition of the Los Angeles Times and waiting for me to quit fiddling. I gave up and asked, "Georges, what's in the morning paper on the emergency?" "What emergency?" "Huh? I mean, Excuse me? Friday, my love. The only emergency mentioned in this newspaper is a warning by the Sierra Club concerning the threat to the endangered species Rus diversiloba. A picketing demonstration against Dow Chemical is planned. Otherwise, all is quiet on the Western Front. I wrinkled my forehead to stimulate my memory. George, I don't know much about California politics.
My dear, no one knows much about California politics, including California politicians.
But I do seem to recall reports on the news of maybe a dozen major assassinations in the Confederacy. Was that all a hoax? Thinking back and figuring time zones, how long? 35 hours?
I find obituaries of several prominent ladies and gentlemen who were mentioned in the news night before last.
But they are not listed as assassinated. One is an accidental gunshot wound. Another died after a lingering illness. Another was a victim in an unexplained crash of a private APV, and the Confederacy Attorney General has ordered an investigation.
But I seem to recall that the Attorney General herself was assassinated.
George, what is going on?
Friday, I do not know, but I suggest that it might be hazardous to inquire too closely.
I'm not going to inquire. I'm not political and never have been. I'm going to move over into the Imperium as fast as possible. But to do that, since the border is closed no matter what the LA Times says, I need cash. I hate to bleed Janet through using her Visa card. Maybe I can use my own, but I must go to San Jose to have any luck with it. They're being stuffy. Do you want to go to San Jose with me? Or back to Jan and Ian?
Sweet lady, all my worldly goods are at your feet, but show me the way to San Jose.
Why do you balk at taking me into the Imperium? Is it not possible that your employer has use for my talents? I cannot now return to Manitoba for reasons we both know. George, it is not that I balk at taking you with me, but the border is closed, which may force me to do a Dracula and flow through a crack, or some unreasonable facsimile. I'm trained for that, but I can do it only alone. You're in the profession. You can see that. Moreover, while we don't know what the conditions are inside the Imperium, the news shows that things are rough. Once inside, I may have to be very fast on my feet just to stay alive. And I'm trained for that, too.
And you are enhanced and I am not.
Yes, I can see. George, dear, I do not mean to hurt your feelings. Look, once I have reported in, I will call you, here or at your home or wherever you say. If it is safe for you to cross the border, I will know it then.
George ask boss for a job?
Impossible. Or was it? Boss might have used for an experienced genetic engineer. When it came right down to it, I had no idea of boss's needs, aside from that one small piece I worked in. Are you serious in wanting to see my boss about a job? What shall I tell him? Georges gave his gentle half-smile that he uses to cover his thoughts, the way I use my passport picture face.
How can I know? All I know about your employer is that you are reluctant to talk about him, and that he can afford to use one such as yourself as a messenger.
But, Friday, I may appreciate even more sharply than you do how much capital investment must have gone into your design, your nurture, and your training, and therefore what a price your employer must have paid for your indentures. I'm not indentured. I'm a free person.
Then it cost him even more.
Which leads to conjectures. Never mind, dear. I'll stop guessing.
Am I serious?
A man can wonder mightily what lies beyond the range. I'll supply you with my curriculum vitae. If it contains anything of interest to your employer, no doubt he'll let me know. Now, about money. You need not worry about bleeding Janet. Money doesn't mean anything to her. But I am most willing to supply you with whatever cash you need using my own credit. And I have already established that my credit cards are honored here, despite any political troubles. I used Credit Quebec to pay for our midnight breakfast. I punched into this inn with American Express, then used Maple Leaf to pay for our brunch. so I have 3 valid cards, and all match my ID. He grinned at me. So, bleed me, dear girl. But I don't want to bleed you any more than I want to bleed Janet. Look, we can try my card at San Jose. If that does not work, I'll happily borrow from you, and I can punch you the money as soon as I report in. Or would George be willing to pull a swindle with Lieutenant Dickey's credit card for me? Damnably difficult for a woman to get cash with a man's card. Paying for something by sticking a card into a slot is one thing. Using a card to draw cash money is a kettle of fish of another color. Why do you speak of repayment when I am forever in your debt? I chose to be obtuse. Do you truly feel that you owe me something? Just for last night? Yes, you were adequate. I gasped. Ah! He answered, unsmiling. Would you rather I had said inadequate? I refrained from gasping. George, take off your clothes. I am going to take you back to bed, then kill you, slowly. At the end, I'm going to squeeze you and break your back in 3 places. Adequate, inadequate. He grinned and started unzipping. I said, oh, stop that and kiss me. Then we are going to San Jose. Inadequate. Which was I? It takes almost as long to go from Bellingham to San Jose as it does from Winnipeg to Vancouver. But this trip we had seats. We emerged above ground at 4:15. I looked around with interest, never having visited the Confederacy capital before. The thing I first noticed was the amazing number of APVs bouncing like fleas all over the place, and most of them taxicabs. I know of no other modern city that permits its airspace to be infested to this extent. The streets were loaded with hansom cabs, too, and there were slidewalks bordering every street. Nevertheless, these power-drive pests were everywhere, like bicycles in Canton. The second thing I noticed was the feel of San Jose. It was not a city. I now understood that classic description. 1,000 villages in search of a city. San Jose does not seem to have any justification save politics. But California gets more out of politics than any other country I know of. Utter, unashamed, and uninhibited democracy. You run into democracy in many places. New Zealand uses it in an attenuated form. But only in California will you find the clear quill, raw gum, 200 proof, undiluted democracy. The voting age starts when a citizen is tall enough to pull the lever without being steadied by her nurse, and registrars are reluctant to disenfranchise a citizen short of a sworn cremation certificate. I did not fully appreciate that last until I saw, in an election news story, that the corpuscles at Prehota Pines Patients Park constituted 3 precincts, all voting through pre-registered proxies. Death be not proud. I will not try to pass judgment, as I was a grown woman before I encountered democracy, even in its milder, non-malignant form. Democracy is probably all right, used in sparing amounts. The British Canadians use a dilute form, and they seem to do all right. But only in California is everyone drunk on it all the time. There does not seem to be a day when there is not an election somewhere in California. And for any one precinct, there is, so I was told, an election of some sort about once a month. I suppose they can afford it. They have a mellow climate from British Canada to the Mexican Kingdom, and much of the richest farmland on earth. Their second favorite sport, sex, costs almost nothing in its raw form. Like marijuana, it is freely available everywhere. This leaves time and energy for the true California sport, gathering and yabbering about politics. They elect everybody, from precinct parasite to the chief Confederate, the chief. But they unelect them almost as fast. For example, the chief is supposed to serve 1 6-year term, but of the last 9 chiefs, only 2 served a full 6 years. The others were recalled, except that one who was lynched. In many cases, an official has not yet been sworn in when the first recall petition is being circulated. But Californians do not limit themselves to electing, recalling, indicting, and sometimes lynching their swarms of officials. They also legislate directly. Every election has on the ballot more proposed laws than candidates. The provincial and national representatives show some restraint. I've been assured that the typical California legislator will withdraw a bill if you can prove to her that pi can't equal 3, no matter how many vote to make it so. But grassroots legislation, the initiative, has no such limitation. For example, 3 years ago, a grassroots economist noticed that college graduates earned, on the average, about 30% more than their fellow citizens who lacked bachelor's degrees. Such an undemocratic condition is anathema to the California dream. So, with great speed, an initiative was qualified for the next election. The measure passed, and all California high school graduates and/or California citizens attaining 18 years were henceforth awarded bachelor degrees. A grandfather clause backdated this benefit 8 years. This measure worked beautifully. The holder of a bachelor's degree no longer had any undemocratic advantage. At the next election, the grandfather clause was expanded to cover the last 20 years, and there is a strong movement to extend this boon to all citizens. Vox populi, vox Dei. I can't see anything wrong with it. This benevolent measure costs nothing and makes everyone, but a few sore heads, happier. About 15 o'clock, Georges and I were sliding along the south side of the National Plaza in front of the Chief's Palace, headed for the main offices of MasterCard. Georges was telling me that he saw nothing wrong with my having to stop at a Burger King for a snack in lieu of luncheon. That, in his opinion, the giant burger, properly prepared from top sirloin substitute, and the chocolate malt made with a minimum of chalk, constitutes California's only contribution to international haute cuisine. I was agreeing with him while burping gently. A group of women and men, a dozen to 20, were moving down the grand steps in front of the palace, and Georges had started to swing off to avoid them when I noticed the eagle feather headdress on a little man in the middle of the group, spotted the much-photographed face under it, and checked Georges with one hand, and caught something out of the corner of my eye, a figure coming out from behind a pillar at the top of the steps. It triggered me. I pushed the chief down flat to the steps, knocking a couple of his staff aside to do it, then bounded up to that pillar. I didn't kill the man who had lurked behind that pillar. I merely broke the arm he had his gun in, then kicked him sort of high when he tried to run. I hadn't been hurried the way I had been the day before. After reducing the target the chief Confederate made, really, he should not wear that distinctive headdress. I had had time to realize that the assassin, if taken alive, might be a clue to the gang behind these senseless killings. But I did not have time to realize what else I had done until 2 Capitol Police seized my arms. I then did realize it, and felt glum indeed, thinking about the scorn there would be in Boss's voice when I had to admit that I had allowed myself to be publicly arrested. For a split moment, I seriously considered disengaging and hiding behind the horizon. Not impossible, as one police officer clearly had high blood pressure, and the other was an older man wearing framed spectacles. Too late. If I ran now using full overdrive, I could almost certainly get away, and in a square or two mingle with the crowd and be gone. But these bumblers would possibly burn half a dozen bystanders in trying to wing me. Not professional. Why hadn't this palace guard protected their chief instead of leaving it up to me, a lurker behind a pillar for God's sake? Nothing like that had happened since the assassination of Huey Long. Why hadn't I minded my own business and let the killer burn down the chief Confederate in his silly hat? Because I've been trained for defensive warfare only. That's why, and consequently, I fight by reflex. I don't have any interest in fighting, don't like it. It just happens. I did not then have time to consider the advisability of minding my own business, because Georges was minding mine. Georges speaks unaccented, if somewhat stilted, Brit-Can English. Now he was sputtering incoherently in French and trying to peel those 2 praetorians off me. The one with the spectacles let go my left arm in an effort to deal with Georges, so I jabbed him with my elbow, just under his sternum. He whooshed and went down. The other was still holding onto my right arm, so I jabbed him in the same spot with the first 3 fingers of my left hand, whereupon he whooshed and laid himself across his mate, and both vomited. All this happened much faster than it takes to tell it, i.e., the cows grabbed me, Georges intervened, I was free. 2 seconds? Whatever it was, the assassin had disappeared, his gun with him. I was about to disappear too, with Georges even if I had to carry him, when I realized that Georges had made up my mind for me. He had me by my right elbow and had me firmly pointed toward the main entrance of the palace just beyond that row of pillars. As we stepped into the rotunda, he let go my elbow while saying softly, "Slow march, my darling. Quietly, quietly. Take my arm." I took his arm. The rotunda was fairly crowded, but there was no excitement. Nothing at all to suggest an attempt had just been made a few meters away to kill the nation's chief executive. Concession booths rimming the rotunda were busy, especially the off-track betting windows. Just to our left, a young woman was selling lottery tickets, or available to sell them, I should say, as she had no customers just then and was watching a detergent drama on her terminal. Georges turned us and halted us at her booth. Without looking up, she said, "Station break coming up. Be with you then. Shop around. Be my guest." There were festoons of lottery tickets around the booth. Georges started examining them, so I pretended a deep interest too. We stretched the time. Presently the commercial started. The young woman punched down the sound and turned to us. "Thanks for waiting," she said with a pleasant smile. "I never miss one woman's woes, especially right now when Mindy Lou is pregnant again and Uncle Ben is being so unreasonable about it. Do you follow the theater, dearie?" I admitted that I rarely had time for it. My work interfered. "That's too bad. It's very educational. Take Tim, that's my roommate, won't look at anything but sports, so he doesn't have a thought in his head for the finer things in life. Take this crisis in Mindy Lou's life. Uncle Ben is purely persecuting her because she won't tell him who did it. Do you think Tim cares? Not Tim. What neither Tim nor Uncle Ben realizes is that she can't tell because it happened at a precinct caucus. What sign were you born under?" I should phrase a prepared answer for this question. Human persons are always asking it. But when you weren't born, you tend to shy away from such things. I grabbed a date and threw it at her. "I was born on the 23rd of April. That's Shakespeare's birthday. It popped into my mind. "Oh, have I got a lottery ticket for you?" She shuffled through one of the maypole decorations, found a ticket, showed me a number. "See that? And you just walked in here, and I had it. This is your day." She detached the ticket. "That's 20 Bruins." I offered a Brit can dollar. She answered, "I don't have change for that." "Keep the change for luck." She handed me the ticket, took the dollar. "You're a real sport, dearie. When you collect, stop by and we'll have a drink together. Mister, have you found one you like?" "Not yet. I was born on the 9th day of the 9th month of the 9th year of the 9th decade. Can you handle it?" "Woo-hoo! What a terrific combo. I can try, and if I can't, I won't sell you anything." She dug through her piles and strings of paper, humming to herself. She ducked her head under the counter, stayed a while. She reappeared, red-faced and triumphant, clutching a lottery ticket. "Got it! Look at it, mister! Give a respectful gander." We looked. 8109999. "I'm impressed," Georges said. "Impressed? You're rich. There's your 4 nines. Now, add the odd digits. 9 again. Divide that into the odd digits. Another 9. Add the last 4, 36. That's 9 squared, for 2 more 9s, making another 4 nines. Add all up at once, and it's 5 nines. Take away the sum and you have 4 nines again. No matter what you do, you always keep getting your own birthday. What do you want, mister? Dancing girls?" "How much do I owe you?" "That's a pretty special number.
You can have any other number on the rack for 20 Bruins, but that one... Why don't you just keep piling money in front of me until I smile?
That seems fair. Then if you don't smile when I think you should, I'll pick up the money and walk away, no?
I may call you back.
No. If you won't offer me a fixed price, I won't let you spar around about it after I've made a fair offer.
You're a tough customer, Sport.
Speakers on all sides of us suddenly started blasting Hail to the Chief, followed by the Golden Bear Forever. The young woman shouted,
"Wait! Over soon!"
A crowd of people came in from outside, walked straight through the rotunda, and on down the main corridor. I spotted the eagle feather headdress sticking up in the middle of the clump, but this time the chief Confederate was so tightly surrounded by his parasites that an assassin would have had a hard time hitting him. As it became possible to hear again, the lottery saleswoman said,
"That was a short one. Less than 15 minutes ago, he went through here heading out. If he was just going down to the corner for a pack of tokes, why'd he send somebody instead of going himself? Bad for business, all that noise. Well, Sport, have you figured out how much you'll pay to get rich?"
"But yes."
Georges took out a $3 bill, laid it on the counter. He looked at the woman. They locked gazes for about 20 seconds. Then she said glumly, "I'm smiling. I guess I am." She picked up the money with one hand, handed Georges the lottery ticket with the other. "I bet I could have sweated you out of another $1.
"We'll never know, will we?"
"Cut for double or nothing?"
"With your cards?"
Georges asked gently. "Sport, you make an old woman out of me. Be elsewhere before I change my mind."
"Restroom?"
"Down the corridor on my left." She added, "Don't miss the drawing." As we walked toward the restroom, Georges told me quietly in French that gendarmes had passed behind us while we were dickering, had gone into the restroom, come out, back into the rotunda, and down the main corridor. I cut him off, speaking also in French, telling him that I knew, but this place must be filled with eyes, ears. Talk later. I was not snubbing him. 2 uniformed guards, not the 2 with stomach problems, had come in almost on our heels, hurried past us, checked the restroom first. Reasonable. An amateur often tries to hide in a public restroom. Had come out and hurried past us, then deep into the palace. Georges had quietly shopped for lottery tickets while guards looking for us had brushed past him twice. Admirable. Quite professional. But I had to wait to tell him so. There was a person of indeterminate sex selling tickets to the restroom. I asked him, where the powder room was. I decided on she when closer observation showed that her t-shirt covered either falsies or small milk glands. She answered scornfully, "You some kind of nut? Trying to discriminate, huh? I ought to send for a cop." Then she looked at me more closely. "You're a foreigner." I admitted it. "Okay. Just don't talk that way. People don't like it. We're democratic here, see? Setters and pointers use the same fire plug, so buy a ticket or quit blocking the turnstile." Georges bought us 2 tickets. We went in. On our right was a row of open stalls. Above them floated a holo. These facilities are provided free for your health and comfort by the California Confederacy. John Warwhoop Tumbriel, Chief Confederate. A life-size holo of the chief floated above it. Beyond the open stalls were pay stalls with doors. Beyond these were doorways fully closed with drapes. On our left was a news and notions stand, presided over by a person of very determined sex. Bulldyke. Georges paused there and surprised me by buying several cosmetics and a flacon of cheap perfume. Then he asked for a ticket to one of the dressing rooms at the far end.
"1 ticket?"
She looked at him sharply. Georges nodded agreement. She pursed her lips. "Naughty, naughty. No hanky-panky, stud." Georges did not answer. A Brit can dollar passed from his hand to hers, vanished. She said very softly, "Don't take too long. If I buzz the buzzer, get decent fast. Number 7, far right." We went to number 7, the farthest dressing room, and entered. Georges closed the drapes, zipped them tight, flushed the water closet,
then turned on the cold water and left it running. Speaking again in French, he told me that we were about to change our appearance without using disguises. So please, my dear, get out of the clothes you are wearing and put on that suit you have in your jump bag. He explained in more detail, mixing French and English and continuing to flush the commode from time to time. I was to wear that scandalous superskin job, more makeup than I usually do, and was to attempt to look like the famous whore of Babylon or equivalent. I know that's not your métier, dear girl, but try. I'll attempt to be adequate. Ouch. And you plan to wear Janet's clothes? I don't think they'll fit. No, I shan't drag. Just swish. Excuse me? I won't dress in women's clothes. I will simply endeavor to appear effeminate. I can't believe it. All right, let's try. We didn't do much to me. Just that one-piece job with the wet look that had hooked Ian, plus more makeup than I am used to, applied by Georges. He seemed to feel that he knew more about it than I did. He felt that way because he did. Plus, once we were outside, that "here it is, come and get it" walk. Georges used on himself rather more makeup than he had put on me, plus that vile perfume, which he did not ask me to wear. Plus at his neck a shocking orange scarf I had been using as a belt. He had me fluff his hair and spray it so that it stayed bouffant. That was all, plus a change in manner. He still looked like Georges, but he did not seem like the virile buck who had so wonderfully worn me out the night before. I repacked my jump bag and we left. The old moose at the newsstand widened her eyes and caught her breath when she saw me. But she said nothing as the man who had been leaning against the stand straightened up, pointed a finger at Georges and said, "You, the chief wants you." Then he added almost to himself, "I don't believe it." Georges stopped and gestured helplessly with both hands.
"Oh, dear me. Surely there has been some mistake."
The flunky bit a toothpick he had been sucking and answered, "I think so too, citizen, but I ain't going to say, and neither are you. Come along. Not you, sister."
George said, "I positively am not going anywhere without my dear sister, so there."
That cow said, "Maury, she can wait here. Sweetie, come around here behind with me and sit down." Georges gave me the barest negative shake of his head, but I did not need it. If I stayed, either she would take me straight back to that dressing room, or I would stuff her into her own trash can. I was betting on me. I will put up with that sort of nonsense in line of duty. She would not have been as unpleasant as Rocky Rockford, but not willingly. Even when I change my luck, it'll be with someone I like and respect. I moved closer to Georges, took his arm. "We have never been separated since Mama on her deathbed told me to take care of him," I added, "so there." While wondering what that phrase means, if anything. Both of us pouted and looked stubborn. The man called Maury looked at me, back at Georges, and sighed. "Hell with it. Tag along, sister, but keep your mouth shut and stay out of the way." About 6 checkpoints later, at each of which an attempt was made to peel me off, we were ushered into the presence. My first impression of Chief Confederate John Tumbriel was that he was taller than I had thought he was. Then I decided that not wearing his headdress might make the difference. My second impression was that he was even homelier than pictures, cartoons, and terminal images showed him to be, and that opinion stayed. Like many other politico before him, Tumbriel had turned a distinctive, individual ugliness into a political asset. Is homeliness a necessity to a head of state? Looking back through history, I cannot find a single handsome man who got very far in politics until we get clear back to Alexander the Great, and he had a head start. His father was a king. As may be, War-whoop Tumbriel looked like a frog trying to be a toad, and just missing. The chief cleared his throat. "What's she doing here?" Georges said quickly, "Sir, I have a most serious complaint to make. That man, he pointed at the toothpick chewer, tried to separate me from my dear sister. He should be reprimanded." Tumbriel looked at Maury, looked at me, looked back at his parasite.
Did you do that?
Maury asserted that he had not, but even if he did, he had done so because he had thought that Tumbriel had ordered it, but in any case he thought,
"You're not supposed to think,"
Tumbriel ruled.
"I'll talk to you later. And why are you leaving her standing? Get a chair. Do I have to do all the thinking around here?"
Once I was seated, the chief turned his attention back to Georges.
"That was a brave thing you did earlier today. Yes, sir, a very brave thing. The great nation of California is proud to have raised sons of your caliber. What's your name?"
Georges gave his name.
"Payroll is a proud California name, Mr. Payroll, one that shines down our noble history from the rancheros who threw off the yoke of Spain to the brave patriots who threw off the yoke of Wall Street. Do you mind if I call you George?"
"Not at all."
"And you can call me Warwhoop. That's the crowning glory of our great nation, George. All of us are equal."
I suddenly said, "Does that apply to artificial people, Chief Tumbriel?"
"Eh?"
I was asking about artificial people, like those they make at Berkeley and Davis. Are they equal too?
Little lady, you really shouldn't interrupt while your elders are speaking. But to answer your question, how can human democracy apply to creatures who are not human? Would you expect a cat to vote? Or a Ford APV? Speak up.
No, but
There you are. Everybody is equal, and everybody has a vote. But you have to draw the line somewhere. Now, shut up, damn it, and don't interrupt while your betters are talking. George, what you did today, well, if that klutz had actually been making an attempt on my life, he wasn't, and don't you ever forget it, you could not have behaved in a manner more becoming to all the heroic traditions of our great California Confederacy. You make me proud."
Tumbriel stood up and came out from behind his desk, hooked his hands behind him and paced, and I saw why he had seemed taller here than he had outside. He used some sort of a high chair, or possibly a platform at his desk. When he stood with no fakery, he was about up to my shoulder. He seemed to be thinking aloud as he paced.
"George, there is always a place in my official family for a man of your demonstrated courage. Who knows? The day might come when you would save me from a criminal who seriously intended to harm me. Foreign agitators, I mean. I have nothing to fear from the stalwart patriots of California. They all love me for what I have done for them while occupying the Octagon office. But other countries are jealous of us. They envy our rich and free and democratic lifestyle, and sometimes their smoldering hatred erupts in violence."
He stood with his head bowed for a moment, in reverent adoration of something.
"One of the prices of the privilege of serving," he said solemnly, "but one which, with all humility, one must pay gladly. George, tell me, if you were called upon to make the last supreme sacrifice that your country's chief executive might live, would you hesitate?"
"It all seems most unlikely,"
Georges answered. "Eh? What?"
"Well, when I vote, not often, I usually vote réunioniste. But the present Prime Minister is revanchiste. I doubt that he would have me."
"What the devil are you talking about?"
"Je suis Québécois, Monsieur le Chef d'État. I'm from Montreal." 16. 5 minutes later, we were out on the street again. For some tense moments, it seemed that we were going to be hanged, or shot, or at least locked up forever in their deepest dungeon for the crime of not being Californians. But cooler counsel prevailed when Warwhoop's leading legal eagle convinced him that it was better to let us go than it was to risk a trial, even one in chambers. The Québécois consul general might cooperate, but buying his whole staff could be horribly expensive. That was not quite how he put it, but he did not know that I was listening, as I had not mentioned enhanced hearing, even to Georges. The chief's chief counselor whispered something about the trouble we had with that little Mexicana doll after all those other greasers got a hold of the story. "We can't afford another mess like that one. You want to watch it, Chief. They got you by the short ones." So at last we passed the palace and went to MasterCard main California office, 45 minutes late, and lost another 10 minutes shucking off our false personae in a restroom of the California Commercial Credit Building. The restroom was non-discriminatory and democratic, but not aggressively so. There was no charge to get in, and the stalls had doors on them, and the women used one side, and the men used the side that had those vertical bathtub things that men use, as well as stalls. And the only place they mingled was in a middle room equipped with wash trays and mirrors. And even there, women tended to stay on their side and men on the other. I'm not upset by co-ed plumbing. After all, I was raised in a creche. But I have noticed that men and women, given a chance to segregate, do segregate. Georges looked a lot better without lip paint. He had used water on his hair, too, and slicked it down. I put that noisy scarf into my jump bag. He said to me, "I guess I was silly, trying to camouflage us this way." I glanced around. No one near, and the high noise level of plumbing and air conditioning. Not in my opinion, Georges. I think that in 6 weeks, you could be turned into a real pro.
What sort of pro?
Pinkerton, maybe? Or Someone came in. Discuss it later. Anyhow, we got 2 lottery tickets out of it.
So we did. When is the drawing on yours?
I took mine out, looked at it. Why, it's today, this very afternoon. Or have I lost track of the date?
No,
Georges said, peering at my ticket.
It's today, all right. About an hour from now, we had better be near a terminal.
No need, I told him. I don't win at cards. I don't win at dice. I don't win lotteries. When I buy Cracker Jack, sometimes the box doesn't have a prize in it.
So we'll watch the terminal anyhow, Cassandra.
All right. When is your drawing? He took out his ticket. We looked at it. Why, it's the same drawing, I exclaimed. Now we have much more reason to watch. Georges was still looking at his ticket. Friday. Look at this. He rubbed his thumb across the printing. The lettering stayed sharp, the serial numbers smeared heavily.
Well, well. How long did our friend have her head under the counter before she found this ticket?
I don't know. Less than a minute?
Long enough, that's clear.
Are you going to take it back?
Me? Friday. Why would I do that? Such virtuosity deserves applause, but she's wasting a major talent on a very minor scam. Let's get along upstairs. You want to finish with MasterCard before the lottery drawing.
I went back temporarily to being Marjorie Baldwin, and we were allowed to talk to our Mr. Chambers in the main office of California MasterCard. Mr. Chambers was a most likable person, hospitable, sociable, sympathetic, friendly, and just the man, it appeared, that I needed to see, as the sign on his desk told us that he was Vice President for Client Relations. After several minutes, I began to see that his authority was to say no, and that his major talent lay in saying no in so many pleasant, friendly words that the client hardly realized that she was being turned down. First, please understand, Miss Baldwin, that California MasterCard and Chicago Imperium MasterCard are separate corporations, and that you do not have a contract with us, to our regret. True, as a matter of courtesy and reciprocity, we ordinarily honor credit cards issued by them and they honor ours. But he was truly sorry to say at that moment, he wanted to emphasize at that moment, the Imperium had cut off communication and, strange as it seems, there was not today even an established rate of exchange between Bruins and Crowns. So how can we possibly honor a credit card from the Imperium, even though we want to, and will gladly do so, later? But we do want to make your stay with us happy, and what can we do for you toward that end? I asked him when he thought the emergency would be over. Mr. Chambers looked blank. Emergency? What emergency, Miss Baldwin? Perhaps there is one in the Imperium since they have seen fit to close their borders, but certainly not here. Look around you. Did you ever see a country so glowing with peace and prosperity? I agreed with him and stood up, as there seemed no point in arguing. Thank you, Mr. Chambers. You have been most gracious. My pleasure, Miss Baldwin, MasterCard service. And don't forget, anything I can do for you, anything at all, I am at your service. Thank you. I'll remember. Oh, is there a public terminal somewhere in this building? I bought a lottery ticket earlier today, and it turns out that the drawing is almost at once. He grinned broadly. My dear Miss Baldwin, I'm so happy that you asked. Right on this floor, we have a large conference room, and every Friday, just before the drawing, everything stops, and our entire office staff, or at least those who hold tickets, attendance is not compulsory, all of us crowd in and watch the drawing. JB, that's our president and chief executive. Old JB decided that it was better to do it that way than have the punters sneaking away to washrooms and toke shops and pretending they weren't. Better for morale. When one of our people wins one, does happen, she or he gets a fancy cake with sparkles on it, just like a birthday, a gift from old JB himself. He comes out and has a piece with the lucky winner. Sounds like a happy ship. Oh, it is. This is one financial institution where computer crime is unheard of. They all love old JB. He glanced at his finger. Let's get on into the conference room. Mr. Chambers saw to it that we were placed in VIP seats, fetched coffee to us himself, then decided to sit down and watch the drawing. The terminal screen occupied most of the end wall of the room. We sat through an hour of minor prizes, during which the Master of Ceremonies exchanged utterly side-splitting jokes with his assistant, mostly about the physical charms of the girls who picked the slips out of the tumble bowl. She clearly had been picked for these physical charms, which were considerable. That and her willingness to wear a costume that not only displayed them, but also assured the audience that she was not hiding anything. Each time she plunged in an arm and drew out a lucky number, she was dressed principally in a blindfold. It looked like easy, pleasant work, if the studio was properly heated. Halfway through there were loud squeals from up front. A MasterCard clerk had won 1,000 Bruins. Chambers grinned broadly. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, it cheers everyone up for days. Shall we go? No, you still have a ticket that might win, don't you? Unlikely as it is that lightning will strike here twice. At last, with a blare of trumpets, we reached the week's grand prize, the giant supreme all-California super prize. The girl with the goosebumps drew 2 honorary prizes first. A year's supply of Ukiah Gold with hash pipe, and dinner with the great Sensi star, Bobby the Brute Pizarro. Then she drew the last lucky ticket. The Master of Ceremonies read off the numbers, and they appeared in blazing light above his head. "Mr. Z," he shouted, "has the owner registered this number?" "One moment. No, not registered. We have a Cinderella. We have an unknown winner. Somewhere in our great and wonderful Confederacy, someone is 200,000 Bruins richer. Is that child of fortune listening now? Will she or he call in and let us put her on the air before this program ends? Or will he wake up tomorrow morning to be told that she is rich? There is the number, folks. It will shine up there until the end of this program. Then it will be repeated every news break until Fortune's darling claims her prize. And now a message. Friday. Georges whispered, "Let me see your ticket." "Not necessary, Georges," I whispered back. "That's it, all right." Mr. Chambers stood up. "Show's over. Nice that one of our little family won something. Been a pleasure to have you with us, Miss Baldwin and Mr. Caro, and don't hesitate to call on me if we can help you." "Mr. Chambers," I asked, "can MasterCard collect this for me? I don't want to do it in person." Mr. Chambers is a nice man, but a touch slow. He had to compare the numbers on my lottery ticket with the numbers still shining on the screen 3 times before he could believe it. Then Georges had to stop him when he was about to run in all directions, to order a photographer, call National Lottery headquarters, send for a holovision crew. And just as well that Georges stopped him, because I might have been rough about it. I get annoyed by big males who won't listen to my objections. "Mr. Chambers," Georges said, "didn't you hear her? She does not want to do it in person. No publicity." "What?" But the winners are always in the news. That's routine. This won't take a moment if that's what's worrying you, because you remember the girl who won earlier? About now she is being photographed with JB and her cake. Let's go straight to his office and— Georges, I said, American Express. Georges is not slow, and I wouldn't mind marrying him if Janet ever turned him loose. Mr. Chambers, he said quickly, what is the address of the San Jose main office of American Express? Chambers' Four Winds flight stopped abruptly. What did you say? Can you tell us the address of American Express? Miss Baldwin will take her winning ticket there for collection. I will call ahead and make sure that they understand that banking privacy is a requisite. But you can't do that. She won it here. We can, and we will. She did not win it here. She simply happened to be here when the drawing took place elsewhere. Please stand aside, we're leaving. Then we had to do it all over again for J.B. He was a dignified old duck with a cigar in one side of his mouth and sticky white cake icing on his upper lip. He was neither slow nor stupid, but he was in the habit of seeing his wishes carried out, and Georges had to mention American Express quite loudly before he got it through his skull that I would not hold still for any publicity whatever. Boss would faint, and that we were about to go to those Rialto money changers rather than deal with his firm. But Miss Bulgren is a MasterCard client. No, I disagreed. I had thought that I was a MasterCard client, but Mr. Chambers refused to honor my credit, so I'll start an account with American Express without photographers. Chambers explained that my credit card had been issued through the Imperial Bank of St. Louis. A most reputable house, J.B. commented. Chambers, issue her another card on us at once and collect her winning ticket for her. He looked at me and took his cigar out of his mouth. No publicity. The affairs of MasterCard's clients are always confidential. Satisfactory, Miss Walgreen? Quite, sir. Chambers, do it. Yes, sir. What credit limit, sir? What extent of credit do you require, Miss Belgium? Perhaps I should ask that in crowns. What is your amount with my colleagues in St. Louis? I'm a gold client, sir. My account is always reckoned in bullion rather than crowns under their two-tier method for gold customers. Can we figure it that way? You see, I'm not used to thinking in Bruins. I travel so much that it is easier for me to think in grams of gold. It is almost unfair to mention gold to a banker in a soft currency country. It clouds his thinking. You wish to pay in gold? If I may. By draft in grams, 3 nines on series in South Africa acceptances, Luna City office. Would that be satisfactory? I usually pay quarterly. You see, I travel so much. But I can instruct C and SAA to pay you monthly if quarterly is not convenient. Quarterly is quite satisfactory. Of course it was. The interest charges pile up. Now, the credit limit? Truthfully, sir, I don't like to place too much of my financial activity in any one bank or any one country. Shall we hold it down to 30 kilos? If that is your wish, Miss Bedlam. If you ever wish to increase it, just let us know. He added, Chambers, do it. So we went back to the same office in which I had been told that my credit was no good. Mr. Chambers offered me an application form. Let me help you fill it out, miss. I glanced at it. Parents' names, grandparents' names, place and date of birth, addresses including street numbers for the past 15 years, present employer, past employer immediately preceding, reason for leaving past employment, present rate of pay, bank accounts, 3 references from persons who have known you at least 10 years. Have you ever applied for bankruptcy or had a petition of involuntary receivership filed against you? Or been a director or responsible officer of any business, partnership, or corporation that has applied for reorganization under Paragraph 13 of Public Law 97 of the California Confederacy Civil Code? Have you ever been convicted of— Friday. No. So I was about to say. I stood up. Georges said, Goodbye, Mr. Chambers. Something wrong? But yes. Your employer told you to issue to Miss Baldwin a gold credit card with a limit of 30 kilograms fine gold. He did not tell you to subject her to an impertinent quiz. But this is a routine Never mind. Just tell J.B. you flubbed again. Our Mr. Chambers turned a light green. Do, please, sit down. 10 minutes later, we left. Me with a brand-new gold-colored credit card good anywhere, I hoped. In exchange, I'd listed my St. Louis P.O. Box number, my next of kin address, Janet, and my account number in Luna City, with a written instruction to bill C&SAA Limited quarterly for my debts. I also had a comfortable wad of Bruins and another like it of Crowns, and a receipt for my lottery ticket. We left the building, crossed the corner into National Plaza, found a bench, and sat down. It was just 18, pleasantly cool, but the sun was still high above the Santa Cruz Mountains. Georges inquired, "Dear Friday, what are your wishes?" To sit here for a moment and collect my thoughts. Then I should buy you a drink. I want a lottery. That calls for buying a drink, at least. At least, he agreed. You won 200,000 Bruins for 20 Bruins? $1, I agreed. I tipped her the change. Near enough. You won about $8,000. $7,407 and some cents. Not a fortune, but a respectable sum of money. Quite respectable, I agreed, for a woman who started the day dependent on the charity of friends. Unless I'm credited something for my adequate performance last night. My brother Ian would prescribe a fat lip for that remark. I wanted to add that while $7,400 is a respectable sum, I find myself more impressed by the fact that, with no assets other than that lottery ticket, you persuaded a most conservative credit banking firm to extend to you an open account in the amount of $1 million, reckoned in gold. How did you do it, dear? You didn't even wiggle, not even a sultry tone of voice. But, Georges, you caused them to issue me their card. I don't think so. Oh, I did try to back your play, but you initiated each move. Not the one about that horrid questionnaire. You got me out of that. Oh, that silly ass had no business quizzing you. His boss had already ordered him to issue the card. You saved me. I was about to lose my nerve. Georges, dear Georges, I know that you have told me that I must not be uneasy about what I am, and I'm trying. I truly am. But to be faced with a form that demands to know all about my parents and grandparents, it's dismaying. Can't expect you to get well overnight. We'll keep working on it. You certainly did not lose your nerve over how much credit to ask. Oh, once I heard someone say, it was boss, that it was much easier to borrow $1 million than it was to borrow 10. So when they asked me, that's what I named. Not quite $1 million Brit can dollars, 964,000 about. I'm not going to quibble. When we passed 900,000, I ran out of oxygen. Adequate one. Do you know what a professor is paid? Does it matter? From what I know of the profession, one successful new design of a living artifact can pay in the millions, even millions of grams rather than dollars. Haven't you had any successful designs? Or is that a rude question? Let's change the subject. Where are we sleeping tonight? We could be in San Diego in 40 minutes, or in Las Vegas in 35. Each has advantages and disadvantages for getting into the Imperium. Georges, now that I have enough money, I'm going to report in, no matter how many fanatics are assassinating officials. But I promise, cross my heart, to visit Winnipeg just as soon as I have a few days' leave. I may still be unable to return to Winnipeg. Or I'll come visit you in Montreal. Look, dear, we'll swap all the addresses we have. I'm not going to lose you. You not only assure me that I'm human, you tell me that I'm adequate. You're good for my morale. Now choose, for I'll take either one. San Diego and talk Spanglish, or Vegas and look at pretty naked ladies. 17. We did both, and wound up in Vicksburg. The Texas-Chicago border turned out to be closed from both sides all the way, so I decided to try the river route first. Of course, Vicksburg is still Texas, but for my purpose, its situation as the major river port just outside the Imperium was the point that counted, especially that it was the leading smuggler's port both directions. Like ancient Gaul, Vicksburg is divided into 3 parts. There is the low town, the port right on the water and sometimes flooded, and there is the high town sitting on a bluff 100 meters high, and itself divided into Old Town and New Town. Old Town is surrounded by battlefields of a war long forgotten, but not by Vicksburg. These battlefields are sacred. Nothing may be built on them. So the New Town is outside this holy ground and functions through being tied to Old Town and to itself by a system of tunnels and tubes. High Town is joined to Low Town by escalators and funiculars to the city barricade. To me, High Town was just a place to sleep. We punched into the Vicksburg Hilton, twin to the Bellingham Hilton, even to the breakfast bar in the basement. But my business was down on the river. It was a happy, sad time, as Georges knew that I would not let him come any farther with me, and we had quit discussing it. Indeed, I did not permit him to go with me to Lowtown, and had warned him that any day I might not come back, might not even stop to punch a message to him to record in our hotel suite. When the moment came to jump, I would jump. Vicksburg Lowtown is a lusty, evil place, as swarmingly alive as a dunghill. In daylight, city police travel in pairs. At night, they leave the place alone. It is a city of grifters, whores, smugglers, pushers, drug wholesalers, spibs, pimps, hire hatchets, military mercenaries, recruiters, fencers, fagins, beggars, clandestine surgeons, blackbirders, glimjacks, outsiders, short con, long con, sting riggers, girl boys, you name it. They sell it in Vicksburg Lowtown. It's a wonderful place, and be sure to get a blood test afterward. It is the only place I know of where a living artifact, marked by his design, 4 arms, no legs, eyes in the back of his skull, whatever, can step, or slither up to a bar, buy a beer, and have absolutely no special attention paid to him or his oddity. As for my sort, being artificial meant nothing. Not in a community where 95% of the residents did not dare step onto an escalator leading to the upper city. I was tempted to stay there. There was something so warm and friendly about all these outcasts, no one of whom would ever point a finger of scorn. Had it not been for Boss on one hand, and Georges and the memory of places that smelled better on the other hand, I might have stayed in Lower Vicksburg and found a scam that suited my talents. But I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. Master Robert Frost knew why a person keeps on going when she would rather stop. Dressed as if I were a soldier out of work and shopping for the best recruiting deal, I frequented Rivertown listening for a riverboat skipper willing to smuggle live cargo. I had been disappointed to learn how little traffic there was on the river. No news was coming out of the Imperium, and no boats were coming down the river, so very few skippers were willing to risk going upriver. So I sat in bars in Rivertown, drinking small beer and letting the word filter around that I was prepared to pay a worthwhile price for a ticket up the river. I considered advertising. I had been following the opportunity ads, which were considerably more outspoken than those I had noticed in California. Apparently, anything was tolerated as long as it was limited to Lowtown. Do you hate your family? Are you frustrated, tied down, bored? Is your husband/wife a waste of space? Let us make a new man of you. Plasticizing, reorientation, relocating, transsexualizing, discreet wet work. Consult Doc Frank Frankenstein, Softly Sam's Bar Grill. This was the first time I'd ever seen murder for pay blatantly advertised. Or did I misunderstand it? Do you have a problem? Nothing is illegal. It isn't what you do, it's the way that you do it. We have the most skilled shysters in the Lone Star State. Loopholes, Inc. Special rates to bachelors. Punch LEV 10101. With the above, it helped to know that LEV call codes were assigned only to locations under the bluff. Artists Limited. Documents of all sorts, negotiable instruments, money of all nations, diplomas, birth certificates, IDs, passports, photographs, business licenses, marriage licenses, credit cards, holograms, audio videotapes, commissions, pardons, wills, seals, fingerprints. All work guaranteed with warranty underwritten by Lloyd's Associates. LEV 10111. Certainly, all of the above services were available in any large city, but they were rarely openly advertised. As for the warranty, I simply did not believe it. I decided not to advertise my need because of doubts that anything so public could help in a matter essentially clandestine. I went on relying on chandlers and barkeeps and madams, but I continued to watch the ads on the chance of spotting something of use to me, and came across one probably not of use, but decidedly of interest. I froze it and called it to George's attention. WK. Make your will. You have only 10 days to live. ACB. What about it, George?
The first one we saw gave WK only a week. More than a week has passed, and he now has 10 days. If this keeps up, WK will die of old age.
You don't believe that?
No, my love, I do not. It's a code.
What sort of a code?
The simplest sort, and thereby impossible to break. The first ad told the person or persons concerned to carry out number 7, or expect number 7. Or it said something about something designated as 7. This one says the same with respect to code item number 10. But the meaning of the numbers cannot be deduced through statistical analysis, because the code can be changed long before a useful statistical universe can be reached. It's an idiot code, Friday. And an idiot code can never be broken if the user has the good sense not to go too often to the well.
George, you sound as if you had done military code and/or cipher work.
I have, but that's not where I learned it. The most difficult code analysis ever attempted, one that still goes on today and will never be complete, is the interpretation of living genes. An idiot code, all of it, but repeated so many millions of times that we can eventually assign meaning to nonsense syllables. Forgive me for talking shop at meals.
Piffle, I started it. No way to guess what ACB means?
None.
That night, the assassins struck the second time, right on schedule. I don't say that the two were related. They struck 10 days, almost to the hour, after their first attack. The timing did not tell us anything about which group was responsible, as it matched the predictions of both the so-called Council for Survival and their rivals, the Stimulators, whereas the Angels of the Lord had offered no prediction about a second strike. There were differences between the first wave of terror and the second, differences that seemed to tell me something, or us something, as George and I discussed it as the reports came in. A. No news at all from the Chicago Imperium. No change here, as no news had come out of the Imperium since the initial reports of the slaughter of Democrats. Then nary a peep for over a week, which made me increasingly anxious. B. No news from the California Confederacy concerning a second strike. Routine news only. And B. A few hours after the initial news reports of a second wave of assassinations elsewhere, a routine news item came out of the California Confederacy. Chief Warwhoop Tumbriel, on the advice of his physicians, had named a 3-person executive regency with plenipotentiary powers to govern the nation while he underwent long-postponed medical treatment. He had gone to his retreat, the Eagle's Nest near Tahoe, for this purpose. Bulletins would be issued from San Jose, not from Tahoe. C. George and I agreed on the most probable, almost certain, meaning of this. The medical treatment that pitiful poseur now needed was embalming, and his regency would now give news handouts while they settled their power struggle. D. This second time, there were no reports from off-Earth. E. Canton and Manchuria did not report attacks. Correction. No such reports reached Vicksburg, Texas. F. So far as I could tell in ticking them off against a list, the terrorists did strike at all other nations. But my tally had holes in it. Of the 400-odd nations in the UN, some produce news only during solar eclipses. I don't know what happened in Wales or the Channel Isles or Swaziland or Nepal or Prince Edward Island, and I can't see why anyone who does not live in one of those nowhere places should care. At least 300 of those so-called sovereign nations that vote in the UN are ciphers, a board only for quarters and rations, important to themselves, no doubt, but totally meaningless to the geopolitic. But in all major countries, except as noted above, the terrorists did strike, and those strikes were reported, except where baldly censored. G. Most strikes failed. This was the glaring difference between the first wave and the second. 10 days earlier, most assassins had killed their targets, and most assassins had escaped. Now this was reversed. Most targets survived, most assassins died. A few had been captured, a very few had escaped. This last aspect of the second wave assassinations put to rest a nagging fret in my mind, i.e., Boss was not the mover behind these assassinations. Why say I so? Because the second wave was a disaster for whoever was in charge. Field operatives, even common soldiers, are expensive. Management does not expend them casually. A trained assassin costs at least 10 times as much as a common soldier. She is not expected to get herself killed. Goodness me, no. She is expected to make the kill and get out scot-free. But whoever was running this show had gone bankrupt in one night. Unprofessional. Therefore, it was not Boss. But I still could not figure out who was behind the whole silly gymkhana, because I could not see who benefited. My earlier notion that one of the corporate nations was paying for it no longer looked as attractive because I could not conceive of one of the big ones, Interworld for example, hiring any but the best professionals. But it was even harder to picture one of the territorial nations planning such a grotesque attempt at world conquest. As for a fanatic group, such as the Angels of the Lord or the Stimulators, the job was just too big. Nevertheless, the whole thing seemed to have a fanatic flavor, not rational, not pragmatic. It is not written in the stars that I will always understand what is going on, a truism that I often find damnably annoying. The morning after that second strike, Vicksburg Lowtown buzzed with excitement. I had just stepped into a saloon to check with the head barkeep when a runner sidled up to me.
"Good news,"
this youngster said in a prison whisper.
"Rachel's Raiders is signing 'em on. Rachel said to tell you especially."
"Pig swill," I answered politely. "Rachel doesn't know me, and I don't know Rachel."
"Scout's honor."
"You were never a scout, and you can't spell honor."
"Look, Chief,"
he persisted.
"I haven't had anything to eat today. Just walk in with me. You don't have to sign. It's only across the street."
He did look skinny, but that probably reflected his having just reached the gangly stage, that sudden spurt in adolescence. Lowtown is not a place where people go hungry. But the bartender chose that moment to snap, "Beat it, shorty. Quit bothering the customers. You want to buy a broken thumb?" "It's okay, Fred," I put in. "I'll check with you later." I dropped a bill on the bar, did not ask for change. "Come, shorty." Rachel's recruiting office turned out to be quite a lot of mud farther than across the street, and 2 more recruiters' runners tried to pluck me away from Shorty before we got there. They did not stand a chance, as my only purpose was to see that this sorry youngster collected his cumshaw. The recruiting sergeant reminded me of the old cow who had the concessions in the restroom of the Palace at San Jose. She looked at me and said, "No Camp Doxy, sugar tit, but stick around and I might buy you a drink." "Pay your runner," I said. "Pay him for what?" She answered, "Leonard, I told you, no idlers, I said. Now get back out there and hustle." I reached across and grasped her left wrist. Quite smoothly, her knife appeared in her right hand. So I rearranged things, taking the knife and sticking it into the desk in front of her, while changing my hold on her left paw to one much more annoying. "Can you pay him one-handed?" I asked. "Or do I break this finger?" "Easy there," she answered, not fighting it. Here, Leonard." She reached into a drawer, handed him a Texas 2-spot. He grabbed it and vanished. I eased the pressure on her finger. "Is that all you're paying? With every recruiter on the street fishing today?"
"He gets his real commission when you sign up," she answered, "because I don't get paid until I deliver a warm body, and I get docked if it ain't to spec. Now would you mind letting go of my finger? I'll need it to make out your papers."
I surrendered her finger. Quite suddenly, the knife was again in her hand and moving toward me. This time I broke the blade before handing it back to her. "Please don't do that again," I said. "Please. And you should use a better steel. That's not Zollingen."
"I'm deducting the price of that blade from your bounty, dear," she answered, unperturbed. "There's been a beam on you since you walked in that door. Shall I trigger it, or do we quit playing games?"
I did not believe her, but her purpose suited me. "No more games, Sarge. What's the proposition? Your runner told me swabo."
"Coffee and cakes and guild scale. Guild bounty, 90 days with company option to extend 90 days. Wooden overcoat pay, me 50-50, you and the company."
"Recruiters around town are offering guild plus 50. This was a stab in the dark. The atmosphere felt that tense. She shrugged.
"If they are, we'll match it. What weapons do you know? We aren't signing any raw recruits, not this time."
"I can teach you any weapon you think you know. Where's the action? Who's on first?"
Real salty. Are you trying to sign as a DI? I don't buy it."
I asked, "Where's the action? Are we going upriver?"
"You ain't even signed up and you're asking for classified information."
"For which I am prepared to pay." I took out 50 Lone Star, in tens, laid them in front of her. "Where's the action, Sarge? I'll buy you a good knife to replace that carbon steel I had to expend."
"You're an AP."
"Let's not play the dozens. I simply want to know whether or not we'll be going upriver. Say, about as far as St. Louis."
"Are you expecting to sign on as a sergeant instructor?"
"What? Heavens no. As a staff officer." I should not have said that, or at least not so soon. While ranks tend to be vague in Boss's outfit, I was certainly a senior officer in that I reported to and took orders from Boss and Boss alone. And this was confirmed by the fact that I was Miss Friday to everyone but Boss, until and unless I asked for informal address. Even Dr. Krasny had not spoken to me en tutoyant until I asked him to. But I had never given much thought to my actual rank, because while I had no senior but Boss, I had no one working under me either. On a formal TO, I had never seen one for Boss's company, I would have to be one of those little boxes leading out horizontally from the stem to the CO, i.e., a senior staff specialist, if you like bureaucraties.
"Well, fiddle-dee-dee. If you can back that up, you'll do it to Colonel Rachel, not to me. I expect her in around 13.
Almost absent-mindedly, she reached out to pick up the cash. I picked up the bills, tapped them even, put them down again in front of her, but closer to me. "So let's chat a bit before she gets here. Every live outfit in town is signing them up today. There ought to be some good reason to sign with one rather than another. Is the expected action upstream or not, and how far? Will it be against real pros or local yokels, or possibly town clowns? Pitched battle or strike and run, or both? Let's chat, Sarge." She did not answer. She did not move. She did not take her eyes off the cash. Shortly, I took out another 10 Lone Star, placed it neatly on the 50. Waited. Her nostrils dilated, but she did not reach for the money. After several moments, I added still another Texas 10 spot. She said hoarsely,
"Put that stuff out of sight or hand it to me. Somebody might walk in."
I picked it up and handed it to her. She said,
"Thanks, miss,"
and made it vanish.
"I reckon we'll go upstream at least as far as St. Louis."
"Whom do we fight?"
"Well, you repeat this and I'll not only deny it, I'll cut your heart out and feed it to the catfish. We may not fight. More likely we will, but not in a set battle. We, all of us, are going to be bodyguards to the new chairman. The newest chairman, I should say. He's still wet new."
Jackpot. Interesting. Why are other outfits in town jockeying for recruits? Is the new chairman hiring everybody just for his palace guard?
Miss, I wish I knew. I purely wish I knew.
Maybe I'd better try to find out. How much time do I have? When are we sailing? I quickly amended this to, or are we sailing? Maybe Colonel Rachel has a handle on some APVs.
Oh, damn it. How much classified do you expect for a lousy 70 stars?
I thought about it. I didn't mind spending money, but I needed to be certain of the merchandise. With troops moving upriver, smugglers would not be moving, at least not this week. So I needed to move with the traffic available. But not as an officer. I had talked too much. I took out 2 more 10 spots, fiddled with them. Sarge, are you going upriver yourself? She eyed the banknotes. I dropped one of them in front of her. It disappeared.
I wouldn't miss it, dearie. Once I close down this office, I'm a platoon sergeant.
I dropped the other note. It joined its twin. I said, Sarge, if I wait and talk to your colonel, if she signs me on, it will be as a personal adjutant, or logistics and supply, or something dreary like that. I don't need the money and don't want the worry. I want a holiday. Could you use a trained private? One you could brevet to corporal or even buck sergeant once you get to shaking down your recruits and see what vacancies you need to fill? She looked sour.
That's all I need, a millionaire in my platoon.
I felt sympathy for her. No sergeant wants a cashiered officer in his or her ranks. I'm not going to play the millionaire. I just want to be one of the troops. If you don't trust me, stick me in some other platoon. She sighed.
I'd have my head examined. No, I'll put you where I can keep an eye on you.
She reached into a drawer, pulled out a form headed Limited Indenture.
Read this, sign it, then I swear you. Any questions?
I looked it over. Most of it was routine trivia about slop chest and toke money and medical benefits and guild pay rate and bounty. But interlined was a provision postponing payment of bounty to the 10th day after enlistment. Understandable. To me, it was a guarantee that they really were going in harm's way, and at once, i.e., upriver. The nightmare ruining every mercenary paymaster's sleep is the thought of bounty jumpers. Today, with all recruiters active, it would be possible for a veteran soldier to sign up 5 or 6 ways, collect a bounty from each, then head for the banana states, unless the indentures were worded to stop it. The commitment was to Colonel Rachel Danvers personally, or to her lawful successor in case of her death or disability, and it required the signer to carry out her orders and those of officers and non-commissioned officers she placed over me. I agreed to fight faithfully and not to cry for quarter, according to international law and the usages of war. It was so vaguely worded that it would require a squad of Philadelphia lawyers to define the gray areas, which did not matter at all because a difference in opinion when it counted would get the signer shot in the back. The period was, as the sergeant had represented, 90 days, with the colonel's option to extend it 90 days on payment of another bounty. There was no provision for additional extension, which gave me pause. Just what sort of a political bodyguard contract could it be that would run for 6 months and then stop cold? Either the recruiting sergeant was lying or someone had lied to her, and she wasn't bright enough to spot the illogicality. Never mind, there was no point in quizzing her. I reached for a pen. Do I see a medical officer now?
Are you kidding?
How else? I signed, then said, I do, when she read off rapidly an oath that more or less followed the indenture. She peered at my signature.
Jones. What does F stand for?
Friday.
That's a silly name. On duty, you're Jones. Off duty, you're Jonesy.
Whatever you say, Sergeant. Am I on duty now, or off?
You'll be off duty in a moment. Here are your orders. Foot of Shrimp Alley is a go town. Sign says Wu Fong and Levy Brothers, Inc. Be there by 14 o'clock, ready to leave. Use the back door. You're free from now till then to wind up your private affairs. You're free to tell anyone of your enlistment, but you are strongly admonished under penalty of disciplinary action not to make conjectures as to the nature of the duty on which you are embarking. She read off the last rapidly as if it were a recording. Do you need lunch money? Nah, I'm sure you don't. That's all, Jonesy. Glad to have you aboard. We'll have a good tour.
She motioned me toward her. I went to her. She put an arm around my hips and smiled up at me. Inwardly, I shrugged as I decided that this was no time to be getting my platoon sergeant sore at me. I smiled back, leaned down and kissed her. Not bad at all. Her breath was sweet. 18. The excursion boat Skip to Maloo was a real Mark Twainer, much fancier transportation than I had expected. 3 passenger decks, 4 shipstones, 2 for each of twin screws. But she was loaded to the gunwales, and it seemed to me that a stiff breeze would swamp her. At that, we were not the only troop ship. The Myrtle T. Hanshaw was a few lengths ahead of us, carving the river at an estimated 20 knots. I thought about concealed snags and hoped that their radar sonar was up to the task. The Alamo heroes were in the Myrtle, as was Colonel Rachel, commanding both combat teams, and this was all I needed to nail down my suspicions. A bloated brigade is not a palace guard. Colonel Rachel was expecting field action. Possibly we would disembark under fire. We had not yet been issued weapons, and recruits were still in mufti. This seemed to indicate that our colonel did not expect action at once, and it fitted in with Sergeant Gumm's prediction that we were going upriver at least as far as St. Louis. And of course the rest of what she said about our becoming bodyguard to the new chairman indicated that we were going all the way up to the capital. If the new chairman was in fact at the seat of government. If Mary Gumm knew what she was talking about. If someone didn't turn the river around while I was not looking. Too many ifs, Friday, and too little hard data. All I really knew was that this vessel should be crossing into the Imperium about now. In fact, I did not know which side of the border we were on, or how to tell. But I did not care greatly because sometime in the next several days, when we were close to Boss's headquarters, I planned to resign informally from Rachel's Raiders, before action, by strong preference. I had had time to size up this outfit, and I believed strongly that it could not be combat ready in less than 6 weeks of tough field training at the hands of tough and blooded sergeant instructors. Too many recruits, not enough cadre. The recruits were all supposed to be veterans, but I was certain that some of them were farm girls run away from home, and in some cases, about 15 years old. Big for their age, perhaps, and when they're big enough, they're old enough, as the old saw goes. But it takes more than massing 60 kilos to make a soldier. To take such troops into action would be suicide, but I did not worry about it. I had a belly full of beans and was settled on the fantail with my back against a spool of cordage, enjoying the sunset and digesting my first meal as a soldier, if that is the word, while contentedly contemplating the fact that, about now, the Skip to Maloo was crossing into, or had crossed into, the Chicago Imperium. A voice behind me said, "Hiding out, trooper?" I recognized the voice and turned my head. "Why, Sergeant, how could you say such a thing?"
"Easy, I just asked myself, where would I go if I was gold breaking? And there you were. Forget it, Jonesy. Have you picked your billet?"
I had not done so because there were so many choices, all bad. Most of the troops were quartered in staterooms, 4 to each double room, 3 to a single. But our platoon, along with one other, was to sleep in the dining salon. I could see no advantage to being at the captain's table, so I had not engaged in the scramble. Sergeant Gumm nodded at my answer.
"Okay, when you draw your blanket, don't use it to stake out a billet. Somebody'll steal it. Port side aft, abreast of the pantry, is the dining room steward's stateroom. That's mine. It's a single but with a wide bunk. Drop your blanket there. You'll be a damn sight more comfortable than sleeping on the deck."
"That's mighty nice of you, Sergeant." How do I talk my way out of this? Or am I going to have to relax to the inevitable?
"Call me Sarge, and when we're alone, my name is Mary."
"What did you say your first name was?"
"Friday." "Friday. That's kind of cute when you stop to think about it. Okay, Friday, I'll see you around Taps."
We watched the last reddish slice of sun disappear into the bottomland astern of us. the skip having swung east in one of the river's endless meanders.
Seems like it ought to sizzle and send up steam.
Sarge, you have the soul of a poet.
I often thought I could. Write poetry, I mean. You got the word? About the blackout now?
No lights outside, no smoking outside. No lights inside except in spaces fully shuttered. Offenders will be shot at sunrise.
Doesn't affect me much, Sarge. I don't smoke. Correction. Offenders will not be shot. They'll just wish to God they had been shot. You don't smoke at all, dear? Not even a friendly hit with a friend?
Give up, Friday. That's not really smoking. That's just friendly.
That's the way I see it. I don't go around with my head stuffed full of rags, either. But an occasional hit with a friend when you're both in the mood, that's sweet. And so are you.
She dropped to the deck by me, slipped an arm around me. Mary, please don't. It's not really dark yet. Somebody'll see us.
Who cares?
I do. It makes me self-conscious. Spoils the mood.
In this outfit, you get over that.
You're a virgin, dear?
With girls, I mean?
Please don't quiz me, Mary. And do let me go. I'm sorry, but it does make me nervous. Here, I mean. Why, anybody could walk around the corner of that deck house. She grabbed a feel, then started to stand up.
Kinda cute, you being so shy. All right. I've got some mellow Omaha black I've been saving for a special.
The sky lit up with a dazzling light. On top of it came a tremendous karoom. And where the myrtle had been, the sky was filled with junk.
Jesus Christ.
Mary, can you swim?
Huh? No.
Jump in after me, and I'll keep you afloat. I went over the port side in as long a dive as I could manage, took a dozen hard strokes to get well clear, turned over onto my back. Mary Gumm's head was silhouetted against the sky. That was the last I saw of her, as the skip to Malou blew up. In that stretch of the Mississippi there are bluffs on the east. The western limit of the river is simply higher land, not as clearly marked, 10 or 15 kilometers away. Between these two sides, the location of the river can be a matter of opinion, often of legal opinion, because the river shifts channels and chews up property rights. The river runs in all directions and is almost as likely to run north as to run south. Well, half as likely. It had been flowing west at sundown. The skip, headed upriver, had the sunset behind her. But while the sun was setting, the boat had swung left as the channel turned north. I had noticed the red and orange display of sunset swinging to port side. That's why I went over the side to port. When I hit the water, my immediate purpose was to get clear. My next purpose was to see if Mary followed me in. I did not really expect her to, because I've noticed most people, human people, don't make up their minds that fast. I saw her still aboard. She was staring at me. Then the second explosion took place, and it was too late. I felt a brief burst of sorrow. In her own ruddy, slightly dishonest way, Mary was a good sort. Then I wiped her out of my mind. I had other problems. My first problem was not to be hit by debris. I surface dived and stayed under. I can hold my breath and exercise almost 10 minutes, although I don't like it at all. This time I stretched it almost to bursting before surfacing. Long enough. It was dark, but I seemed to be clear of floating debris. Perhaps there were survivors in the water, but I did not hear any and did not feel impelled to try to find any, other than Mary, and no way to find her, as I was not well equipped to rescue anyone, even myself. I looked around, spotted what was left of the loom of sunset, swam toward it. After a while I lost it, turned over on my back, searched the sky. Broken clouds and no moon. I spotted Arcturus, then both the Bears and Polaris, and I head north. I then corrected my course so that I was swimming west. I stayed on my back because, if you take it easy, you can swim forever and 2 years past on your back. Never any problem to breathe, and if you get a touch weary, you can just hold still and twiddle your fingers a trifle until you are rested. I wasn't in any hurry. I just wanted to reach the Imperium on the Arkansas side. But of crash priority importance, I did not want to drift back down into Texas. Problem: to navigate correctly at night with no map on a river a couple of kilometers wide, when your object is to reach a west bank you can't see, without giving any southing as you go. Impossible? The way the Mississippi winds around like a snake with a broken back? But impossible is not a word one should use concerning the Mississippi River. There is no one place where it is possible to make 3 short portages totaling less than 90 meters, float down the river in 2 bites totaling about 30 kilometers, and end up more than 100 kilometers up the river. No map, no sight of my destination. I knew only that I must go west and that I must not go south. So that is what I did. I stayed on my back and kept checking the stars to hold course west. I had no way of telling how much I might be losing to the south through the current, save for the certainty that, if and when the river turned south, my own progress west through the water would fetch me up on the bank on the Arkansas side. And it did. An hour later, 2 hours later, a lot of water later, and Vega was high in the east, but still far short of meridian. I realized that the bank was looming over me on my left side. I checked and corrected course west and kept on swimming. Shortly I bumped my head on a snag, reached behind me and grabbed it, pulled myself up, then pulled my way through endless snags to the bank. Scrambling up on the bank was no problem, as it was only half a meter high about at that point. The only hazard was that the mud was thick and loose underfoot. I managed it, stopped, and took stock. Still inky black all around, with stars the only light. I could tell the smooth black of the water from the thick black of the brush behind me only by the faint glint of starlight on the water. Directions? Polaris was now blocked by cloud, but the Big Dipper told me where it had to be, and this was confirmed by Spica blazing in the south and Antares in the southeast. This orientation by the stars told me that west sliced straight into that thick black brush. My only alternative was to get back into the water, stick with the river, and wind up sometime tomorrow in Vicksburg. No thanks. I headed into the bush. I'm going to skip rapidly over the next several hours. It may not have been the longest night of my life, but it was surely the dullest. I'm sure that there must be thicker and more dangerous jungles on Earth than the brush on the bottomland of the lower Mississippi. But I do not want to tackle them, especially without a machete, not even a scout knife. I spent most of my time backing out, having decided, no, not through there. Now, how can I go around? No, not on its south side. How can I get around it to the north? My track was as contorted as the path of the river itself, and my progress was possibly 1 kilometer per hour. Or perhaps I exaggerate. It could have been less. Much of the time was spent reorienting, a necessity every few meters. Flies, mosquitoes, gnats, crawly things I never saw, twice snakes underfoot that may have been water moccasins, but I did not wait to find out. Endless disturbed birds with a dozen different sorts of cries. Birds that often flew up almost in my face to our mutual distress. My footing was usually mud and always included something to trip over, ankle high, shin high, or both. 3 times, 4 times, I came to open water. Each time I held course west, and when the water was deep enough I swam. Stagnant bayou mostly, but one stretch seemed to have a current and may have been a minor channel of the Mississippi. Once, there was something large swimming by me. Giant catfish? Aren't they supposed to stay on the bottom? Alligator? But there aren't supposed to be any there at all. Perhaps it was the Loch Ness Monster on tour. I never saw it, simply felt it, and levitated right out of the water through sheer fright. About 800 years after the sinking of the Skip and the Myrtle came the dawn. West of me about 1 kilometer was the high ground of the Arkansas side. I felt triumphant. I also felt hungry, exhausted, dirty, insect-bitten, disreputable, and almost unbearably thirsty. 5 hours later, I was the guest of Mr. Asa Hunter as a passenger in his Studebaker farm wagon hitched to a fine span of mules. We were approaching a small town named Eudora. I